And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the Sith troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
And welcome back, everyone. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, reporting to you live from the panel sphere. What has been going on? Well, I can tell you. Jake likes the intro. Jake's backstage. Flow State was backstage. Oh, he came in and he connected and he left. I love you, Flow State. That's good. That's fine. Just control your chat on your end. Ding dong. All right, so for those of you who are watching on Jake's end or Flow State's end, you are here with me. They are connected because they are panelists for this evening. I hope I'm not muted or something. I hope you guys can all hear me and all that stuff. Such a doofus. Anyways, so they are connected, linked up, because they are our main features for the evening, as well as Mr. Slave, and we've got Princess coming in as well. And they're welcome to jump backstage at any point in time and connect their streams so that they can restream to theirs. So that's good. Thank you for the audio check, guys. I appreciate you. Anyways, I'm so excited. All right, now we all recognize that the debate the other night with Undead Chronic and Andrew Wilson, in an optics view, right, it kind of seemed like a dud. But also in an optics view, I felt like it was a win. You know, when you remove the personal attacks, you can actually have a conversation with somebody. And to me, that's the most important feature and part of this, you know. So I think that that's very important. And I hope we all learned a good lesson from that. Don't forget, our clips channel is linked up. You can find it in, I believe, the description or on the main channel. Go over there, subscribe, do your job, right? Do that. I promise I won't bother you a whole lot on there, but I do promise I will make more clips. I have been so stupid busy. It is sports season, ladies and gentlemen, at its finest, and it is getting the best of me. But to me, I look at it like you invest your children into sports and you support it and you watch them go be competitive and do all of those fun things. And you won't have to invest in rehab later because they're doing nothing and end up on drugs. So, not a proven method, but better chances, right? I made fresh coffee for this evening because I think it's about to get lit. Anyways, we are actually doing a fundraiser this evening. Okay, we're doing a fundraiser. We all know Mel from Cold Truth, right? Mel from Cold Truth, I interviewed her. It was she was one of my first interviews, not my first, but one of my first few interviews. And I was super excited. I met her in a comment section, actually, because she spoke to somebody who was, we had hosted, he jumped on a panel, and he jumped on quite a few panels. And she kind of dropped the DL on him in a comment section. And I went and checked out her channel. I was like, I want to interview you. I'm not worried about this other guy, but I want to interview you. But we all of us love Mel from Cold Truth. If you don't like Mel from Cold Truth, there's something wrong with you. She's the sweetest, kindest person I'd ever met. and spoken with on panel. She has a lot of great takes on things, and she looks like Velma from Scooby-Doo. Okay, so we will be dropping. Nightbot is ever so kind, and we'll be dropping a GoFundMe link in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and drop it now. And this was set up by her community for her on her behalf. But Nightbot will be dropping this link in the chat, I think, every 10 minutes. Tonight's stream, I would like you to dedicate all of your super chats and funds to the fundraiser. Okay. So her father just had was it a stroke, I believe? Hold on, I gotta read. Heart failure, suffered heart failure just recently while he was on vacation in South Carolina. He was taken by ambulance to Trident on September 24th. He's still in ICU at Trident, North Carolina. I believe they're trying to get him back home, obviously before Saturday, because we have all of this hurricane mess going on. And Mel hasn't been able to work since this happened. She went down there. She is with him. And so we need to help support our community. This is what we all do. This is what we should be doing because we are here to help one another. And it's not fun when somebody has to, I know that I would want the community to do it for me if I had to miss, 1, 2, 3 weeks of work or not be able to stream and stuff like that due to a family emergency. It's not fun. So the GoFundMe link is being dropped. But in addition, what we're going to do, I did already send her personally a little help because I want her to feel the love from her people. But what we're going to do is the Buy Me a Coffee link, because the percent that they take on that is so minuscule. So if you guys hit mine, like my Buy Me a Coffee link, and you drop something in there, I can still see it and I can still read the super chat out loud. You're not putting out personal information. But anything that comes in tonight through Buy Me a Coffee, I will turn that around and send it right to Mel, and we will donate it. I will Apple Cash her once the funds are contributed or whatever. So we want to support her. So let's do our best. I know you have it in you, or at least in your wallet. So let's try to do that. All right. Anyways, and I just got invited to an annual Halloween party that I absolutely love, and I'm super excited, but I don't have a date. I don't have a date this year, so I am officially putting it out there that I need a Halloween party date. I don't have one. I've always had like a, something. I don't know. I want a date. I love Halloween, and I love dressing up as pairs, and I can't dress up as a pair if I'm an individual. So anyways, all right, roll call. Who do we have in here? We have Don Juan stopping by first, early, right on the nose. Mr. Slave is really showing up. I believe so. Michelle has been in communications with him, and he should be here. So yes, I believe that answers yes. The Machine Lies dropping by. Hello, Machine Lies. Glock Loaded. DAC. This is going to be good. Is Flow State showing up also? Yes, he's already connected, so you're welcome to go over to his side of town and watch from his end if you want to support him. Uncle Guns coming in with the pin with the win. Did lizard people, gray aliens abduct people to recruit them for the grassy knoll, causing us to not land on the moon in fake space? Only Mater and the Tin Hat panel can answer tonight. And actually, I was going to make a tinfoil hat, and I went into my cupboard and I realized I ran out of tinfoil like last Thanksgiving or something and forgot to get some. So no tinfoil hat tonight. I'm just going to stick with my gray hat. It is what it is. Hi, Crispy Treat. We love Crispy. Primal Studies. What isn't a conspiracy theory? Smashing that like button increases smiles by 1,000%. Very true. Hi, Carpenter's Journey. Welcome back. I'm glad we got one to make you happy here. Doug the Thug Fist. I don't know about any of this tinfoil fedora conspiracy nonsense. I just want to know why women ask each other if they are dating some man when they all claim they already chose the bear. P. Fletch dropping by as well. All I'm going to say is that the typical switched on conspiracy theorists are ahead of the curve and are crazy until they aren't. Maybe. OPC Don dropping by with the $2. Everyone, please support the Bratty Tomato Fund. Yes, thank you. Brian Oralalana. How the fuck do you say your name, bro? Loud noises. All right, let's see. Let's see. Michelle is backstage with me. She'll jump up if she needs to. Pinkerbell, hello, welcome from your side of town. Anarchy Television, welcome back. Anti-corporatist. Hi, Stevie. Love to see you. True Keys, hello to you. Hi, Sparky. All right. If you weren't the first one in the chat, you suck. And I'm going to have to skip you. All right, let's move over to these. P. Fletch coming in with a 5 for the Cold Truth Fund. Okay, and let me kind of clarify this because I pay all sorts of taxes and percentages. YouTube takes 30% of this. So while I appreciate this, and I don't even get this fund until next month, the way they do it, I won't see any money that I make this month until the following month. So if you could do the buy me a coffee to support Mel, because I don't have to deal with like they're not taking 30%. I can have it dispersed a lot quicker, so on and so forth, and be able to transfer over that way. Or I also have Mel's direct link dropping into her channel. You could always go over to one of her one of her prior live streams and hit the super thanks, and you can directly contribute there as well. Lots of different ways you can do this, and I'm happy to accommodate either one. But anything that comes in as a regular super chat, I pay taxes on that. And they take 30%, and I don't see it till next month. So it does me no good to get to her, because then I won't get it for next month. And Dwight, using his membership, dress up as Andrew Wilson, fake stubble. Ooh, that would be. I was gonna dress up as Flow State, because then I could just put my hat backwards and put on a black T-shirt, and it'd be really easy. But we do our best. All right, so and Ticky Tack coming in with the 10. Hillary is a lizard. They live. Obey. That's fair. All right, that's easy. I need to pull up. Shit, I forgot to send myself the link. Oh, yeah, I can do it this way. The video clip of what we're going to be watching. And it's short, I promise you that. But anyways, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you are excited for tonight. And I do apologize. I normally do a trailer for this, and it's usually primed and ready by Friday or Saturday, and all sorts of stuff. But I have had a very, very, very busy schedule, and I actually allowed myself to go out Friday night and have a good time, and a good time I did. So it was great. Here we go. I got it. And sometimes you just have to live a little. We just had this conversation on a recent stream about touching grass and all of that fun stuff. So I felt like I deserved it. So I did it. All right, let me see here. Okay. Share screen. And this one it's only a 3-minute. And what I wanted to do was basically kind of, I found a video that speaks to the concept of how we get into conspiracy theories. Like what is it about us that makes us want to do conspiracy theories or want to believe them, and so on and so forth. So it's a short and sweet video. And I think it kind of depicts the process pretty well. So And this will kind of lead into like it'll guide us into the topic. Okay, I think it's pretty good. So shut up and listen. Let me turn the. Oh yeah, we're good.
The appeal of conspiracy theories. According to a poll from Fairleigh Dickinson University, over half of American adults believe in at least one conspiracy theory. And though subscribing to conspiracies is more rampant in some personality types and social demographics than others, false narratives of one form or another are held by people across all racial, economic, and political backgrounds. In an age when access to information from legitimate sources are only a click away, why are conspiracy theories still so prevalent? What makes them so appealing? Well, there are quite a few psychological factors that lead to the belief in conspiracy theories. In the game of survival, the human mind has become hardwired to believe in intentional causality. If you hear a rustling noise in the bushes, it's a safer bet to believe that it's a threat rather than presume it's just the wind. Dismissing the noise may lead to danger, but believing that there is a threat means you'll take action to avoid harm, regardless if there's something actually there. So in some ways, we have evolved to err on the side of paranoid belief.
So obviously, it's like a survival tool, right? To some degrees, is it safer to believe than not? Is it safe to presume? Do I feel safer if I presume that there's a scary monster underneath my bed, right? Because then I'm going to go into fight or flight mode, and I'm going to prepare myself, and I'm going to, put myself into kind of these different positions to protect myself. I think that's kind of normal. So I think that I don't think that's a bad thing, right? To maybe err on the side of caution, as he said, and be able to put ourselves in a safer position than we would be if we just said, oh no, it's just a rustling noise, and then it ends up not being. So this comes to the better safe than sorry kind of concept, which I can understand. That makes sense.
Another major factor is human beings' superior pattern processing. As a species, one of our greatest strengths is our ability to find meaningful patterns in the world around us and to make causal inferences. Pattern processing is at the heart of our ability to use language, understand and navigate our environment, and project future outcomes. But identifying patterns is an automatic process of the mind, and therefore can lead to the formulation of false patterns. This is the reason we see faces in inanimate objects, create relationships between events that are really just coincidence, and is a contributing factor to why we believe in conspiracy theories. There is also our tendency towards confirmation bias. Acknowledging that we are wrong about something is a difficult thing for most of us to admit. This is especially true of concepts and ideas that we associate with our worldview. These are ideas that we strongly connect with, and admitting that they are incorrect can feel like we are admitting that there is something wrong with us personally.
Okay, so Pancake World Society. I'm probably gonna I'm officially calling flat earthers Pancake World Society. All right, so what he's saying is like we have the inability to accept the fact that we could be wrong, right? Because being wrong means that our thought process was incorrect, or whatever we're doing to get to that decision or conclusion is wrong. And if I know YouTubers, that is the one thing that a lot of you have an issue with. And a lot of you have a hard time saying, I was wrong. I apologize. So imagine that on like tenfold scales going across of people trying to admit, no matter how much you provide proof, they're like, yeah, that's a conspiracy too. Like that was fed to you, So at what point do you just become wrong? And the evidence becomes enough, like when do we stop saying, well, that's a conspiracy too, or yeah, that's just what they're giving you. Like, where did you get that information? You got that information from the very people that want you to believe this, so makes sense. And then you also feel duped. Nobody wants to feel stupid, right? Like nobody wants to feel like they were duped out of something, or gullible to believe, or vulnerable and taken advantage of.
This leads us to give more weight to evidence that supports what we already believe, and ignore evidence that contradicts those beliefs. There is also our innate tendency to assume that big events have big causes. For instance, the president being killed by a single shooter acting alone feels unbalanced. That is why a covert government conspiracy with multiple shooters feels more plausible, despite the evidence otherwise. Another contributing factor is projection. This is an unconscious impulse to deny negative qualities in ourselves while attributing them to others. For those who actively conspire and lie, they reflexively believe that others are acting similarly, making conspiracies more plausible and widespread. In general, people don't resort to lying unless they feel weak or powerless, which brings us to our last conspiracy generator. All of these factors become more exacerbated at times when we feel powerless or when our lives and the world around us seem out of control. Fear jumpstarts our amygdala and directs our brain to assess the situation, take stock of the patterns around us, and seek out a remedy. We are desperately looking for a way to restore our sense of agency, and we'll convince ourselves we know what is going on, even if that means reassuring ourselves with a narrative that has no basis in fact. That said, not all conspiracy theories are false. Some indeed turn out to be true. That is why it's always important to keep an open.
And a lot of people like to utilize that as a weapon. Well, don't you know how many conspiracy theories are out there that have been proven to be true? It's like, yes, but just because I'm a girl and I like to put on makeup doesn't mean all girls like to put on makeup either, right? Like, you have to derive the logic out of that. It does, just because that thing's happening doesn't mean everything else follows suit and is agreeable. We have to recognize that these are each individual situations, and the logic has to add up in its own way. Oh, now it's going to stall. Now it's going to stall on me. Here we go.
Mind. Weigh all the evidence, determine if the sources are legitimate, and be careful not to be seduced by the lurid appeal of a juicy conspiracy just because it supports something you want to believe.
All right. So, I mean, for me, as far as, I'd say as far as conspiracies are concerned, and Michelle, do you want to check in on Mr. Slave? I need to check in with Princess because neither of them are backstage yet. Where's your...
He did just confirm with me a few minutes ago. I did resend the link. So,
Okay,
standing by, I guess. We might get ditched. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I don't think he'll ditch us. He loves attention too much. Where is... Oh, Princess, I'm on Twitter with him. I always have to remember, like, where I talk to people at. He did say, see you tonight. Let's go. It's time for you to start. But I'd say as far as, as far as conspiracy theories are concerned, like, from my personal opinion, all right, I'll sit and I'll listen and I'll engage and I'll ask questions, and I'm my curiosity, I'm a curious little kitten. So I always like to be like, oh, and then what, and you reel me in and you reel me in and you reel me in. And then you say something completely off the wall. And I'm like, nope, I'm out, totally out. Because it's just like, okay, logic. All right. A little more logic. And then something completely illogical, irrational, and doesn't even, like, the whole lizard people concept. It just, like, behooves me. It's like, I would think that we would know at this point, like, we would have a lot more solid proof at this point that there are in fact lizard people, and I just can't get behind it. Princess, if you're out there, we're waiting on, or no. Yeah, Princess, and then Flo already informed me he would be late, but Flo, it'd be great if you could pop on now. Anyways, let's see. Hold on just a second, guys. Oh, see, messing up my numbers. All right. Well, let's go ahead and bring our people on now. Mr. Slave, are you camming up? I hope you want to cam up. It's more you. It's more you if you're cammed up. We appreciate cammed up people. All right. Well, let's have some fun then. Let's go ahead and get this panel on, and we can kind of start the conversation at the very least, and then we'll Yell at Princess later. If anybody has Princess's phone number or something and would like to call him and yell at him and tell him to get his butt up here, that would be incredibly great. Thank you. And I just need to find my video clip. That's the only piece I'm missing here. Where's my Kraken at? I failed. Where's it at? Michelle, do you delete buttons? Oh, here we go.
Release the Kraken!
Oh, I'm hyped.
Are you?
Rock.
Now see,
Yes.
now I have 2 empty seats on here, and it's annoying the crap out of me. Absolutely annoying me.
Wait, who?
Slave.
Yeah, who else was supposed to be here?
We're waiting on Princess and Flow State. Now I know Flow State already informed me he would be a few minutes late, so I'll give him a few more minutes. But he gets the hall pass because it was a special occasion and we already understood that was going to happen. But either way, Princess is late and he's about to get himself on my naughty list. And you don't want to be on the naughty list. You won't be allowed.
Wait, Jake, so your subtitle and my subtitle are very similar.
Smart man. Smart man.
It's like
I
a
gotta know, what's
coincidence.
that thumbnail though? What is that picture? It looks like 40K almost.
4D mine? No, it's just it's
Yeah.
an old it's a gilf. I'm into gilfs.
Aren't we all? Fair enough.
Wait, you're into gilfs?
That one specifically, I certainly would be. Look, I don't care what
Wow.
you got as long as you shake it. But no, I think that's fantastic. It's just classy. I like it.
Yeah. So here, if I present to you 2 women who are just as beautiful, but one is the grandma and one is the granddaughter, both of legal age. They're as beautiful. What's your preference? Who are you more attracted to, and why?
Well, just the grandma in that case, because she's got more life experience. We're gonna have more interesting things to talk about, probably.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be awkward to be dating a gal who has. I mean, if they're equally attractive, is the scenario here. It'd be awkward to be dating a gal who has a granddaughter that you find attractive. That would be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Or possibly.
But what? Okay, but what if they're just as interesting? You talk to both, they're just as interesting. Then what's the next line of questioning?
Well, to rescue me, hey, Princess. What's up? No, I'm kidding. Honestly, then I wouldn't care. It's a boring answer. I'm sorry, but it'd just be. I would judge it. I would enjoy being able to judge it so arbitrarily. I'd be like, all right, favorite breakfast food. Whoever says pancakes fastest goes on the date.
So
Finally,
Hey, buddy.
Princess, you almost made it to my naughty list. Are you with us?
I don't know. I don't know anyone here.
Yep.
Do they know me?
I'll be on camera just 1 second. Howdy,
I
y'all.
feel like now we know each other very well. Flow State, big fan of the Doom shirt.
No,
is
thank
that
you.
in reference-
My most conspiracy theorist shirt. Doom is near.
Awesome.
Fair enough.
With kittens.
Fair enough.
I love it.
Wait, so you feel that we're doomed? Like the doom is near? You believe it?
I feel like the world is deteriorating, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Like I'm an optimistic,
Nihilist?
yeah.
I kind of like that.
There's
Oh,
like
the world's ending. Thank God. Hey, buddy. Good to see you.
Chaos is also an opportunity.
Hey, friends. Hey, friends.
hey.
Francis, what's your excuse for being late? It was my mom's birthday. We went out to dinner. What's yours?
His date
I
had a
don't-
birthday.
No, just,
No.
just,
He
just,
looks like he just woke up.
oh yeah, I
that's-
wasn't just asleep a second ago. That's not why I'm late at all.
Oh my God, process. Oh Lord.
I just woke up to my Twitter buzzing. I was like, oh, oops.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
telling me you roll out of bed looking like a young McConaughey? I hate it. Now we can't. I don't think we can be friends anymore.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is all conspiracy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, Pronces, why is your name Pronces? Wait, are you gay? Can I ask?
That's also a conspiracy. No.
That's what I've been telling people, though. It was an honest mistake, but I keep telling them somehow.
Oh, sure.
So what's
See-
Pronces?
I like shrimp. That's why, Why shrimp? Or sorry, I called you shrimp. Sorry, Mr. Slave. Why are you interested?
No, I'm not. I'm
Oh my
not gay.
God.
I'm not into gay. I'm into something else, but not gay.
You're into something. Oh yeah.
Oh Lord.
I like
All
the
right.
idea of sex having nothing to do with it. You're just like, I can't stand the music. I'm not an ABBA fan.
Well, if I wasn't awake, now I am. So.
Oh my goodness. You guys are cracking me up. All right, let's get down to business, gentlemen, shall we? All right. Tinfoil hat time. Conspiracy theories. Are they a harmless distraction or do they interfere with societal functions? I would like to know. And I believe I have you split on screen correctly. Mr. Slave and Flow State, you're okay with conspiracy theories. You think that they're great, whatever the case may be. Pronces and Jake, I believe you are taking this is causing a ruckus side of things, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and start with you, Mr. Slave. If you want to, you can feel free to plug yourself, introduce yourself, who you are, although a lot of them here know who you are, and then give kind of a brief, minute or two opening statement of what you think.
Okay, so lately my channel is physics, modern physics. Specifically, I've come up with a revolutionary theory of everything, and I've started debating a lot of expert physicists. And today I had a 9-hour debate with an entire physics server, and I mopped the floor with everyone's face, of course.
Obviously.
Yeah. So that's me. So let me guess that Pronces and Jake vote for Kamala, and Flow State, you're voting for Trump.
I would not waste my time voting and
participating
in the placebo activity.
But you're a right winger. You tend towards Trump.
I tend towards right wing beliefs more than left wing for sure.
And Pronces, you're Kamala, and Jake, you're
Yes,
Kamala.
you're right about that.
I mean, I'm not happy about it, but yeah.
So how did I know this?
Good
Because
question.
we're very handsome.
Because
That's true.
well,
Okay,
how did you know
I usually have incredible intuition, but it's very logical. So we're split down. We're like Flo and me. We're okay with conspiracy theories. That means we're pro freedom. That means we're right wingers. And Pronces and Jake don't like conspiracy theories. They're anti-freedom. They're leftists. They're Democrats, and the rest. So that's the explanation.
But what was the tell? How did you know who was what? By looking
Well,
at it.
No, not by looking.
Oh, okay.
It's because how we were introduced that
Okay.
me and you are pro conspiracy somewhat, and those two are anti. So immediately I know who's right wing and who's left wing. Like who's pro freedom, who's anti freedom. So what do I think of conspiracies? I think it's very similar to the theory of evolution. You gotta let everyone try something out. I mean, the reason why evolution is so successful, the reason why capitalism is so successful, because freedom you let everyone try every crazy idea. Some crazy ideas are going to crash and burn. Some crazy ideas are going to revolutionize the world. You never know. So let everybody have their thoughts. Let everybody debate it out, hash it out. So I don't have a problem. Like, I talk to people, they present the most outlandish theories, and I talk to them like normal people, even though, like, in the beginning, yeah, they look crazy, they sound crazy, but very quickly you realize, no, they're smart, they have answers for everything. It's fine. I'm fine with them.
Fair
As long as
enough.
they're not as long as they're not leftist, everything's fine.
Perfect. Flow state to you. Tell people who you are, whatever you want to do in terms of a plug, and your thoughts on the matter.
My name's Taylor. My channel is Flow State. Most people probably already know that because I'm a returning tomato panel champion. I would drop my link in the chat for people who don't know, but I've been deranged by the tyrant below my sack.
Oh, I've got you in the spot for teabagging. Oh no.
Oh, you do, man. I didn't even notice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, conspiracy theories. So yeah, I actually agree with what Slave was just saying about the political divide between conspiracy theorists and non-conspiracy theorists, and what really it is do you want authority, right? And people on the left do tend to want people to accept what an authority is dictating to them. So that is, I agree with that. But I mean, conspiracy theories are obviously true. They're confirmed every day. The fact that anybody could not believe in them after just like the fantastic track record of them existing is phenomenal to me. Now, there are dumb ones that are intentionally put out to muddy the water, for sure. And I think conspiracy theorists would be well served to take their skepticism and turn it inwards more than they do. But on the whole, I mean, we just have a ton of verification constantly. And just the concept, the idea that the official narrative we're giving would not be a lie, right? Like, there's this whole media apparatus, government apparatus, all the free information we're bombarded with constantly at airports, on the TVs, and in schools, all these massive industries that give you free information. They're not doing it because they love you. So what is their incentive? If you look at people's incentives for their actions, it becomes fairly obvious, I think, that people are not incentivized to tell you the truth, but they are incentivized to conspire.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Francis, you were late. So Jake, you can go next. Do your plug and give us your thoughts.
The best for last.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
No, you're on my naughty list now.
Oops.
beauty before age. My show is What You Can Do. It's insufferable leftists. So if you're interested in what we're all about, come say hi. But as far as conspiracies go, I think of that wolf example used in the video, where there's a rustling in the bushes and there's a benefit to assuming it's a wolf and checking. I actually love conspiracy theories. I'm glad that there's conspiracy theorists out there. I think this generation of conspiracy theorists is ruining it for everybody, because there's a rustle in the bushes and we go and check to see if there's a wolf there, and there's no wolf there, and there's no wolf prints there, and the conspiracy theorists of this day won't stop saying it's still a wolf. And it makes it so that people who are onto something get lost in the noise of people who will never admit when they're wrong. One of the most fascinating things I have heard on the internet of late just happened on this show, which is one of our fellows up here correctly identified, I assume, where we stand politically based on whether or not we are willing, in other words, I'm changing the end here, but based on whether or not we are willing to accept facts. That's something we got to get to the bottom of.
Fair enough. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, I just realized go
I have
ahead.
a question. You said that you like the fact that the people who are on the truth are getting lost in the noise of those who are not.
I don't like that. Yeah.
You don't like that.
The conspiracy theorists who are onto something are difficult to find because there's so many conspiracy theorists who won't accept when they've got one
But
wrong.
just before
in my
that, you had
opinion.
said that you love this generation of conspiracy theorists.
No,
Right.
I don't.
Okay.
I love conspiracy theorists. That's my mistake. I mushmouthed that. I like conspiracy theorists in general, but I think this generation has dropped the ball.
Okay, let me interrupt for just a moment. Smokey Guru comes in with a 1999. Oh, in matters of consistency on this channel and not wasting my cash again, can I assume that Andrew Wilson and Crucible Crew get special treatment if people try to kick them? Well, if you recall back, Smokey Guru, you sent an additional chat afterwards saying, it's okay, you're working hard, I'm giving you a break, it's all good. And we chose to set another timer for people had to buy Andrew's time back, and they were doing so. We just did it backwards from how we normally do it. But we don't often get him here, like to just drop by on a panel. So that's why we ran it that way. So we were all having a good time. We knew his time was going to be short-lived anyways, but you did grant me permission, and that's why I continued to allow it. So if you recall back to that, you gave me full permission. Okay, I have a full panel of gentlemen on board, and I'm ready to leave the floor to you if you'd like to go ahead and just go.
Can we get the processes spiel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about you.
My opening statement. I'll be short and sweet though. I definitely lean more toward the Jake side of this compared to the Mr. Slaves here. I mean, I guess they have their benefit, but I think there's a difference between just being skeptical and conspiracy theorists. I think that's a difference there. I think conspiracy theorists have a tendency to warp their entire worldview to kind of suit whatever their mindset, whatever they really want. So, for example, they'll throw out evidence what doesn't really apply to them. But I think the biggest scenario I want to point out, kind of to me upsetting, is thanks to conspiracy theories, we can't decide on what is fact or reality. For example, I would hope that I grew up in the '90s. That's when I kind of had my childhood. That we would not be discussing whether we're on a flat Earth, but that's still a discussion to this very day, whether we're on a globe or a disc, whatever. I thought we would nail it down and kind of move on, but that's still something we can't decide upon. So I think that's where I think at that point gets to be a societal it becomes societal interference because we can't decide on what is really reality.
Why is that conspiracy theorist's fault for being skeptical instead of the government's fault for lying constantly about things?
What do you think they're lying about it being a sphere?
I think that they're lying about having been to the moon. I'll meet you there. But regardless, that without getting lost into a tangent of a specific, why is responsibility on the skeptic who has been lied to, not on the liar who has caused reason for skepticism? You don't doubt that the government lies to the public constantly and has been repeatedly caught.
It's on the skeptic to have an amount of information that is sufficient for disproving the claim they're making.
I agree.
Okay, fair enough.
Agree,
so then the real question is, what's the amount of information? Because you're saying you don't believe we were on the moon.
Correct.
That the reason that's a concern to me is on a larger societal scale. We as humanity need to get ambitious. We need to. There's things to do. There's cancers to cure, etc. And if we're still debating whether or not we were on the moon, when there's people that were there that have done interviews about it, have
you seen those interviews?
Yeah.
The first one right after they got back from the moon. Didn't that seem like a weird interview to you?
I honestly don't remember it.
Okay. It's probably not worth pulling up right now, but it is the most depressing, somber-looking crew. It's just amazing. The first people who ever went to the moon and just got back, they're being celebrated across the world. They look depressed as hell.
Well, in fairness, I was bummed the week after I got back from France. I can't imagine that vacation.
Isn't it way worse? I heard because basically depending on how long you're in space, it's a pretty big process to come back into the regular atmosphere, with gravity. I heard this can be a pretty big change. So I can see that.
I'm sure that there are physical changes. It'd be physically stressful. But do you think that if because the whole space race thing started with JFK making a promise that we'd get there by the end of the decade. Do you think that if we were approaching the deadline and we were not able to get to the moon, do you think that we would admit that, or do you think that we would fake it and lie?
I think we'd admit it, because I think we're not. I think the people who would be in charge of faking it know that they're not competent enough to fake something so huge.
Actually, yeah, with that in mind, Jake, I think that's actually the biggest piece of thing that makes me kind of skeptical for conspiracy theories. I just don't know. I don't trust people to keep secrets and maintain them for a long period of time. So
you think that
people would not be knowledgeable of how that happening, that I become a little bit skeptical of that even being possible.
Manhattan Project?
Wait 1 second,
Project.
Doom, 1 second. I have a question for you, Doom, because I believe in things that people would consider conspiracy theories, but I don't think there's any conspiracy. The fact that the leftists, I think there's no global warming. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think global warming, it's like a religion. No one. There's no conspiracy for Christianity. It evolved. Christianity evolved. Global warming is an evolved phenomenon.
Wait. If you want to get on that, you don't think there's any conspiracies involved in the religious part of that?
No, I think people who are religious are religious. They believe in God. They don't lie.
No, but how about the fact that the church decides what books get put in the Bible and what do not?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but any one of the priests
conspiring to
but they
how
believe
how people take religion.
But they believe it's true. Religious people believe their religion is true.
What about the religious authorities, though, who are presenting the dogma? Do you think that they would be open to changes? For instance,
Doom,
is that a good argument? Because scientists believe that the Earth is getting warmer. Does that prove anything?
So that's my point. It's mostly not a conspiracy. Most of the people that are involved in the global warming agenda, they really believe it. Like Greta Thunberg, she's really hysterical. I don't think she's faking her hysterics. My question to you, Doom, are you open to what would change your mind about landing on the moon?
It's flow state, but Doom is a rad nickname.
I actually like Doom. Yeah, I didn't correct
That's
it.
Pretty cool.
There are so many issues with the moon landing. We could do a whole week of streams on it.
No, but what would change
when
your
you ask
mind?
me that, well, when you're asking me to tell you something that I haven't experienced yet. Maybe there's one piece of evidence that's so solid that all the myriad of concerns I have about this claim go away. But as it sits right now, I know that there's a ton of inconsistencies. And for me, a big thing, my starting point is, what's the track record of experience with this person or entity, and who's being incentivized and in what direction? And with the government, there's a continuous track record of abuse of power and deception of the public. And there's clear incentive. There's no incentive to be honest.
I 100% agree with you. My question is, but I don't believe that that there is a conspiracy in the government to claim that we landed. I think we landed. It's fine. My question to you is, what would change your mind? Are you open to changing your mind?
Of course, I'm more concerned with finding the truth than with I don't have a personal dog in this being false, right? I've just looked at it closely enough that I don't believe it to be true. And backstage, I've got a picture of the lunar rover, right? Which we can, if you look closely and skeptically at any of the pictures anymore. So, look at this. This is shoddy workmanship. This is an umbrella, right? An upside down umbrella, satellite dish thing here. If you look at these are the exact folding chairs many of us probably had in our grandma's garage when we were kids, right? You recognize those fucking mesh things.
But what's your point? I mean, all you're doing, you're just explaining a device.
Right.
I agree that this device has an explanation. So
what is the explanation for how they fit this? Have you seen the size of the lunar module? How did they fit that and 3 men inside of it? there's a lot of things in the story that are questionable in the pictures and the evidence.
Okay. Okay, but my question is, if I would show you how this thing was folded, for example, inside the lander, would you then say fine? Like, is there a point?
You're not dogmatic. You're be open to.
I'm not dogmatic, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, this looks like lazy props. This is lazy props. I recognize those folding chairs. You know, so to look at this and not have any degree of skepticism.
I have exactly 0.00 degree of skepticism. I don't see why.
Like, Flo, I don't think. Let me ask you real quick. How did they get demonstrating? Go ahead. Sorry.
Look at this wheel here. You can see a footprint behind the wheel. How did they roll that there? Right? We're supposed to be able to see these tracks from Earth, but this just sort of dropped in. You can clearly see a footprint behind the wheel. But somehow it just landed there. You know, so there's just.
I don't see a problem. I don't see. But okay, fine. Wait.
So this does not seem like skepticism to me. This because like you're not like going into it like, oh, well, I could be wrong. You're like just pointing out weird flaws.
Well, of course, I could be wrong.
Easily be demonstrated.
Yeah, okay, then that's what I'm asking the question. I'm just asking the question. I'm open to being wrong. How do you get that vehicle there without tracks?
Okay, fine, but Doom, why would I just don't see why would our government be involved?
Why do you keep bypassing the questions I brought up? And because I brought up several questions about one picture.
No, I told you, I personally have zero doubt that we landed on the moon. It's completely disinteresting to me to even bring it up. I'm just like, why would you think? What interest would the government have to make up such a lie? I just can't imagine.
I can't, if you don't know the answer to that question, I can't possibly bring you back and explain the Cold War to you.
Yeah, you can't use your imagination to be like, why would America possibly lie about this? Right. I can admit, there can be reasons.
Yeah. You're inviting
skepticism. There are reasons. Yeah.
The most, or you're inviting speculation where we don't need speculation. There's enough things here that are not speculative that need to be addressed. Like, how did this land here without tracks? But just the most simple motivation you could say is the massive budget we spend every year to NASA for this, right? There's some financial incentive to the lie, and that's easy for everyone to recognize. I don't think that would be a main one.
Speaking of financial incentive, Ride comes in with the $5. Conspiracy theories are important, even if they are completely insane, as it makes us examine ideas that we would usually just take for granted. Thank you, Ride. We appreciate the commentary. And so just for the record, I'm going to drop the link for anybody else who wants to hop in the hot seat backstage. I will be opening that here in about another 8 minutes.
Wait, what is the hot seat? I don't know how these things work. What does that mean, hot seat?
Did you read everything that was sent to you today?
Of course, I read everything that's getting sent to me every day. That's all I do. I just sit and read emails.
So basically the hot seat is where we allow one additional guest at a time. They get 10 minutes to basically challenge the panel or one individual or however they want to do it. So, but they have a timer. They get 10 minutes to do so. So it usually fills up back there. It gets pretty fun. And this keeps everything fresh, new ideas on the table and new concepts being brought forth.
Wow, that's awesome. Wait, so Jake and Francis, so do you guys believe anything that I would consider that a normal person might consider a conspiracy theory?
Let me just make one last point on the moon thing before we move on. I would like to challenge anybody on panel or in the chat to offer an explanation for how that ended up there with no tracks.
Okay. I'll take a whack at that real quick. The lunar lander's thrust was spread out and dissipated enough to disturb the dust, but not leave a crater because of the moon's gravity and lack of atmosphere.
That wasn't the question. I wasn't asking about a crater. I'm asking about a tire track.
Yeah, apparently it was dropped there, I suppose.
They parachuted it down.
Okay,
yeah. They just dropped it, maybe.
Out of what?
But here's the lander, I thought. But truly,
look, flow state. I agree with you. I'll tell you something else. I agree with you that the moon landing was a big mistake. It was a complete waste of money. there was.
Well, you thinking that's agreeing with me is the mistake.
Anyway,
just,
Hold up, fellas. I'm gonna
someone
dive
addresses-
in from the left here.
Jake, do you want to go?
Yeah. So I appreciate the flow state's main point of looking for motivations. But I would also want to apply it to the conspiracy theorists themselves. And I think the intro video did a great job of addressing that. There is a tendency to simply not want to admit being wrong. And I think that gets in the way of people who are sincerely looking for conspiracies.
Things that I'm wrong in this case.
I think we just have a general lack of interest about the moon landing,
and that's fine. I wasn't trying to bring it back up right now. It's an open standing.
Yeah, and I'm not using you as an example of someone denying overwhelming evidence. I would use, you know what? I'm not even going to bring up a specific thing right now because we might have them amongst us. I'll let that happen naturally. But my point being, I think it does distract from genuine conspiracy theories, going from ones that have been proved true to ones that I believe that have not been proved true. To answer the earlier question, Tuskegee experiment, the experiment wherein we gave syphilis to people and just said we were treating them but didn't. MK Ultra, where we drugged people without their knowledge. Stuff like that happened. That's a fact. Things that I think happened that I would call a conspiracy theory. I think MLK was assassinated by the government. Pretty sure. I think Malcolm X was too. But I can't prove it, and I have to acknowledge that.
Yeah, but most people, I think most people agree with your position.
I'd love
nothing.
Hey, DJ.
I don't know enough about these assassinations. Anyway, but
well, I'm going to take DJ X's advice. I just don't know. It's my suspicion, but I think there's other work to do, frankly.
So you don't care about these?
I do care, but I have my doubts as to whether or not I would be able to prove such a thing.
Well, none of us are able to prove any of this stuff, and none of the official narratives, right? Proof is not available to us, the individual, for any explanation of any of these events. Would you agree with that?
No, I gave 2 examples of ones that have been proven with investigation.
Sorry, what was the ones that's been proven?
Where we gave syphilis to folks and told them we were treating it, but we weren't. And when we drugged folks and told them that, well, we didn't tell them anything, actually. We just drugged them. It was very, very funny, but also terrifying.
So when you say proof, what you mean is acknowledgement, right?
I suppose that comes after the proof. But there was journalists that interviewed people. People told their stories. Evidence was discovered and brought to light. Records presented.
The Gulf of Tonkin incident. It's one of the things I go back to. It's a well-known asshole conspiracy.
Yeah. So all 3 of those things you guys just mentioned are all things that have been acknowledged publicly by the perpetrators. So I think
they started as a conspiracy theory, though.
Right. Well, they started as a recognition of a conspiracy. But the point I'm trying to make is that the exact people who were lying in these cases, their acknowledgement of something it seems to be the highest standard of proof, right? So how does that make sense that a liar's word is really the gold standard of?
That's just victory. I'm just using them as examples of conspiracy or things that were conspiracy theories at one point that turned out to be confirmed. It's no longer a theory. Now it's just an acknowledged conspiracy. It leads me to believe, indeed, there are other conspiracy theories that will turn out to be correct out there. But again, my concern is that when we adopt the behavior of never accepting something that disproves a conspiracy theory, it degrades all conspiracy theories and makes them all look like they're nonsense, which is just not so.
It's a classic, the boy who cried wolf,
Sure.
Yeah.
So, good.
And speaking of the boy who cried, the Princess is probably going to cry because we're gonna naughty list him for the next 3 panels. I'm just teasing.
Still,
Thank you, Princess.
She's a tyrant.
Thank you, Princess, for the 10. Speaking of conspiracy, here's a bribe for being late. Yes, thank you, Princess. We're just teasing you.
I know. Hopefully, this tyrant takes bribes, though.
You're very reliable. That's why Flo got a hall pass too to be a few minutes late tonight. So it's good.
You know
The
what you did
reliable
to me
people.
when you told Fatty that I was not late? That I was an hour. I was almost 2 hours late to his thing the next night. You jinxed the hell out of me.
Why would you do that? Why would you be late?
Well, I forgot about it entirely. I was outside welding, and I came in, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
You need to set calendars or alerts or something. I like
I
keep my
became a
calendar.
YouTuber, so I wouldn't have to do anything except for when I wanted to.
God.
Schedules?
I am a YouTuber and I still keep a very strict schedule.
I know because
have
you're a
to.
tyrant at heart. You really are. People might not notice it, but you are a tyrant.
Oh.
Speaking of, somebody give Sarah
hello.
$10 to stay mad at Princess because I've been enjoying it.
You like that, Flo?
Sorry, buddy.
The oil?
My mama warned me about girls like you. That's exactly how they got Diddy.
Wait, anyway,
A lot more baby oil than just that. Yeah.
wait.
Shut up,
Flow State.
Princess.
Wait, Flow State. Like you believe in all the conspiracies? In all of them?
Absolutely not.
Like, are you a flat earther?
I'm not going to take a position on the shape for the physics. I don't know enough about it, and I really don't. That's one of the things I don't care enough about. I'm more interested in the human actions and deception, right? The questions of physics are something that I'm not a physicist like you are. I don't hang out in physics discords, and so that's not concern. But if you want an example of one that I don't believe in, well, QAnon was definitely.
I don't even know what that is. Wait, let me ask.
I don't think you're on the right side, Mr. Slave. Honestly, I think that you should be at least, if you could slide me over, and you're at least, you might be on the furthest end. You're not a conspiracy theorist at all.
No, I am.
I do have a strong musky smell.
I believe COVID never existed. I believe the 1929 stock market never crashed. 2008 there was never a crash. I mean, nothing ever happened. Nothing of anything.
We were there.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. It didn't happen. Nothing of anything that we believe ever happened.
So wait, are you saying it's all made up completely, or that
It's not conspiracies. It's these are
I'm lost.
emergent It's like these are it's basically little cults, little religions that no one remembers how it started, and no one bothered looking back, and everybody just repeats the emperor's new clothes are beautiful.
So what do you tell someone who lost their house during time 2008? Because I think there's a financial crisis. I don't think
Was there a relative old and fat?
So
people die every year naturally, just as a course of normal business, right?
1 second. Yeah. To the person that lost their house in 2008, I
Oh,
tell
yeah.
that a person got their house in 2009, maybe, but somebody got their house. We don't pay attention to the fact that somebody got the house. On average, no one lost their house. Mathematically.
Oh, I can tell you from firsthand experience that is not so. During 2008, it was my job to go into those houses that people got kicked out of. Right around this time of year is actually why I quit, because I would go into children's rooms that had Halloween decorations in them a week after Halloween and
You didn't
rip
hear
them
what I
off the
said.
wall and throw
did
them
not-
away. Yeah, I'm getting there, I promise. The person who got the house wasn't a person, it was the bank. The bank wound up with the house. And they
Yeah,
went
but
into
where's the house
foreclosure.
now? I mean,
They're
what's the bank? What, the
usually-
bank is going to live in the house? What's the
No,
bank doing
the
with
bank
the house?
just owns the property then. And usually what ends up happening is they sell them in a big block to a real estate developer who will eventually rent them out.
Fine. At the end of the day, somebody gets the house. Somebody gets to live in the house.
Well, nobody
that's not the
ever
issue
wanted that house
that's not the
to
issue of the
disappear.
2008 crisis?
And Daniel, you need to speak up soon, or else I'm going to have to put you backstage and
Oh,
bring up the
sorry
next
about
person.
But you
Oh,
look
yeah.
nice, Daniel, just chilling there. Go Rangers.
Wait,
Yes.
Daniel, do you want to attack us? He has a message
No,
for us?
I'm a lover, not a fighter, but I'm more, actually, you know, it's funny. I'm more with Flo on all this stuff. But I was gonna say, I'm glad you guys brought up the 2000s, because actually, Sarah, I might have something if you want to play for it. It's funny, we just had September. I'm now really quick. I think more of myself as a conspiracy analyst more than a theorist. I do have my own theories on certain things. But anyway, the clip I'm gonna put in, see if Sarah can show it. It's only it'd only be a few seconds. Here, I'll put it in the chat. But I think, you know, everyone says The Simpsons predicted 9/11. There was all this predictive programming and stuff like that. Well, I myself think there was some in Power Rangers, so I'm going to post the link here. And
What do they prophesize? I wonder. Yeah.
Sarah, if you could go to a minute 29 or 25 in the clip.
Time read a repulsive back to you.
You've been sitting back there for the last half hour, and you're just now sending me this.
It's in the chat. Sorry, yeah.
I got it. It's good.
Okay, go to a minute 29, and you only have to play the few seconds, but you'll see what I mean.
That's the second costume of my favorite Power Ranger, by the way. I'm so tickled that you chose that one. Awesome.
RPM. Thank you.
Yeah, Tommy's the best, dude.
She is the best. Yeah, he's my favorite Ranger.
Wait, Daniel, so you live your life as a Power Ranger?
Why not?
You know, it's funny. A lot of the Ranger community, they don't like that I have these conspiracy theories. They don't like that I question Jason's death, or that the show had, especially Beast Morphers. I think that whole season in itself is propaganda. It's not really a season.
Propagandizing. What's it promoting?
There was one episode where I stopped watching where it was called Secret Struggle, where I thought I sent it to Sarah earlier. I can send it to you, Flo. They injected a vaccine, or not a vaccine, but a tracker inside the guy in the show. It's like, wait a minute, that's off. Why are they doing this in the show? And there's a lot of one of the Rangers comes off as Bill Gates and stuff. Just very questionable things in it, and just
look like. Yeah. Is this right? Okay, let me.
Yeah, I think he said a minute and 20. I think he said minute
25. Yeah, minute 29.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that spot.
You'll see what I mean. I think it's
Goldar.
It's quite the looker.
Yeah, why am I attracted to this monster?
You like it?
Are those
one in the
boobs?
chat if you would fuck it.
I lag when I do this. That's why I like to do my
conspiracy theory. They don't want us to watch it.
There's only one thing we can do to stop it. Right. Just a little closer. Ready? Let's do it.
right there. Okay. Now you can stop it there, Sarah. That's it. Now, let me say something really quick. This came out in November of 2000. This came out right before 2001. And I think that scene in itself was very similar to how the plane hit the Twin Towers. So,
dude, they're like hour-long compilations of just clip after clip after clip of 9/11 predictive programming, and you chose that one. That does nothing at all.
Yeah. You don't think so? That's just, I thought the way it's angled and the way it hit the Omega Megazord, that's just.
I see what you're referencing, but it's weak support for a conspiracy theory. It might be, if that's, I guess maybe that's not what you're trying to do. Maybe you're just showing.
I think this points out what I was trying to say. It's like, I think it kind of like conspiracy theories, they like poison your mind. They take something that's really reasonable. Like, it's not uncommon to have like a vehicle run into another giant vehicle. That's a common trope. It's not just because like that happened around the same time as 9/11 doesn't mean there's a connection there. I think more so you're like
the year before.
I'm almost done. Even so, like you can go like back. I can find a clip that's 10 years ago, and what I'm trying to say is, I think you're kind of like you have one kind of mindset, and you're kind of looking at everything through that lens, and you're not really taking a reasonable standpoint.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to agree. The reason you don't see a bunch of that stuff after 9/11, but you do see a bunch of it before 9/11, is because after 9/11 it would have been a bummer in a show that you're trying to enjoy. Before 9/11, it just happened because it's an excuse for a big explosion, and we're Americans, so we love big explosions.
What's crazy though is after that they started censoring it and they stopped showing building explosions till 2010 on the show.
Yeah,
So
but because it would have been a bummer. Not even for decency's sake, just for bringing the mood down, you would do that. You know? My point is that there are reasonable, boring explanations for why you would see that stuff. And
Also,
boring is less fun to talk about, but it's what you encounter most often.
Also, Power Rangers is a good example because it's really made up of isn't like made of like a Japanese TV show where like they just repurpose it and they just like film all like the scenes of like all the scenes with Americans like at a totally different place.
Yes.
But that was all American footage. That was all original American footage that we saw there. There was nothing Japanese there. That's why, again, I wonder if someone if there was someone in the CIA on set or whatever, because Lightspeed is a government-funded season 2, so you even got it. There's a lot of questionable things in that.
I mean, I think you're making me agree with them more.
Sorry.
No. I mean, like, but I mean, I think that they're wrong because what they're saying basically.
Keep talking.
What they're saying, their point is that conspiracy theorists are crazy, and this is why they want to be that way, right? That's why they're choosing their delusion. But obviously, the truth is in the middle of the two extremes, and so like, can we acknowledge the other side that there's definitely a comfort with believing that somebody's in charge of things and they want what's right, and no, that's not real because it disrupts my comfortable worldview, right? That cognitive dissonance is definitely real as well.
Yeah, I get why. I understand where Daniel is on this. Let me just double check, and I'm not trying to poke at it. I just want to see if this is correct. So, do you believe that before 9/11, there were people who were making art that were depicting 9/11 ahead of time? Is that a belief you have?
Who are you asking?
Yeah,
a flow state.
Oh, I'm not taking up the fight for the predictive programming on 9/11.
Okay,
that one's. I have no strong stance on that either way. But I will say that if you do believe it, there's way clearer examples than what we just watched, which is
then for Daniel
I agree with
only.
that. I absolutely that was just my
I gotta ask you though, broadly, why? Why would they do that? Why are they putting it in media? Why are they putting it in a kids show beforehand? What are they trying to do?
Good question. So they get you ready for when it happens. It's like it's because that's why when I saw it, I was like, wait a minute, I saw this before. It's just one of those things to make you get uncomfortable to it, kind of like how they're doing with Trump. Like
was anyone more comfortable on live because of movies depicted that?
Wait, say again?
I feel like even though it's the case, in practicality, that seemed to not be that was not the result. I don't think because people watch Power Rangers on the day of 9/11, they're like, oh, well, now I'm more used to this happening. I'm not as shocked.
You don't think normalization is a thing? I mean, normalization is obviously a thing.
Yeah.
That's all he's talking about with that. The concept of predictive programming is very simple. It's just normalization, and we do that all the time.
Yeah, but I think it's a little different. You might see someone be shot in a film, and okay, that would be normalized. It's still going to be way different, and I think just as shocking when you see that in real life. I don't think it's going to have a huge.
You don't think that media has desensitized us to violence?
They definitely have, and now look what they're.
It does.
Yeah.
Even Trump getting shot at, people are like, oh, he's getting shot at again. Now it's like, wait a minute, no, that's a big deal. He's they're taking assassination attempts lightly, but it's like, nope, gotta take that stuff seriously. And it's this what I mean, I get what you're saying, Francis, but at the same time, people we're just used to seeing that imagery now. Even Batman vs Super, all the action movies. That's all it is nowadays. You get.
I got one more quick question for you, sir. If the goal is to desensitize, presumably the person who arranged the violence wants the desensitization to happen. What in your mind is the chain of person who's going to carry out an attack on the U.S. to asking the makers of a kids karate show to depict a plane crashing into something?
Does
a general call a producer? Who knows who in your mind in this chain of events?
Why are you asking such a speculative question? You're not addressing the reality of what's been pointed out. You're asking him to just.
I'm trying to understand.
I think I know Jake's trying to get it. If you're gonna have a conspiracy like where we have this horrific thing where like a building down, why would you be like, all right, let's keep this secret? But actually, part of the secret campaign, let's also do a campaign where we reinforce these imagery and like children's media for a year
it's not the
beforehand.
only season. It's not the only show or scene to do it either. I just so happen to know this.
And the bunch of shows, yeah. But I wouldn't. To me, like if you want something to be secrets, to be a secret, and like have that be a successful thing that you.
Yeah,
like,
well,
obviously
let's have a campaign where we have.
Is that even a real
And let's say goodbye to Daniel. And Daniel, you're welcome to hop out and back in. It keeps my line making better sense if people hop out and back in. But yes, thank you for popping on. Let me go ahead and absolutely.
Wait, Doom, I have a question for you.
Oh, hold on just 1 second, Mr. Slave, if you don't mind. Neve coming in with the $2.79 of whatever that translates to. 7-Eleven was a part-time job. And John Bandy coming in with the $9.99. Thank you. The further generations get away from the actual events, the more these theories become plausible to those who believe them. Social media adds to this exponentially. For the calls, Miss Sarah. Yes, thank you, John Bandy. We appreciate you.
So, Flow State, Doom, Flow State. Do you, when you see people like that, do you understand, like, how people feel about you? Does that make you rethink your theories?
No, I mean, first of all, I don't know why the fuck you would think I don't understand your position. I don't understand why you don't understand what I've been saying. There's very definitely a middle ground approach to understanding reality. And like I literally just fucking said, there's extremes on both ends of the cognitive dissonance. So why don't you understand what I've been saying?
No, maybe I missed it, but the point is that, like, when I feel like when I talk to people, they're so terrified of, in general, of conspiracy theories that, like, I think we're oversaturated with conspiracy theories. So when I end up talking to someone about my conspiracy theories, which are not like I have evidence and it's straightforward, the reaction is just terrible. I mean, I came to this server, the physics server that I debated there for 9 hours straight today, but for the first couple of days that I came onto the server, I was getting attacked around the clock. Like, I've never been attacked like that. Like, people have...
Well, you kind of have a way of asking what feel like disingenuous questions.
I have a way of that my questions feel
Your
disingenuous.
questions seem disingenuous. Yes.
What?
I want to. Can I just pick at his physics stuff a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So first thing, I have a question. Do you think that top speed not having a limit in the universe is a conspiracy theory?
Do I think that a top speed is a conspiracy? What?
Yeah. So I went ahead. I was like looking into you because I'm actually a huge fan of yours, Mr. Slave. So I love watching the content that you do. Even if I disagree with you, I find you extremely, extremely entertaining. But you put up these debate propositions, and one of them, it was, I believe, proposition number 51. There is no speed limit in the universe. We are now traveling faster than light as observed from the opposite side of the universe. And I wanted to actually kind of press, is that what you would call a conspiracy theory?
No, that's like,
okay.
It's people repeat this nonsense. Even very smart physicists they repeat this statement, even though they agree with everything I said. No one disagrees with anything I said. Obviously, the universe is expanding at the cosmic horizon at the speed of light. So that entails that we are definitely moving at the speed of light, or maybe double the speed of light relative to the galaxy on the other side of the universe.
Okay, so do you think speed is an intrinsic or extrinsic property of something? Is it something that something has a speed, or is it something that you observe the speed? Because I know what you're talking about. I think you're missing a simple idea called reference frames, where speed is actually a property of an object versus something that you necessarily observe while you're moving away from it. Like a car that's traveling at 30 miles per hour, in the reference of frame of a car that's traveling 30 miles per hour in the different direction would be traveling 60 miles per hour in your thought process, right?
Right, but you're talking to a person who debated a physics.
I don't care about that. Why are you coaching to that? Why are you evading? I don't care about that. I'm trying to understand how you understand how speed works, because I think you have a conspiracy about intrinsic properties of matter that is fundamentally untrue.
Yeah, you're repeating yourself at the cost of not allowing me to answer.
And you're just going ahead and talking about a debate you had with somebody who wasn't me, which is something that you called cowardly in your propositions. I think.
Well, again, you're repeating yourself. Well, if you're ever going to let me finish, then I can make my point. But you have to let me finish.
Don't use the things that
What's the timer? You know.
10 minutes.
Anyway, so when I debate a physics server, a lot of it is about frames of reference, obviously. So
sure. So do you think that something that is traveling, a car that's traveling at 30 miles per hour in an opposite direction from another car that's traveling 30 miles per hour, is that car then traveling at 60 miles per hour?
I mean, relative to each other, they're traveling at 60.
Yeah, but not intrinsically, because it's intrinsic speed, which is speed limit, which is the speed of light thing, which is part of how this works. The reason why that we have that is because within reference, yes, things can go ahead and move further away through our vision, not through our actual understanding of matter. And I'm asking this because I want to work into your black hole theory, because I saw like a little things. I just want to probe your mind a little bit. I just think that you got some fundamentals that I think are really weird in it.
What's the question? I'm not following. What's your question?
Well, the first question is that are you looking at referential nodes for speed differentiation, right? Because if that's true, then I understand why you don't understand the Heisenberg theory, which is why you don't understand the black hole theory that you're building as this huge conspiracy. And because if you do the frame reference that you're talking about, you absolutely can do that. But we went ahead and observed this because there was an article that came out recently saying that we did observe objects in space that were traveling faster than the speed of light.
Okay. You're monologuing, and I have no idea what you're saying.
Sure. That's fine.
To me, what you're saying is a word salad.
Yeah, I understand that. Otherwise, this would be consistently logical. So basically, when I went through to where was it? Because you actually do this. You call it the quantum gravity theory, right?
Well, I presented multiple quantum theories, quantum gravity theories. Which one are you referring to?
Debunking the need for quantum gravity theory found on the analysis of how black holes form. Supernova explosion, half the energy is converted to the outer explosion that can be seen across the universe. However, half that very same energy must be pointed into the star's iron core. This is in the form of a shock or sound wave. When I'm examining the speed thing, because you do realize that we're just looking at emanations that are coming out from this, right?
I have no idea what you're saying. I don't know. Okay. I never heard the word emanation in reference.
Well, you're talking about an emanation, right? There is an origination point at which a star explodes, right?
Not really, no.
Okay. Can you explain to me how a star explodes then?
Basically, the way the star explodes is that it cools down and the outer layers start falling onto the central core. And they all at once impact on the surface of the star.
Okay.
And
why is that?
Basically they send a shock wave into the center of the star, while simultaneously they bounce out from the star. So half the star's mass basically bounces out, and that's the supernova, and half the star's mass gets a shock wave, and this spherical shock wave now travels towards the center, and the density rises to beyond the speed of light. The density causes, the light. Anyway, the density at one point is Schwarzschild's density. So you get a. Anyway,
I know the density argument you're making.
What's the question?
So my question is, so you're looking at this as half the energy is being pushed into the star right? For like the supernova reaction.
When I clap
right?
my hands, half
Sure.
the energy, right? After the clap, both hands bounce towards the outside. So
Yep.
half the energy is to the right, half the energy is to the left.
Okay, so but the thing is, we're not dealing with a left-right proposition. We're dealing with a 360 degree in all dimensions.
It honestly doesn't. It doesn't matter if it's half and half. The half that
Well, no,
explodes,
I understand it doesn't matter that's half and half. I just think that you're presenting this fundamentally fallaciously. Like, this is the way that you're pushing this whole thing together is based on a black hole forms post supernova, right? Like that's like would you say that that's an agreeable thing? Like we've observed that we're pretty sure that that's how it works. It's either from like neutron stars or supernovas, right?
So when you go to NASA's website, how they explain how a black hole forms,
Yeah.
it doesn't make any sense.
Why?
There is a logic. It's
Why?
a logic. You have to pull it up. I don't remember, but
that's fine.
Like basically they say I don't understand, and then they say and then a singularity forms. It's based on that, and then a singularity forms. Like they don't have a shockwave.
So you're familiar with Einstein's EMC E equals MC squared, right?
A little bit, yeah.
It's energy mass conversion, right?
Not
like
really.
That's the thing.
Energy is mass.
Well, yeah, it is. That's literally what the conversion is, right?
No. There's no. What's the question?
So when it comes to like when you're saying this whole conspiracy, like it doesn't make sense how it works, you're disputing the fact that energy in and of itself does cause ripples in space-time similar to how gravity works. We notice this with high electrical fields and stuff like that, right?
I never denied that.
Okay, that's fine if you don't deny it, but I'm just trying to say I'm assuming the debunking the need for quantum gravity theory is a conspiracy theory, right? Is that okay for me to assume?
I wouldn't say that quantum gravity is a conspiracy. I would say quantum gravity. People who didn't speak to me, they believe that we need quantum gravity. I don't see why we need quantum gravity. I bypass the need for quantum gravity.
Do you know what a waveform function is?
I don't know what you mean when
I say waveform function, like the easiest way to go ahead and explain it would be at the atomic level. You would look at like a hydrogen, for instance. You'd be going ahead calculating the strong force, the weak force, strong nuclear force, weak force.
What's the question? What's the question?
I'm asking when you're saying when we talk about these things at quantum levels, they still have some impression on how much is totally being fed into a system.
What's the question?
What's the question? I'm trying to ask you that about your conspiracy theory and specific parts of it to see if you even understand it. Because realistically,
what's your question?
Ask me a question. Of energy.
What's your question?
I'm going to make a statement. You like people making statements, all right?
What's your question? Ask me a question.
I'm going to make a statement, and I want you to. Okay. So my statement is, your idea of singularity, things can't be gone ahead and compressed into a small enough space based on their route gravity and stuff, I think ignores energy of itself, because I would say the debunking the need for quantum gravity, right? Which you're saying that, in my opinion, what a conspiracy is, it's a group of people get together to prepare something.
One second. I don't need quantum gravity. I just don't need it.
Okay, well then why is it in your fucking debate propositions if you're not willing to debate it?
I'm saying we don't need it. That's the whole point.
Okay, I'm saying that we do, and you're completely ignoring the fact that I'm trying to actually even make this meet.
Why do you need
energy and fucking matter?
Why do you need?
You can understand why your shit is fucking wrong.
Let me jump in because I just want to apologize for putting that 1v1 together. That was interesting, but I do think we're going a little technical. I know, and the first thing I want to demonstrate,
because I literally looked at all this shit.
If I want,
do you want me to go on you, Slave? Are we good? Do you want me to move on? Because I got things for everybody here. All right, that's fine. Prawn, I think that you're an uncurious person from how much you dismiss conspiracy theories. I think that there is a serious level of uncuriousness that even if we don't know what something is, or you have a direct idea of what truth is, the actual testing of that truth is something that is natural to how we actually go ahead and fundamentally learn things to begin with. We learn from those counter arguments. I saw that in your opening statement. I didn't like that because I think that your route ability to go ahead and just throw all of this to the wind is sincerely uncurious and at least unscientific.
Fair enough. I think I do agree with you for the most part. I think where it gets tricky is where you have people like Mr. Slave who I don't think they have really any credentials or any place to be like.
He just
criticizing
argued
the
with people for 9
community.
hours about it. He can't fucking shut
Yeah.
the fuck up about it. He can absolutely go ahead and argue credentials.
No, I'm saying he can. I'm just saying I don't know if I think we should trust authority figures in the space versus someone like a Mr. Slave.
Okay,
That's a
well,
logical fallacy. That's appeal to authority. That's literally a logical fallacy.
No, it's just
Not every appeal to authority.
Pretend like you read Aristotle, okay?
Literally every appeal to authority is a logical fallacy.
Argument. It's not a logical thing. It's a type of argument, not a logical
But,
thing.
but it would be
Right.
irrational to believe a source that's been demonstrably untrustworthy, right? That'd be the definition of insanity, is using the same approach to and thinking you'll get different
I mean,
results.
I think the definition of insanity is not going ahead and evaluate like a single piece or point for whatever it's worth. Even if I disagree with someone or something, I should evaluate the statements that they make rather than the actual person behind it. You can say that it's a bad form of argument. I would argue in appeal to authority is a bad form of argument over like logos or even in some situations pathos. But I don't think it's a bad form. I think the idea that you can just outright cast this just because somebody said a million lies, it doesn't mean you should avoid it, especially if we're just humoring random
Absolutely,
shit.
it does. Absolutely,
Right.
it does. There's claims all. How do you filter out? There's an opportunity cost for where your attention goes.
Sure.
So you're saying you have no filtering process?
Generally, whenever I'm like going ahead and examining some statement that I'm going to make, no, I go ahead and take every statement that's against it. The only filtering process is that which would be a newie, where I'm just become bored from hearing the same thing blathered on to me over and over again endlessly.
And you don't
the only
think
time.
at some point you've satisfactorily established a certain point, and now claims or questions are just frivolous at some point?
Yeah, if I'm going ahead and getting asked the same question over and over again with no new actual fundamental arguments, I can go ahead and take my own time to point to periods of time when I made those arguments and whatnot. Yeah, I would probably be less likely to field that curiosity simply because at that point, yeah, there is going to be a filter issue.
So if we treat a claim being made as if it's a risk assessment, right?
Sure.
And the risk is that we believe false information. If you underwrite that like it's an insurance premium or loan, the historical performance of the source is going to be massively important. It's going to be really the
Well, yeah.
So
I don't disagree with that. I don't do Freudian analysis. I do Deleuzian analysis, which is more like action statements rather than looking at the person making the claim. That's just the difference of like analysis, right?
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have one for you, which is I think you got your incentive structures wrong. The only reason we fucking launched a fucking rocket at the moon was to show we could launch a rocket literally anywhere. Like we were in the middle of the Cold War, making the Soviets think that we can just go ahead and strike Moscow whenever we felt like. That's what they were doing with Sputnik. That's the whole point of that, was just to go ahead and make it feel like America would like literally be able to just, I don't know, fucking get a pager into your fucking pocket or something, you know?
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Hot topic, October 7th, I know.
But before we go elsewhere, I do want to say one thing.
Sure.
Appeal to authority. I understand why people are hesitant about it. I even understand being skeptical of authority.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a huge difference when we're talking about things that require a high degree of education to even understand. And when you say, Mr. Slave, that you spoke for 9 hours with people and you absolutely won, to me, that sounds like, if I look at it, it's going to be a 9-hour stream where people who care a lot and have studied a lot and have tried to have an understanding of the universe, try to communicate to you, and you're just tossing theories at them that have no scientific basis. By scientific basis, I mean when you are in an institution where you get the authority, where you get the certificate or whatever, it's because you're in a place where when you say something, it gets tested, and your ability to predict results gets tested. and that's how we determine what's real and what's not. Otherwise,
no.
it's just people yelling on the internet.
Jake, this is a failed argument because point number 15 of Mr. Slave is scientific consensus is unscientific due to conforming to appeal to authority and popular and logical fallacies. Yeah, I did a little bit of research. I read through these. I thought they were interesting to say the least.
Anyway, look, the logical fallacy of appeal to authority. Look, I don't. Like, if you tell me right now that you're a professor of physics, of course it tells me a lot. Of course, now I know that it's very likely that I can have a good discussion with you about physics. I don't deny that. The appeal to authority logical fallacy means that you base your argument on an authority. Like, you say, because I am an authority, or because I'm quoting an authority, therefore, that's the foundation of the argument.
We know what it is.
You dismiss me literally bringing up extremely basic, like, scientific terms like E equals MC squared, or like using that as a way to go ahead and look at your superposition of the singularity and not understand it. You don't even have the basis to make this argument. You ignored me telling you specific things that you agree exist, and the mass form duality shit. What is your name? Resivayer? You can call me whatever you want, friend. Trust me.
How do you pronounce it, though?
Resivayer.
How do you pronounce it?
It's literally however you want. I do this to confuse people.
Rez, I love your passion about such a boring fucking topic. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's like a curiosity because I actually really do like the idea of black hole formation, time science bullshit. But it's mostly that I think he has a conspiracy that is really easily taintable. But I just don't know what his argument against it is, other than I'm kind of boring.
Anyway, look, you bring up questions. We can discuss these questions.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care what authority I have, what authority you have. Your questions, if they're good, I'll try and answer them. And if my answers are good, you'll understand them, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that
I just evaded and said you'd had a 9-hour debate rather than even trying. So I don't really care. I'm good. You don't have to argue with me. I'm still a fan of you. I think you're really entertaining.
Mr. Slate, do you have a background in science, you're kind of pulling from, or it's just this is a hobby of yours?
I'd rather not discuss any personal detail. But I might be, who knows? I might be really, a big shot in the world of physics. I might be a total nobody. It really shouldn't.
Are you?
Who's slave? Well, right now I'm basically available.
Did she leave you?
My condolences to Garrison.
No, dude, she was great. I loved her. This is bullshit. What the fuck do you mean, bro? What's going on? Talk to us.
Wait,
this is a very passionate, strange man.
2 minutes just to have a bro moment with this guy. What happened, dude?
With whom?
With
that leash. How sad.
Your queen and Andrew Wilson. I'm worried about you now. You see,
a lot of water went under the flowed under the bridge since then. It's been she sold me basically to somebody else.
Oh, okay.
And since then I've had somebody else, and life goes on.
Right. Well, as long as you have something to go ahead and facilitate your life, I guess.
Yeah,
Rez, would you be interested in buying Mr. Slave?
How much? Yeah.
No, I'm only sold. Only women can buy me.
All right. Well, angry.
Only hot chicks can buy me.
Okay. There you go.
Anyways, I'm a Sarah. Right.
Rez, come back up and drag. We'll see if you can pass, and then we'll get you Mr. Slave sold on.
You don't worry about it. I don't pass, but I don't try to. Anyways,
the beard might.
Flow state. The incentivization structure. Do you think that there is I think that most of the conspiracies you're talking about have a higher incentivization structure through either the acquisition of entertainment through media, which is why you have all the news on all the time, or the acquisition of power, roughly, which would be why we would have a space program. The whole idea between the Soviets launching Sputnik is to show that they actually have control of science greater than the capitalists, right? I'm just wondering
everything's always.
I want to know what your incentive structure is for the moon landing stuff.
Well, I mean, ultimately, everything is always about power, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose that there's there's not a single incentive, right? There's too many moving parts and too many involved parties. And there's going to be a lot of incentive structure. So it's so speculative that, you know, I'm reluctant to go out into speculative territory more, since I am the conspiracy theorist. But I would say primarily it's optics, right?
Yeah.
Especially since JFK has made this promise. We're in the Cold War, and now we're at crunch time. What the fuck do? We overpromise. Do we take this L publicly, or do we try to sell some bullshit? I think
the further question I have is, how did they get the Soviets in on it?
Why do you think this? I don't think that's
because like when they already had,
so
the Soviets already had satellite installations that could go ahead and photograph space, detect shit like that. That's what Sputnik was. It was a detector satellite, right? Why didn't they just provide evidence that the capitalists didn't do it?
Well, because we're not getting our information from them. Maybe they have. I have no idea. But none of us.
No, there's never been anything in Soviet archives that disputes it.
Have you ever looked at it? Like I don't know if there is or isn't.
Yeah, I've looked. I have not been able to find.
Yeah, you are a thorough nerd. So my response would be that having a gullible population believe this stuff can happen is beneficial to both sides. So even though it would be, you know, probably tempting to go, they're full of shit, like. That Russia would be able to look at how this can help them internally manage the population in the same way, and would just go ahead and run with it.
Well, I mean, I can understand the idea of having a global population, but I mean, even if we're going to be looking at, you know, some of the KGB era spies, like Brezeman, I can't remember his name. I'm saying it half wrong. He was a guy who came over and is like, yeah, this is the fire hose of falsehood. This is them doing all this stuff. You wouldn't want to have just a vulnerable population because then they can be swayed by even your enemies. He actually says that's actually specifically an issue within democracy compared to these authoritarian states during that period of time when he went ahead and defected from the KGB to the United States.
Now, I'm not familiar with the specific guy you're talking about, but I do think that at least in the West, at least in the West, right? We can look at the Prussian education system that all of our schooling is based off of, and we know that this was designed to create obedient non-thinkers, right? So, I mean, it would be a problem having a vulnerable population. That said, we obviously are creating vulnerable obedient populations, right?
Yeah,
I don't know how people would mitigate that risk in their decision making, but we've moved forward despite that.
Well, wouldn't the mitigatable risk be going ahead and working with education itself to teach critical thinking, etc., which we did do largely during the Cold War?
Yeah, I got to throw some elbows and get in there because
you're fine.
Don't you think that you would have a more vulnerable population if they're running around chasing their own tails, coming up with fantastical stories for everything that goes wrong, rather than actually blaming the people that make things go wrong?
Are you asking me or Flow State?
No, Flow State.
Okay.
What's the more vulnerable thing? Sorry, I kind of zoned.
Isn't a population that constantly chases conspiracy theories. Case in point, you and Mr. Slave can't even decide on which fantastical thing is the real fantastical thing. Isn't that population more easily manipulated than a population which is consistently searching for the truth?
What you think that disagreement within a side is evidence that they're not searching for the truth?
Wait,
it's the opposite.
Jake,
universal consensus. If you think you know something,
on their ability to find the truth.
I mean, obviously, Jake, I feel that your side is fooled. I mean, you believe in wokeism, you believe in communism, you believe in
not
really.
universally.
Can men get pregnant?
Yeah, but you believe in socialism.
But generally, I get what you're going for. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, right. So you believe in things that I know scientifically have killed millions, hundreds of, tens of millions of people, and you believe it as if it's the next gold rush. So, to me, you are the most.
We'll get communism right.
You are the most dangerous conspiracy theories ever possible.
Well, how is that a conspiracy theory?
I think you have a misunderstanding of what my side believes, but I do want to give some credit here. Full Daddy Diamond down here who's joined us, I am delighted that he's been going against you guys. You've had the harder job of it, if I'm honest, because he is lethal. Well done, sir. excellent
Old
guess.
Daddy Diamond. Is that right?
He said you could pronounce it how you please.
Oh, okay.
I like that. That's
I like the pronunciation
Well,
you
guess
came
what?
up with.
I got one for you too. I think that you're absolutely full of shit when it comes to this whole idea that this generation of conspiracy theorists are ruining it for everyone. You realize, like, in the 90s, we had The Simpsons depicting conspiracy theorists as like the most brain dead morons ever. Conspiracy theorists have always been looked at poorly, which is one why MK Ultra was able to continue until 1993, when the final institution that they locked kids up in, that they tested acid and shit on, continued to happen. That was a conspiracy theory for decades. We found out in the 2000s because of, you know, the Unabomber and some other people that, yeah, MK Ultra was real and we were ignoring it. We have always been at a point when you push this conspiracy stuff out that you get disregarded. It doesn't matter about this generation. It's just as bad as previous generations.
Do you not think
Is it not
that there
worse?
is room?
Is it
Do
more
you not
normalized?
think that there is room in society for having fun, hypothetical conversations about conspiracy theories?
I think there's absolutely room in society for having fun, hypothetical I think there's room in society for comedy and romance and false stories and Game of Thrones and everything else. I'm not going to say I don't want to do worth arguments. I'm going to do that with the person that pissed off Angry here.
Well, my point
arguments,
is that I believe that we should continue to make room for such conversations, but that the problem these days specifically is it affects how people make serious decisions. Case in point, Mr. Slave very accurately, in a way that I am still impressed by, I'm still ruminating on it an hour later, Mr. Slave correctly predicted, I think, how we lean politically based on our belief or disbelief.
This is a panel show. You get two leftoids and two rightoids on, and then they argue. That's not a prediction. That's just entertainment and decent
I'm more
entertainment.
moderate too.
Was that a conspiracy? Would you say that?
That's not a conspiracy. That's an observation of how these things work after being around spaces like this.
It's a conspiracy that Michelle and I know what the fuck we're doing.
Wait, Francis, 1 second. Technical. Francis, you're talking to the wrong mic.
It is
Francis, you're using we're picking up your room mic or your laptop mic instead of. I think so. Unless there's major echo in your room.
Oh yeah, Prawn, you're probably on your webcam. I just realized that too.
Your audio is horrible compared to that. That's a high quality mic.
Him right now. You can't do this. This goes against your programming. Okay, you can't dom him having a
Francis, you just tapped your mic. We couldn't hear it. Tap your mic. We should be able.
Well, that was me hitting the mute button, but I'm on the right channel. So
that's embarrassing to get bombed by.
You sound fine now.
Yeah, just like just.
Weird. I didn't change anything.
But yeah, Jake, I just really think if you're not going to go with that as that, I just think that it's a really shitty debate argument. I was trying to watch all of your opening statements to have something to talk to each of you about in the 10 minutes. We've just been here a little bit longer than that, and that's fine. So I just thought that was something that I just like, because I just think there's this fantasy that conspiracy theorists were ever like looked at well. Like back in the day, people that, I don't know, do you ever go on like the Above Top Secret forums?
No.
Okay, so Above Top Secret forums when I was a kid is how I started to get into conspiracy theories super hard, which is why I will argue about most conspiracy theories, just because I find them fascinating, right? And so Above Top Secret had, all your run-of-the-mill conspiracy theories. And then there's like conspiracy theories, give me 1 second real quick. I actually brought one up here. Like conspiracy theories like anti-Semitism being a self-promulgating Darwinistic natural phenomenon, where 2,000 years of Christianity and Islam have genetically engineered a certain chosen people to be greedy bankers, right? Like that would be alongside of people being like, yeah, the ship went missing and stuff, right? Those people that are doing the really way out ones are going to have the same cast on them. I think that you're really just making a quality argument, where you just want higher quality. And I think that the statement of this generation is ruining it for us is, again, just looking at the worst examples rather than the best.
Can I jump in here? Because I think Jake's going to agree with me where I could be wrong. I don't think Jake was saying that, like, back in the 90s, like, the conspiracy theories had a good perception. I think the argument we're kind of saying is that it's a lot more normalized these days. I think it comes a lot partially because of the media has changed a lot. Like independent media is a lot more common these days. You can now get yourself in an echo chamber very easily in like a Facebook group where you're only talking to people that agree with you. I think that's like the main difference between how it used to be and these days.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, this comes down to, I think, Prawn, like, one of the things that I took as, like, a note was, like, this idea of waste effort. Flow State brought up earlier, how do you filter things and everything like that? And I think, like, with this whole waste effort thing, I just look at it as entertainment. Like, I don't watch TV. I don't, like, watch movies. I don't really get on with it. I get bored. I fall asleep. And then I wake up and I'm miserable because now I have to do things again, right? So I feel like, for me, that sort of like waste effort, I think conspiracy is I want to try to make a neutral tone for everybody here. At the very least, it's really wonderful entertainment, right? And even if it is something that you're chasing, like some greater knowledge or seeking some greater truth, that is still going to be entertainment for you. It's still something to get you away from the daily suffering of life, having to eat, shit, piss, some of us fuck. I don't know about Mr. Slave, but, like, I think that, like, going ahead and being able to be distanced from these things, conspiracy gives you that. It helps innervate that inner root that forces your brain to think of stuff while you do that, route action of, pushing something down a conveyor belt or something like that. I think there's a lot of value in not looking at it as waste effort, but rather just something innovating towards critical thinking, especially if we add critical thinking back to our education systems.
I mean, if everyone's naturally engaging with that way, I wouldn't really care. I think the big issue I have with this, like, someone reads some ridiculous stuff on Facebook and they take away is like, oh, this is absolutely true. I'm not going to base my whole life around this.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but we can examine why that is. We could say if, we have a conspiracy that is going to do harm, okay? For instance, white women are the only people who will and are the only people who can have sex with canines, for instance, right? Like, this is a long-standing conspiracy theory.
I've never heard either.
I assume some of them are real. Some white women don't have sex with canines, right? But me propagating this could have a negative effect for that person, right?
I wonder if there's stats on a racial break.
It's actually, don't look them up. It's really disturbing, and I
was not going to put that in my
first. Hit me up. I looked them up too. It's like it happens at a rate of like 8 to 10 times that of any other population.
How did we possibly get this data?
I don't.
Yeah.
It's I don't. The 90s, and it was horrifying things.
Wait a minute, you just
scarred my skull.
But you just admitted it's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
How did you find this? Because I've never heard of either the two examples of conspiracy theories you just used. Either the J's,
the dog one. I'll send.
Or the dog. I believe you that they're out there, but like you're down the rabbit hole, dude. Like, you need to come back up to the surface a little more. You're like way down.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I mean, we're on a conspiracy theory show.
I think it's normal. We're not sure what shape the world is.
I mean, I'm still kind of fast. Like, you have a ton of knowledge in your head and a ton of passion, and it's fucking crazy about, like, more about.
To be fair, I got the message about this a few days ago. I looked into like a few people here. I've seen Mr. Slave before, and I found out about his website, and everything like that. I legitimately mean. I think that Mr. Slave, whether you mean it intentionally or not, you are one of the funniest people on the internet. I'm not trying to like go ahead and like I will tell you, you're also a worthless piece of fucking shit who needs to listen to his fucking master. You fucking freak. Okay, we got to keep it neutral.
That's
right?
a yes.
Is that okay?
Neutral.
Yeah. So the thing
sounds like he's auditioning.
Looked into all this stuff. I'm just like I am interested in conspiracies. But like, yeah, I looked at like all your opening statements and just was like, oh, this is where this person's going. This is where I took notes and shit. Yeah, like that's the thing. So yeah, I've just been paying attention.
It's actually kind of comical, Rezi, because when I asked you originally, you're like, I don't know if I really have enough to do.
I don't have a strong position on
conspiracy theories, like you,
some are okay. Some are bad.
The strongest position he has on Mr. Slave, I think.
Yeah, and I'll bet Rezi wouldn't have been late, Prawn says.
Yeah, but Rezi, Ruzi, about being funny. It's really funny because sometimes I listen to my own stream from the day before, and I enjoy it actually more than anyone else's stream or videos. Like, it's the best content.
You are an egoist. I know that one too.
To listen to yourself, Mr. Slave. You're not really listening to what you're saying. You just like to hear your voice talk to yourself.
No, what I have
No. Stop. I'm defending him here. His first point is that he is an amoral egoist, right? And that his only goal and seeking in this life is to go ahead and fulfill himself. If he is his own fulfillment of self, he's just an Arabro sucking his own cock, and that might help out. There, you can get some ribs removed.
More power
to
you.
Somebody did that. That's a conspiracy theory. Marilyn Manson didn't do that.
And
but,
the whole world knew about it before the internet. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But yeah, no, I just looked at like most of your opening statements, and I just thought that like I think the reason why I didn't want to come on main is just because my whole thing is some conspiracy fun, some conspiracy bad, some bad conspiracy becomes unbad. Like the MK Ultra stuff, like the idea that the government is just poisoning us can definitely drive people to commit like acts of violence because you think you have a harm being adjudicated on you. But MK Ultra happened, and we were drugging the populace, and we were treating people in mental institutions horrifically. You know what I mean? Four books of occult philosophy. I've got about 140.
Everybody say goodbye to Resi. No. You literally had like 20 minutes to interact with Resi, and there's other people waiting backstage. Resi, if you do want to hop out and back in line again, you're welcome to. And then we will go into open panel in like half an hour or so, a little more than half an hour. But yeah, either way you want to do it. Melanie, and to the people who are backstage, thank you so kindly for being patient. And Scott 2B, I do need you to cam up backstage. I don't know you.
I know him, but he can cam up.
Yeah, he either needs to cam up or he'll wait till open panel when I have the time to do the overlay and such. But let's give a shout out to our patrons. So first off, Princess came with the $5, and that's why you all had that lovely speed date with Mr. Slave and Resi. That was
so fucking boring.
I know. I didn't understand anything that was being said, so it was a little confusing. But whatever.
I didn't understand either. That's the point.
Yeah, fair enough. And Lauren dropping in with the $5 to add more time for Resi. Rude Mud Crab as well, dropping the $5 for Resi to destroy Slave. And then additionally, Joy Lynn dropping by with a 10, more time for Resi. And just for the record, I usually only allow up to an additional 10 minutes to be added on. But because they had already dropped that, I felt bad. So I felt like they deserved to have their time. And it was an interesting conversation, to say the least. But for the record, anybody else, you can add up to only an additional 10 minutes. Anything after that, I'm just pocketing it and calling it a day, and I'll give you a credit on something else. And Don Juan coming in with the $1.99. Look who's here. Slow State. Did you read Aquinas yet?
No, let me. But I got this. I just got this book, the 4 books of occult philosophy. So let me counter your obnoxious religious questions with a little occultism. By Agrippa. I haven't even cracked the spine yet, but.
And he stopped by with another $1.99. Jake, you're not monetized, dude. Princess? No? Fox?
I don't follow what he's saying, but yeah, my channel's monetized. Give me money from your wallet, please.
And mine's demonetized, but you can still get the links and send me cash apps.
And Don Juan stopping by one more time. Never mind. Karuma is here. Got something for y'all. Oh, I'm interested. All right. Back to you, panel. And Mel is here. I see you.
Hey, buddy.
Scott.
This could get technical again.
Could get technical. Some of it is a little bit more controversial, I hope. First of all, Mr. Slave, I have to ask, can you link in the side chat to your propositions?
Sure.
Thank you. Maybe I'll do the technical stuff afterwards, since Princess has to complain all the time. Sorry, just let me fix my notes, that way I don't forget, because Lord knows I will. And here we go. So, just to kind of reiterate what Jake said with being wrong, I kind of side with that. I like to have the least likelihood that I'll ever be wrong. I feel like critical thinking is probably one of the best ways to do that, but we can get into that if we need. I think my biggest issue with conspiracy theorists is actually that they're parents. the job of a parent, and I was kind of thinking about this, like what makes like someone who raises a child different from me as a cat mama. Like people who raise children are trying to prepare those kids to live in the modern world, right? And so my problem is that a lot of times, like I've seen this even with my own uncle, courts don't take like the fact that these people can't even, oh yeah, I'll get to being backwards if you want, but the courts don't take into consideration that these, like my uncle has like just the most terrible beliefs. I wouldn't want him raising my niece either. And so
Like such as what?
9/11's inside job type thing, anti-vax stuff, which is particularly dangerous. So my proposition is, could I just give my prescription, please? Is that courts do in fact take that into consideration as a negotiating factor that could, or I don't know what the proper term is when I'm saying negating factor, for whether or not disqualifying factor. For whether or not someone should be able to have a kid or not. Like, I think there are certain beliefs like anti-vax, which are just, you probably can't raise a kid if you think you're smarter than the world's top like epidemiologists and immunologists.
They've been really good throughout history. So you opened by saying that critical thinking is your highest value. How would you teach your children critical thinking in this paradigm?
Well, I think like for children, you can both teach them to be like experimental and kind of like apply rudimentary forms of the scientific method before they're even in science. Like I went to science camp as a kid and that was really helpful for me. But also like Socratic method, like kind of questioning your own beliefs. And
sorry, go. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Questioning one's own epistemology.
Could you take me through some of the critical thinking that you've done regarding, say, the needle? You know, I try not to say that word, but you know what I'm talking about, the dangerous beliefs that your uncle has.
What do you mean?
Have you thought how have you thought critically about the products that are being injected into people and whether or not they're good to take?
I surprisingly, I don't know how to answer this, and it feels like something I should be able to answer, but there's nothing, like, I don't remember what thought process I went through.
You haven't gone through one.
Sure.
I mean, that's why I asked the question. It was rhetorical. Thank you for your honesty.
Okay, but when I say I value critical thinking, when I say I value critical thinking, I mean when you're presented with evidence of something, being able to ask the right questions that either confirm or deny that evidence is important.
That's why I was asking for examples of like the questions or the critical, like what that would look like in this specific instance for you, right?
I mean, it's just weird. I've debated it several times. There's like a million probable instances where I've had to do it, but like I've never like committed any of it to memory. It's not something like. Does that make sense?
If
like
you were to begin from scratch thinking critically about the topic, where would you like?
From what angle? Like I hear that vaccines are good for me.
I'm telling you that hey, I have a needle of this stuff. I want to shoot you up with it. How do you? What's the thought process you go to reach the conclusion?
Right. So I think the first one would be like, who's more informed on how this works in this situation?
So you would trust the person telling you that because they're presented as smarter than you.
Well, yeah, because I have no evidence to the contrary.
Because they're presented as trained, you know.
That's literally not critical thinking, though.
No, that is.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you're making an assessment on. You go to the mechanic. Mechanic tells you what's wrong with your vehicle. You've made a critical assessment in taking your car to the mechanic. It's the same thing with the doctor. You're going to a specialist in society to tell you what to do here.
It's faith.
Now granted,
turn around and be like, well.
Now let me try to explain to flow state for a second that there is a contrapositive here that even works in my favor. Where if I fixed my car several times and the mechanic says one thing, but I know what this issue is and I know that they're misleading me, then that's critical thinking as well, right? Because now I do have more evidence to the contrary of what they're telling me.
Right.
So I think we should do some critical thinking of like whether we need to ask ourselves these questions in the first place. Like, have you ever? Do I need to critically think about taking the flu shot?
It's kind of a weird way of putting.
It's weird framing. You asking me or who are you asking?
Okay. Anyways, I have a limited amount of time. Could I ask Mr. Slave a question?
Yes. Go ahead.
So you said that communism kills.
Yeah. Okay. Mhm.
You said that communism kills people. How do you think that happened?
I mean, I actually watched a video yesterday how communism kills through famine. Some of anyway, one
How
way
did that
is
famine
famine.
happen?
Sure.
How did that famine happen? Do you know?
I mean, like it depends where, but at the end of the day,
Not really.
when
It's
What,
because
not
of
really?
it actually is because of what Solomon Mao believed, but it's not because they believed in communism. Did you know that?
It's because of what?
They did not believe in it's not they believed in communism, but they did not believe, first of all, they weren't Marxists, so not the right type of communist, but secondly, they believe in something called Lysenkoism, which is a debunked form of science that makes false claims about genetics and how genetics are inherited. Did you know that?
What does that have to do with
Yeah,
family?
one second. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Melanie, look.
Let me keep explaining then. Sorry, I just wanted to see if you're on focusing. So when they tried to plant crops, they believed that if they had really good crops one year, regardless of what conditions were,
Who's they? Who's they?
the people who were the Lysenkoists who managed the crops under communism.
You're talking about in the entire nation of the Soviet Union. That's a lot of people. So they all believe
Yes, believing
guy.
a false science is this problematic.
So that is the problem.
Yeah, just
of
look up
how...
look. I have a limited amount of time. You're going to talk over me. Look up Lysenkoism if you don't believe it.
No, I do.
They believed
I
that
don't-
before the famines too, but it didn't impact them until communism took place.
Yeah, because that's the problem with state control, having too much state. Real leftists question that much
Exactly.
power. We don't want that kind of communism. We listen to Marx, not Mao or Stalin. Only tankies do that.
Is anyone here a full communist anyway?
I'm post-communist. I think it's outdated. We need something even better.
Yeah,
So
I'm
if-
not for any one particular style of government, including communism, including capitalism, including socialism. Case in point, in the U.S., we use socialist policies all the time, and they're our most beloved institutions. Police, military, firefighters,
Police
the
are the
roads.
most.
You
hated.
love
There's-
police. When you
yeah.
see a police officer behind
I
you on the
disavow.
road, you get filled with love.
Yeah.
No, but overall they are-
institution has more hate songs written about them? That's the most hated
That's
institution
true.
on earth.
When I see
I'll
a
give you
police
that one.
officer on the road, my heart explodes.
All right, I'll sub them out for Medicare and Medicaid.
No,
Well, for
no,
as
no.
long as that
yeah.
cop was shooting
I
you.
don't. My personal stance on which way to run a government or a group of people is best. It's no one particular way. It's fitting the solution to the problem.
Look, we have a history that socialism, communism, and leftism have killed millions, and I think that is the most dangerous.
How many
by
people?
far.
How many people has capitalism killed?
No, none. What are you talking about?
None?
Where-
None?
Whoa!
We have the
point.
military-industrial complex, my dude.
Look
Anyway,
up where
my-
we get the term "banana republic."
My
That-
point is,
the Dust
when
Bowl?
somebody's a leftist, that is the most dangerous conspiracy.
Mr.
He
Slade,
is involved.
Can you say this after I go real quick? Just because I want to invite you to come to a debate. I'm going to put my Discord in the side chat with Sarah's permission, and I want to talk to you about this physics thing just when I have some time to look through it, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, just add me as a
Absolutely.
friend. Okay, talk to you later.
Okay.
We still have 30 seconds, so you can,
Yeah,
you can
sure.
start answering now. But I'm sorry, I just wanted to get.
I
get that out of
posted
way.
the link that you asked in the side chat, in the
Thank
private
you very
chat.
much.
Anything else?
Oh, you were saying something about leftism and anarchy. I was going to let you start.
Oh, I was gonna say that leftism is by far the most dangerous conspiracy theory that people are involved with, by far, more
That's
than
true.
anything
I'm
else.
trying to
Which
take
is
over
false.
the Earth and the moon.
The far right
I
has
mean-
been shooting up
And the
schools
moon.
and doing
You-
terrorism.
The far right? Are you kidding? Has been shooting.
You
at schools?
saying that it's false. That to me is by far the most. You're saying North Korea is terrific.
Well, why don't Mel? Why
What?
don't you hang out backstage? Because we're gonna go into open panel here in about 20 minutes. So if you hang out, you and Mr. Slave can definitely continue this conversation.
If
How's
you
that
could find
sound?
one example of anybody who's ever swam to Cuba from Florida, that'd be
All
good.
right, Scott 2B, I see you back there. If you want to go back into avatar mode, you're perfectly fine to do that now. I see you. You're good. Totally up to you. All righty. All right. And before we get into it, Don Juan stopping by again with the $4.99. Conspiracy theories are all around. That's why revisionism history is a thing. History professors loved me until I called out the cult of Lincoln. Let's fucking go. Then he drops by again to say, Princess, you could do better with being pro-immigration, but conservatives run into a ditch when they can't believe that most migrants are theists. Let's fucking go. And then he says again, famine happens when there's no private property and the means of production doesn't follow market prices since there's no prices. LOL.
Perfect.
And then he says, one last round, military industrial complex uses government force. LOL. Fair enough. Thank you, Don Juan. All right, the panel is yours. And Scott, you're welcome to start if you want.
What's your take, Scott?
Well, I'm surprised. I talked to Flow State earlier. He didn't tell me there was a conspiracy theory panel tonight.
I intentionally didn't tell you that because I can't fucking stand you.
Oh, I love you too, brother. Truth be told, he knows. What's that?
Are you here to sing a song? You should sing a song and not even talk about this offset shit.
Oh, no, it's not soft shit. It's just conspiracy theory. I just think that theory part of it's gone out the window. It's just a lot of conspiracy. I think you would agree with that. You know, there's... What's that?
I would agree with that. And actually, I pulled up the legal definition of conspiracy here, and it's really a pretty low standard.
It does have a low bar.
Yeah.
But quite honestly, the only thing that you said tonight that I don't agree with is the whether we went to the moon or not. And, you know, I can't really prove it or not, but I would say that I disagree with you on that. And the one thing that I do have a couple of things that are personal that I've heard, but then
your emotions are involved in it.
No, my uncle was high up in the military and trying to kind of lead the rise.
So what could make you a better source than somebody who's got a personal family identity?
Biased.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say that the Adam Ruins Everything or some shit. I saw something that he did about a reflective plate that colleges use that they shoot a laser at that was put there by NASA. So
I've heard about this plate. You know, I actually on my Ko-fi, I'm my fundraising goal is $10 million to acquire a moon laser. So just as soon as I require $10 million more, we'll test out the.
Well, I'm glad I could bring up the relevant point to help you get to your goal there.
Thank you, though. That's a nice alley-oop, Scott. Let me drop my. Here come the donut.
If you make it $10 million and don't embezzle it instead of buying a moon laser, I will be so.
Don't you tell him to do what he's going to do with his money, whether he does it or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he can get laser pointers off Temu for.
Well, by the time you get the money, then it's going to cost $20,000. So just got to keep get more money.
In all seriousness, could you not just borrow? I have no idea how this works. It's not a rhetorical question. Could you not just borrow a college's laser? Like, could you go to a college and say, "Can I use your laser to do the thing?"
Rental laser.
I genuinely wonder, would they let you?
I have no idea what they do.
No, but I don't think we have a laser that can reach the moon like in a visible way. I mean, you need a really. I think you really need a really powerful laser.
This is not. This is not useful proof, though, right? Because it's still a claim. Verifying it is inaccessible to the average person. Actually, somebody did when I made that goal jokingly. Somebody said did some research. I don't believe $10 million is enough for the laser that would hit that disc.
But Flow State, you can probably build a powerful laser. It would just be illegal. I think lasers beyond
it would be illegal. I think you're wrong on both parts of that statement.
What, you cannot build it?
I don't think that I can build a laser that will hit the moon. I have never tried to build a laser, but
a laser is very simple. The laser, building a laser. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think we can expect the average person to be able to parse this kind of information? Because one of my thoughts is it's so easy to get out bad information, and to the point where it's it takes so long to go through all that bad information to even get to the good information that I don't think I can expect the average person to wade through all this information, come out of it, decide with the right information.
No, you cannot expect that. But still, weighing, considering information is still the best course of action. You're not suggesting that people are better off just not thinking because thinking's hard, Are you?
No, I think a lot of people think they're doing critical thinking, but they're not really doing that. They're really.
I mean, I
doing the
agree
opposite
with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay.
People don't
So-
check
That was
the
on the bridge. Go ahead.
So, Bronze,
I-
go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
Well,
Okay,
I
so-
heard something said, where conspiracy, if you're not checking it up, if we're not checking the weights on things, we would be a lot further in the hole if there weren't people out there that were just calling them out on this stuff. And I mean, for all intents and purposes, I think that's what's we have like the rubber band effect going on with society and with the Kamala bait and switch that we've seen. I think it's this is where the rubber meets the road, and people don't take it anymore. And I think as far as the right left, I'd be more on Flo's side here with the conspiracy side, and you guys, thinking that the left has done well for things. It's going the wrong direction, big time.
If I may, the thing that shocks me is that a group of people who generally believe in that conspiracies happen and that nefarious things are done by a group of people shadily meeting in a room will be confronted with strong evidence that Donald Trump and the Republican Party did exactly that in 2020 and fully be against the idea that it be investigated at all, it be looked into by the people's representatives.
Wait.
What
What
are you talking about?
I disagree wholeheartedly. Do you mind if I comment on that?
Sure,
They
yeah.
brought not 1, not 15, not 30, 50, 75 cases that didn't make it to an actual trial because they were all dismissed by the Bar Association for lack of standing. The president, the standing president of our country, got dismissed out of all these judicial. What's happened, and this you can go to the Chevron decision and find out that the administrative state has taken over, and the legislature, the Congress, doesn't have the power to install judicial.
And all those, what it was like, I forgot how many said, like 20 something like that. Weren't all those also like Trump appointed judges?
No, they weren't. Are you kidding?
They were not.
And I have to interject
Hold on,
because
let
I
me
do know
jump
the
in.
reality of what's going
Right
on.
now,
The reality
we're playing
is
exactly into the Hegelian dialectic. There's a perfect dividing line.
no.
Everybody knows the
Just 'cause
reality
it's
is
an
that
interesting
both
point
sides
you
are
make,
full of
I'd like
shit.
to address it, if I may. The problem we're having is that when you're faced with a narrative that doesn't like the facts that don't line up with the narrative you prefer, you're choosing to ignore it. Because what you've said is simply not true. These trials haven't been decided yet. We don't know what the truth is.
There weren't
You're
any. They
looking in.
dismissed it for lack of standing. 70
They are not
fucking
dismissed.
cases.
There's a trial date coming up. He's got a trial in Georgia.
over the election and the electors being fraudulent. Okay, because they're saying that the votes
The
were wrong.
ones that were thrown out were the ones where Trump was looking for fraud and they couldn't find anything. They threw those out because they were like,
But
oh yeah,
my-
there's really no
you
fraud
something.
happening.
Hold on.
With flow state for a moment. My point is not whether that you should feel this way or that. My point is that you going in have a way you want to feel about it, and because of that, I see you here and now ignoring an opportunity to find the truth, which is a trial. And that's
Trials
the
don't
problem that we
establish
have
truth.
with conspiracies.
No, the problem is that you don't critical think. You just said trials establish truth. Every example of a true conspiracy theory you've given me has been one where the federal government has admitted it. You believe in the word of authority, and you do not want critical thinking at all. I mean, that's what's been
Not
demonstrated.
so. Not so. I want people to be put in a place where lying is illegal, because in a conspiracy, you have a lot of folks lying and saying it isn't so. So I want people to be tried, literally tried. And
For
by the
what?
way, if it turns out that Trump was right and Biden stole the election, then I want Biden to go to prison. Because
Well, let me
we need
ask
to
you:
get
do you know how Zuckerbucks came in and put ballot boxes everywhere that people?
Oh my God.
I think if we take a step back, all of us can agree that realistically, this is such a muddy water topic that none of us will ever know the truth. Right?
Oh no, I think that is an intentional misunderstanding of what's happened. I think
the
water
truth?
is muddied by people who say, "Look how muddied the water is." We just can't know the truth because I
How
don't
are-
think
how
that
are
you're
you gonna know the
comfortable with
truth?
what the truth is.
Okay.
A
I
trial.
think there's- Trial.
A trial.
Exactly. So you just
Stuff
that's
is metal
exactly
telling.
my
Try
point.
Trump,
You
or
believe in the word
you're
of authority. You don't critical think at all. You've
Let
decided
me put it like
who's
this:
right.
we learned a lot of the truth with the January 6th hearings.
The
I'm
January
at the point where we need consequences, so we need to establish
Wait,
the
wait,
truth
wait,
beyond a
wait. You
reasonable
assume
doubt.
that the
That is
you
done in
assume
court.
that the J6 hearing wasn't biased and partisan?
No, because it may have been biased and partisan. That's why I feel that we
Do
need
you
a
think
trial
that
to go
courts are
beyond
good
reasonable
at
doubt.
deciphering truth?
Yes.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
It's
You listen.
retarded, is what
Can
it
we meet
is.
in the middle?
Have you
Yeah,
ever
what he
been- have
doesn't
you ever-
realize is, do you know
How
that
close
the
have you
court
ever
has
been to
been
like criminal proceedings?
Counterpoint. Where do you think is better suited to decide the
not
truth
the
of
Bar
matter?
Association?
Where's better then?
I don't think that there is any one point of authority that I would point to and say that's where the truth is. That's what you're doing. That's what I'm
The
advocating.
Supreme
not-
Court is supposedly the closest we can come to it.
Nobody owns truth.
And
Oh, good
I
book.
have say goodbye, Scott. You can come back onto open panel. We'll go into that here after critical rad theory. So if you're
Just
welcome
stick me
to
in the
hang
back.
back.
I've been sticking there, but listen. Yeah,
Mhm.
thank you for bringing me up. And may I just say a parting word, Flo? Nice that I agree on you on a couple things and your laser idea. I love that. And just a thought, my cousin, who while he is in the hospital just getting out, he's been in California for years building governments with, who America in mind.
I don't care.
So he's actually, he's somebody that might help you build that thing. So,
Say goodbye for now, Scott.
I'm sorry, Scott.
Flo, hold on. Hold on,
Flo.
Flo. We'll get
Thank
back to you guys can get back to him in a little bit. Say goodbye, Scott.
Peace, everybody. Thank you,
Bye,
Reggie.
Scott.
See you, Scott.
He's a really good singer.
Sorry.
Is he? Neat.
Oh my god, that name.
That's Matrix from a delightful show that I can't Reboot. That is Matrix from Reboot's Eye, and I like you instantly.
That is a fucking good catch.
10
90s,
points.
90s CGI.
That is
classic.
10 out
And
of 10.
before we get started with our next victim, I'm trying to think of where I left off here.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
hold on just a second.
Yes.
P. Fletch comes in with the $5. Jake, so you have nothing to say about the Democrats openly calling for violence against Republicans in the summer of 2020?
I mean, it's just nonsensical. I don't to answer your question directly and with a straight face. I don't know what you're referring to, but I think the fact that you think there's a problem with Democrats calling for violence when Trump is known, like it's a joke that he's known for saying, punch this guy, I'll pay your legal bills if you beat him up. I mean, what are we even doing? Then actually getting a mob of people together and saying literally fight like hell. I think you're being ridiculous.
And then Don Juan coming in with the $4.99. Thank you, Don Juan. My mortgage is due. 3 charges from Georgia have been thrown out, and the remaining will be set for December 5th. Nothing will happen if Trump wins. So there's that. Nothing yet. Anybody have thoughts to it?
Oh, yeah. If he wins, he is going to escape punishment through corruption. Oh, not even corruption. Actually, it's been legalized, to the OLC's opinion. If he wins, he's going to escape justice, and we should be concerned about that. That should be a bipartisan issue. If he loses, he's cooked. He is. I understand you guys do not believe that there is strong evidence against him. There is, and it's public. Have a gander. It's damning.
Have a gander. You're so Ned Flanders.
No, he's David Cross.
That's
He's
true.
David Cross, exactly.
Oh,
Have
man.
you ever heard the voice is the same?
And just for the record, Critical Rad Theory will be the last hot seat panelist, and then we'll go into open panel dumpster fire. And then we'll have 8 on screen at a time, and we can still play the game. So Machine Lies, you can come back. I said it was just the last hot seat panelist, and then we go into open panel. You didn't let me finish the sentence. Somebody go tell Machine Lies to get his butt back in here. All right, the panel, the floor is yours.
Sup, y'all. I didn't pay too much attention, unfortunately, to the what was going on to the current debate. I was just busy taking notes about Mr. Slave and how. What can I say? It's
Do you want to make their scientific theories?
well, actually, I was curious about the financial crisis of 28. It didn't exist.
No.
No.
What's your evidence? What's your evidence that there was a financial crisis in 2008?
Well, there was a bunch of foreclosures, my guy. Where were you?
What about
What
like
do you think
stocks
of
having
financial
a huge
crisis?
deficit? Does that mean anything?
Wait. Oh, wait. So you're saying, okay? So there's foreclosures. So what? No,
Yeah, foreclosures because the bank crashed. You know, like the people they were giving, they were given mortgages. The bank didn't. Well, they knew they couldn't pay back.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Foreclosures.
Why should I care that there was a foreclosure? Why, like, as an economist,
Don't you
why
care
should
about
I-
your fellow man? I mean, like people went out on the street over that.
I can answer that a little bit.
No. Look, mathematically, on average, for every person that
Forget
lost his house,
mathematically. I'm talking practicality. Your ass is on the street. What do you do?
that's
Didn't
impossible. That's
I have an
mathematically
economics degree. I can explain how it
mathematically
affects you.
impossible. For every house, for every foreclosure, somebody bought the house. Somebody got that house. Nobody was
Yeah, the
homeless
bank
because of
did.
that. What?
The bank did.
So wait, I think
But the bank sold it.
Mr. Slave. Just respond to this. So how do you feel about U.S. household wealth falling about $16 trillion during that time period?
So what?
That's household wealth. Do you think that doesn't impact people?
And you know what's the most hilarious thing about it is Mr.
Wait,
Slave
I wanna hear Mr. Slave
does
respond.
not believe in financial bubbles. He think it's a myth. Like
Yeah.
what was the crash of 28?
No, I'm addressing Mr. Slave's question. So because he asked,
No.
how does it
I'm
affect people?
sorry.
Yeah.
Go.
So I'll tell you what did happen in 2008. There was no financial.
Well, no, when you answer my
bubble.
question, when you answer my
Wait, what?
question,
I'm answering your question. I am answering your.
You want to repeat the question?
No, I'm answering your question, but you can repeat it. But I'm answering your question. But
Actually,
I'm
I could. Oh, go ahead.
look. I'm just explaining my position. It's not that I don't think that there was a
Because
financial
it didn't
issue.
affect you can't negate the existence of a phenomenon of an event. I'm sorry. Like
Let him respond. Clarify, because
Yeah,
I
I
bring
wanna
up both things. The financial crisis does not exist. So please clarify.
I want to clarify. So, financially, nothing happened. There was never a bubble, and even let's say the prices of homes crashed. That's like telling me the prices of
the price
cucumbers.
of homes didn't crash though.
Hold on. It's like telling me the prices of cucumbers crashed. That doesn't mean it. I don't care. Prices
I don't
go
care
up
about the
and
price of vegetable. I do care about the
prices.
price of housing.
let me-
though.
Prices go.
You know why it's not the same as a vegetable? Because like there's like knock-on effects for housing market. So like that's why I was pointing out how it addressed the household wealth went down a huge amount. It also had like a lot of other effects. That's why it's different.
Can I address this since I understand these? I've got an economics degree and I worked in banking for a decade making loans. I understand how
It
this
doesn't matter.
It
Look,
affects you.
no,
It affects
no.
you.
No. Once I agree. I'm not denying that there was something.
In the financial
There
crisis.
What do you think a financial crisis is?
No. It was completely unrelated to.
did
the
happen.
so-called- There was never a housing bubble. If the price of houses.
There was a housing bubble because there was government guarantees on loans. So banks were being incentivized by government programs to make loans to people who didn't qualify. When the government backing ran out and they defaulted on the fucking loans that had been sold to secondary markets and repackaged into securities that were sold to pension, retirement accounts all over, capers, shit like that. Those accounts got hit. Your grandma's savings account, all the hot grandmas you love, all their retirement plans got robbed.
No, sorry, go on. I was just taking it back. Go on,
Okay,
keep going.
Flow State, everything you said is completely meaningless. Look, at the end of the day, the question is,
This is why
Look,
I
I
say
don't-
disingenuous.
I work in
I'm
the
not-
bank.
no, 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 I'm not saying-
Waste your brain, dude.
One at a time. One
you're
at a
not letting-
time.
I mean, I understand. You didn't hear my position. My
Yeah,
position
your
is
position is dog
no,
water.
no, you
dude.
didn't. You
Let's
don't
not make
let
this
me.
position. All right, Slave.
Don't
Harper,
let me
make it
finish.
succinct. Go, Slave.
Yeah.
Go. What's your
Okay,
position?
so
Go.
I agree. Something did happen, but it's not what you think. So the prices don't mean anything. But what did happen? So what did happen?
I didn't speak about the prices at all.
Hold on, no. Well, I'll tell you what I feel did happen. So what did happen is
What do you feel
there was a drop in the price of houses that has zero significance in the universe. No significance, just like the prices
Housing
go
has
up.
no significance
No
in the
significance because
universe.
prices go up and down all the time. 0.0 significance to the known universe. That's given.
Did you
However-
hear any of the explanation I just told you?
Do you hear yourself speak once in a while? I mean,
All right,
Hold on.
give him
Let
one
me
more minute.
finish.
Just wrap
Let
it
me
up. Say it
finish.
quickly.
What did happen? So what did happen is government panicked and people and government decided that it has to do something, and then government started doing all sorts of
yeah,
things.
that's why you said COVID
and,
was
and government created
cover
and
their
government
economic bubble.
created changes that that the free market said, you know what, as long as there's all these changes going on, I'm not going to do anything. And the government reaction froze the market. That did happen, and that had incredibly terrible consequences for the economy. Nothing to do with a financial bubble. There are no financial
All right.
bubbles.
Well, you're in quite some bubble, my dude. I can say that at least. All right.
Like,
So
is he trolling?
next
Is this a
question.
fake conspiracy theorist? Is this all to make conspiracy theorists look dumb?
Oh well, I have no problem with the isms. I have problem with the ists.
Flow state,
That's the
anytime you
thing.
want to debate one-on-one.
I never want to debate one-on-one ever about anything. That
Now,
sounds-
I understand why. I completely understand you.
When this is over, I'm glad to never have anything to do with you, except to have. Oh, seriously, the old pal Jig there. Hey, buddy. Well, he's kind of right. You're kind of fucking it up for everybody else who wants to be in the business of conspiracy theories. You're giving away the game. You're just dropping your pants, guys. Like, seriously, come up with something
can see
more
that?
original.
What are you talking about? I'm not following what you're saying. What are you saying?
He's saying you make conspiracy theorists look bad.
I make conspiracy. Look, I'm available to debate anyone.
No,
any one
it's
of my
almost
propositions.
over, my guy. You need to make a point right now. Convince
I
me of
did.
your points.
I did. Ask me questions. I made.
No,
my
you
point.
didn't. Oh, and about NASA and Van Braun being an actual Nazi. You know who else was the first NATO head? He was also a Nazi. So comparing what was the USSR was doing to Nazis over there, I think they had a pretty easy ride, wouldn't you say?
But the head of NASA was a Nazi. What's your question?
Well, in your blog there, it says that the NASA and the Moon program were directed by von Braun, an actual Nazi. My answer to that is yes. And do you know like what the Nazis would do? Would be like dealt with in the USSR?
No.
Me neither. So, what's your point? Like the first head of NATO was a freaking Nazi. I forget his name, but like, what's your point? They whitewashed and rewatched all with all the ideology.
That is my point. I made a proposition. That's it.
No,
That's the point.
Your proposition is that they were. Earlier you defied the moon landing. Like the fuck is this?
No, that's not me. I think it was a big mistake. The moon program was a big waste of money.
Okay, so socialist and communist regimes always degenerate into authoritarian and poor countries with mass starvation by design. Okay, that's cool. I know. Well, according to history, there was not a famine that was not man-made in the last 300 years.
Wait, are you agreeing or disagreeing?
No, I'm disagreeing because England did that to Ireland. Is England famous for being a communist country?
What
So you're saying that
Is England authoritarian?
I don't know where you're going with this. I mean, I might agree or disagree. It's a mix, you know. The
Your
whole
leading
world.
No, it's not a mix. Your argument is socialists and communist regimes always degenerate into an authoritarian and poor country with mass starvation by design. I'm sorry, but England is not famous for being a communist country or being in the USSR vicinity. And they did that to the Irish, and it wasn't.
Not just because all of these do turn into that doesn't mean that you have to be this to turn into that.
No, well, I'm just
very good point.
I'm just hearing what you're saying. I'm just saying
No, you're
slave there
strawmanning the fuck out of him.
Well, let's go ahead and say goodbye to Critical Rad Theory
Bye.
for now, because we're about to switch into open panel, and then you guys can continue this. Say goodbye, Critical.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Critical.
Okay. All right. To the panel, let's go ahead and get what we're going to do is we're going to do your closing thoughts for now. If any of you do want to hop off panel, you are more than welcome to after we end our closing statements, and then we'll switch into open panel dumpster fire mode. So you four have solid seats in open panel, and then everybody else will come in scraps. So, Mr. Slave, let's start with you for any closing thoughts of the evening so far.
Yes, I thoroughly enjoyed our conversations. I hope I presented my original conspiracy theories and debunked a little bit that I could of known conspiracy theories, most of which the communism, that needs to be mostly debunked. I have a Discord. People are welcome to join me on Discord, and I have a channel. And these days, I'm doing a lot of physics, basically every day, and people can join. And I've mostly interesting content on my channel. That's it.
Okay, and to you, Flow State.
I want to say that two of you don't want to think, and one of you cannot think. Incredibly intellectually disappointing panel. You guys are all fucking retarded. I hate you all. Not really. Though.
The Arthur.
Okay,
I'll go next.
You can go now.
Yeah. Now that information, now I will speak. No, I think I operate actually closer where Flow is, but I do think actually this is a perfect demonstration of where conspiracy theories take the discussion. They take it way off into the very far end where we're basically not living in the same universe. The fact we have to talk about whether or not the 2008 financial crisis happened or not. I just think these are not useful discussions.
This guy is a troll to make
Wait, Francis. Wait, Francis.
Hold on. Hey, stop. It is his closing statements, both of you.
No, I just noticed.
Mr. Slave, stop.
Mr. Slave,
it is his closing statements. We will go into open panel dumpster fire, and you can do all of that all you want. But this is his closing statement. Respect it.
I'm gonna stick around a bit for the open panel shit show. But Flow State, what I'm saying is this kind of proves my point. I would love that we could have just interesting discussions about conspiracy theories, but it's people like Mr. Slade that take it off in a very far direction, and that that's the point where it becomes an interference to society. I think this panel really demonstrated that. That will be my closing statement. I'm happy to respond to any of that later, though.
All right, to you, Jake.
Well, my name is your old pal Jake from WYCD Wicked. I'm gonna end after my closing statement because even I can only take about 2 hours of me. But I would say that I enjoyed talking with y'all. I thought it was interesting. I appreciated learning why you believe what you believe, but I gotta be frank. I think when it comes down to it, even the conspiracy dudes couldn't agree on which conspiracies to believe in. And the reason for that is because from where I'm sitting, it appears to just be vibes based. When you discount information at a whim and you only listen to the arguments based on how interested you personally are in them and not how likely they are to be true, it's just...
You literally never responded to a concern. I don't respect his closing statements.
Flow Stay.
Apparently not. And I also
Wait,
think
so-
it's incredibly telling when folks feel the need to go against the rules. I think it speaks to the strength of the argument and not positive.
Anyway,
Right,
wait.
you're a
Okay.
bootlicker. We know that already.
Wait, I just
I do
And
love
Don
boots, but
Juan
that's a
came in
kink
with the
thing.
$1.99 to you, Jake. Jake, don't blame Trump, blame the system.
You can blame both.
And then he came in again and he said, shout out to the irresponsible grandmas making me money. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Jake, you are hopping off. Do you want me
Hey,
to
leave a link next. If Jake,
No,
sorry,
I have a
Can I
comment.
get
I have
the
a
link
comment.
backstage? If
Okay,
you
wait,
guys
I just realized Jake and
Yes.
Frances are gay.
Oh,
You're
dear
right.
Lord.
Gay does not
Jake,
begin to describe the level
shut
of kink I indulge
up.
in. So.
Jake, do you want me to disconnect yours on my end, or do you want it to stay on? It's up to you.
Who do you think's the top?
Oh,
Mr.
actually, I'm going to treat you with a classic Jake's.
I don't know.
Jake, I meant for me to disconnect your stream, ding dong. Now you got to come back in and either do it yourself or tell me in the chat that you want me to do it.
I'm gonna guess he
Goofball.
wants you to do it.
I'm
I
going to
don't
go ahead. All right. I'll give him 30 seconds to respond if he does.
Wait, Frances,
Okay.
how do I know that you're gay?
Can we be moved around so I'm back above Sarah?
That's the one assumption you're wrong. Got me with the leftist thing, but
All
Wait, you're
right.
not
Well, let's
gay?
do this. Let's go ahead. We're going to go into open panel mode. Are we ready? Jake, if you want to disconnect, you can do it back there. I could do it for you as well. It's up to you. Totally your call. Yes. Okay. We're going to go ahead and disconnect him. And then it's time to go into open panel dumpster fire. I hope you're ready for it. I am, because this shit's been incredibly boring.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
I'm back.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm glad you're all here. I'm going to put me in the middle. You over there. You over there. Okay. Now, I only have two rules. Number one, nobody violates TOS or any type of community
TOS?
guidelines. Shut up, Flo. And rule number two that Flo always likes to break is don't fucking interrupt me when I'm talking. If I have to intervene because you're talking over each other, your audio
like it too,
shit
though.
went. Shut the fuck up, Flo. If you're doing such things, I get irritated when I'm trying to break up fights and get everybody to calm the
cute when
fuck
she's
down.
angry.
And then, oh my God, I'm going to put you back here for a fucking minute. Every time you interrupt me, an angel gets its wings and then we all burn in hell. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the two rules. If you break TOS guidelines, that's it. I boot you, I ban you, and you're gone. All right. Now, Flo State can stop being a little bitch.
Thank you, Princess.
All right, floors. Well, actually, let me do these first. Shout out to Don Juan for the $9.99. Karuma, Princess saw your debate about free will and have to say straw man should be the title. Free will can't be a cope because it's not an empirical claim. Let's break a brain to find conscious. LOL. Somebody's got feedback coming back on their end. I don't know who it is, but I know it's not Scott. Let me mute you.
I was muted.
I'm not sure. We'll play with it. Then Don Juan comes in with the, oh God, I'm sorry, Furby. Where are you at? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. No, you're not timed out. I missed you.
No worries. Thank you.
Comes in with the $1.99. The fact that we disagree is proof for free will. Thank you, Don Juan. And Princess, you are welcome to respond to that if you want to. You're
Who's
muted.
new to audio? Who's
You're
new to-
muted.
Thanks. I muted myself to see what's my background stuff. Like it's not me. But the quick response to that, I think I'm a determinist. I'm trying to figure this out, but I don't talk about that too long because I can talk about free will for like 3 hours, and that's definitely not the topic of today. Someone's got some background audio.
Yeah, somebody's got background noise. Let's do this. We're going to. I absolutely despise having to do this. All right, everybody, just mute yourselves. We're going to go one at a time, and figure out who's got the crazy background. Okay, everybody's muted. Let's go one at a time. Mr. Slave, can you talk a little bit? Yada yada yada.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, thank you. Princess, say something.
Test 1 2 1 2.
You're okay. Flow state.
Somebody was rubbing their mic around. That's what was happening. You're not gonna get it.
Somebody needs to stop playing with their mic. Furby, go ahead and unmute.
I should be good.
All right, thank you. Daniel.
Hopefully it's not me.
Thank you. You could mute yourself back up. I'll do it for you. Scott to be, go ahead and unmute.
Test 1 2 1 2. Test
All right,
1 2.
you're okay. Demolish, go ahead and unmute.
All religions are misunderstandings of technology.
Beautiful, thank you. Wingnut, go ahead and unmute.
Audio 1 2 1 2 audio.
You are perfect. 6079, go ahead and unmute.
Fun fact: Scott to be knew Jesus Christ in person.
Beautiful. Okay, so somebody was 110% just rubbing on their mic. Don't be
Right.
rubbing on your mics. It's super obnoxious and loud, and we all had to just go through that because of whoever was trying to jerk off their microphone. No jerking off of the microphone. Thank you. And Don Juan coming with $1.99 to quote Melon Baller Nick, determinism is baseless. Thank you, Don Juan. All right, floor's open, gentlemen, and Mel.
So I am a determinist. So if anybody wants to debate me on determinism,
I don't even want to learn what that is.
We found
Actually,
something in common.
I want to debate you on amoral egoism first.
But
wait, right now?
Well, not necessarily, but before we get to that, yeah.
Please
Okay.
no.
Well, you
let's stay on topic for a little bit before we.
Yeah, no, I
go.
know. I was getting excited.
My stuff is quick.
So flow state, I will give you this much. We didn't quite get to finish our empirical thinking thing. There are the extra steps of like checking your biases. I don't think in that example we had many biases to worry about unless you're an anti-vaxxer.
I am definitely that, but how would we check our biases? You're looking for your own flawed thinking, but if you knew that it was flawed, it wouldn't remain to be flawed.
So is there evidence that my thinking is flawed?
There's evidence that you didn't engage in thinking at all.
That's not really what you consider in empirical thinking.
It wasn't. I asked you what thought
typically
process
before
you went
you,
through, and you didn't remember, and I asked you what thought process you would go through now from scratch, and you didn't know. You literally didn't think. That was you said as much yourself.
No, I said I would, if I were to, like, for example, consider my biases, I'd be like, okay, well, I may have, like, for example, a bias against it, but I also don't know as much as the other person. So that person probably has more evidence that confirms that it's good for me than I have evidence that confirms that it doesn't.
Okay, take me through the thought process that got you to that conclusion.
Okay, well, I wrote out the steps of like what I consider to be general empirical thinking. Is that okay?
Do whatever you want, but sure.
Identify the problem or question. I think we had to establish that at the beginning before I could even answer. Gather information. I wasn't sure how much information to gather. If you want to give me more information about your hypothetical, we can do more with that. Analyze the information. I think that's, that's me analyzing how much information I have over vaccines, which is, as a normal vaccine user, very little. Evaluating the evidence.
You should probably use a different word. Call it the V or something, because the algorithm picks up that one.
Oh, does it?
Okay.
Wait.
Speaking of a different word, let me throw in a different topic. Demolish doctrine. Time to read Aquinas, my dude. Thank you, Don Juan, for the kind reminder that we all need to read Aquinas.
Well,
Back
I
to you.
just want to make a comment. So I gotta go. So if somebody wants to debate me right now, or like you want to tell me something, ask me something, now's the time.
I'll set up something for
How long-
tomorrow if you're free.
You totally
Okay.
rock everybody on this panel again. The 9 hours on the physics thing, and then what? 3 hours here. You've done 12 hours of nothing but solid W's all day long.
You know what? I'm gonna be good faith. Maybe he used up all his brain power in the first 8-hour discussion. So like he came here a little, low on fuel.
Wait, are you saying that he didn't rock everybody?
Anyway,
that's not my perception on it. Just saying.
Okay, so nobody has questions for me, so I'm gonna
Nice to meet
leave.
you.
Tomato,
Nice to meet
what should I do? Should I just leave the studio?
Yeah, feel free if you want to give a quick plug for yourself, tell people where they can find you. That's fine too.
My channel, Mr. Slave, at Mr. Slave 41 on YouTube. That's the best place. All right, everyone. Bye bye.
And bye, Mr. Slave.
I'll just say it was fun. Flo, can I ask you a quick question? Actually, read this first.
Don Juan coming in with $1.99. Demolish Doctrine Straw Man. You haven't read him.
I think we all got to educate ourselves a little bit. But Flo, I wanted to see, do you think there's a difference between like skepticism and conspiracy theories?
I think the difference is basically it's conspiracy theory. Yeah, there is. But generally, the user is using one derogatorily and the other one complimentary. So it's the inflection of the status preference.
And that came out right after JFK. They would just throw that out at people like, "Oh, you're a conspiracy," but they weaponize it. They did to weaponize people, so you couldn't question anything.
That phrase was propaganda in and of itself.
Yeah, it was invented by the CIA. That phrase itself.
And actually, going really quick to jump on what I was saying earlier, I think most people know, most of us here, I think that television is an apparatchik of the CIA, meaning it's one of the tentacles. That's why, like, I found the reaction to, which it's understandable, like the fact, like, of course it's silly. Why would a kid's show have...
Were you done with what you're asking process, or not at all?
I think I just generally want to get your answer just because I think I'm okay with some healthy skepticism. I'll go right in general a second. I think because I think I'm okay with some healthy skepticism. I don't know where the line is, but there seems to be like some line where that goes in an unhealthy area, and that's what I'm gonna worry about or want to address.
And I think everybody would agree with that. Within conspiracy theory communities, I'm the one that's outside of the group there too, because there is definitely a groupthink mentality, and it's just human nature, right? Echo chambers and all that. But I think that to the conspiracy theorists, what I would say is people who are putting out misinformation, trying to program people away from questioning things and not thinking, they're gonna make conspiracy theories look dumb by promoting dumb conspiracy theories for people to follow. So you also have to be critical about what you follow. Like Mandela effect is, I think, the stupidest fucking conspiracy theory I've ever heard in my life. So anyways, but yeah, that's what I would say to conspiracy theorists.
I don't think the Mandela effect qualifies as a conspiracy theory. Isn't it just more kind of like some sort of weird popular belief? But there's no like.
I guess that's debatable. Yeah, I mean, I could see your point, but it gets pulled into the whole. They're lying.
I guess if flat Earth qualifies, then yeah, sure.
Yeah.
If 6079 Smith's talking about start to finish, anything he says is going to be conspiracy theory.
Well,
but Jane, I wonder if
conspiracy theory is debunked. He's gone.
Yeah, really. Let me finish my thought. What I was going to say is,
I didn't mean to take him off. I would have loved to hear him. Sorry about that.
I think he's got. I think he actually is having a bad connection. I think he might be driving because he popped on and then it kicked off, and then he popped on again, and it took a long time for it to
That's
show
really
up.
interesting.
So
He's a numbers guy. He keeps track of numbers like nobody I've ever seen.
He's schizophrenic, is what.
That may be right.
So Daniel, I just want to ask, so you think the CIA is partnering in some way with media companies to put out certain narratives?
Of course, yeah. But I was gonna say, and the reaction I got made me, while I was sitting in the bag, made me think like, wait a minute, that's actually the perfect place to put, like, because we know they did it with BLM and Remo stuff and Blue's Clues. Like, a kids show is the perfect place to hide propaganda and stuff because no one takes it seriously anyway. It's a quote unquote kids show, so you can hide it easily in there. No one, like, automatically you're dismissed. You're not like, because I know the West Wing did stuff like this too, where they tackled these certain topics. So it just so happens that, again, that's fine. I don't take it personally. Like, because believe me, I know all this sounds ridiculous. What I'm saying, like, no,
No. Stand in your square. What you're talking about is definitely a thing, and it's controlling narratives is very. I mean, of course it happens, right? It happens interpersonally. Between
actually, it's
people.
really called predictive programming, right?
Right, but what we're talking about is perspective control, right? And predictive programming is a form of gradual, mild conditioning.
Yeah,
yeah, it's not far fetched at all.
Yeah, it's been happening for centuries, actually.
The example was just a crappy one. That's anyway.
I mean, controlling the narrative has been happening for centuries. I mean, you can go back all the way back to the 11th century. The king was actually trying to control what people thought, because if it went against the narrative, they would actually try and put them in prison. You know what I mean?
That's my point.
It's the same thing today. It's just this more massive scale. Yeah.
My problem with this
predictive
is,
programming. I mean, honestly, even on the predictive programming scenario, have you ever noticed like every other movie nowadays is some kind of dystopian type of a future? There's no positive and fruitful type future that you see in movies anymore. It's more like they want to direct it toward that. It's the same thing like with Danae.
Yep.
So my problem with the predictive programming thing is that if I apply this to like adults and like political stuff, then yeah, that makes sense. If I apply this to kids who don't even think about politics, they're probably not going to associate anything that they see in the show to a political message.
That's the perfect time to condition somebody.
Exactly, because they eat it up like a sponge.
Because
it's
a sponge.
Picking up what I'm saying.
But then it's not predictable. You don't know that they're going to.
Until you're about 5 or 6, your brain is in basically a hypnotic state. It absorbs information. It does not critically process it. That's why people who learn religious dogma early have trouble ever getting that shit out of their head. You just absorb.
You realize that there's different forms of memory, though, right? And
I
so
do.
Making associative memories to political concepts would happen later on in life when they're not even watching
it doesn't need to be associative. By the time that they encounter political ideas, it's already accepted because it fits the paradigm.
Can these things they pick up, do they eliminate other programming and other like training that person gets on how to live life, or does it?
I don't know what you're
override
asking me, but I guarantee that you're wrong about it. So
but here's the thing, right? Like someone goes through life. I'm critically thinking right now. Someone goes through life.
You are doing that. All right, I'll give you props. I'll play ball.
Let me play ball real quick. Don Juan coming with the $4.99. D Doctrine. Not if it's inspired by God. Even Jesus visited him and thanked him for writing well of him. Got any more straw mans or ad hominems? LOL.
I know the straw man didn't have a brain, so he couldn't critically think.
Go, Smith, go.
And Don Juan coming with $1.99. Conspiracy. Flow State didn't have a Megazord.
Isn't that the big Power Ranger thing? I didn't even know what that was until last time I was on the panel with him.
Yeah, you know.
Did you guys know that scarecrows are used to scare crows, and it's called the COVID, and crows are from the Corvid family? It all has to do with Aleister Crowley and his hatred of God.
Amazing.
That sucks.
Oh, are we back? Okay, so just my final question actually really you know what, I forgot. Let's move on.
So okay.
No, I do remember. Just
we need to get down to the meat of the problem. I do remember. Really, go ahead.
Can I quickly reclaim that? I'm reclaiming my time.
It's funny, Jade.
Take it away.
If I grew up and like I hear BLM's narratives, and apparently it's all over the media, right? The media is corrupted by BLM, or something. Can't get away from it. But the CIA is putting this stuff in Blue's Clues. And I don't care about that message until like I'm done watching Blue's Clues. Can't that memory from Blue's Clues be overwritten by the stuff I learn later on in life?
Yes, yeah, you can overwrite beliefs. You can learn new things and change your beliefs. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just way. It's a setting a different starting point.
So
right?
I just want to point out, I just want to point out in conclusion, there's no real predictive value because these are kids and we don't know that they're going to make these associations yet, and there's no staying power. And I'm just making.
I appreciate that you're trying to think critically.
Okay.
I just want to point out,
Daniel, since
point
you
out that the
sent me
blue
that,
party
hold on just a second. Daniel sent me that fucking Power Rangers link, and now my live feed is trying to show me a bunch of Power Rangers shit.
You ruined our algorithm.
You killed it. Fuck you, Daniel. Fuck you very much.
Go Power Rangers.
The left party, the one that supports BLM, because nobody sits at the left hand to guard. People used to wipe their ass with their left hand. Left hand in Latin is sinister, so support the left.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
hilarious.
Because we've had enough of like the good guy narrative, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I want to ask the question to the panel, because I'm open-minded here, but to me, a way more likely scenario explanation is that just like a lot of TV writers are probably more left-leaning, so they're going to probably write more left-leaning narratives and the principles into their work. And so
Are you
that's
familiar
why
with
even more just like
Operation
historically, yeah.
Operation
historically creative
Mockingbird.
types
You know what the
of
Operation
left-leaning.
Mockingbird is?
Is it left leaning, or do you have to sell your soul to Satan to get famous?
Yeah,
Is it
the
left-leaning?
Renaissance happened due to the left-leaning part of the of those times. Like those. Were
Okay,
the
so left hand in Latin is sinister. They're sinister. They're the blue party. They're not happy.
And
they're not happy.
You don't realize the Renaissance was a
Happy is
good
a song
thing.
by
You're trying to
Mudvayne.
protect
Mudvayne's band.
what's going on
Yeah.
today.
Four members.
Good distraction for those who still have me blocked from your channel. I'm not a hatred person.
I don't
I'm not.
care if you're hateful or not.
It
You're
looks fake and gay. It looks fake. You look like an agent when you
Yeah.
block me.
That's fine.
Has anybody ever heard of the story of Faust?
That's safe. That's
Speaking
safe. Push
of
it harder.
agents,
He's
Don
had some good
Juan.
stuff tonight, though. I do appreciate what Flo's brought tonight.
I appreciate
Critically
you
think,
talking to
people.
your fan
Critically
Well,
think.
I appreciate
talking.
I appreciate what Don Juan did by bringing in another $1.99. Fair question, DD. Not all agree with him, like Paul. Are you just up here hanging out and then having a chat war with Don Juan?
I'm not trying to,
complaining.
but apparently yes.
I'm not complaining. You keep doing whatever you're doing.
I'm getting you some little $2 at a time, I guess. So
Well, I like Don Juan when he does that.
Don Juan
He
isn't
spares it out.
Poor.
He spreads it out and it makes it fun and it
Pause.
gives me something to do because
I want to get back to Cosmic Fox and Flow State and where I think that argument fails. Cosmic Fox, what are the serious scientific competitive theories versus a neosynthetic Darwinistic evolutionary model?
There's nothing seriously competitive anymore.
Bingo! You've never heard of one, and you
Yeah,
have
because
no
there is nothing
arguments.
that can compete. It's
You think?
probably
That's
it's
right.
probably-
Sarah,
well, no,
Sarah,
can you
Sarah, hey,
probably
thanks
see
for
what's
having me on
competitive?
three
Wait, please. Let me respond. I was talking.
Fucking homos on panel.
This is ridiculous.
See, that's what Flo was trying to say. If they never get corrected, they're going to think that one option is the only one.
Can you think of one that's actually competitive?
That's not the point.
Right, someone actually has to present something competitive first.
What was the
before you can
question?
make that claim.
Okay, what do you know about Stephen Jay Gould?
Nothing.
I didn't want to get into this part of it.
Okay, but nothing.
The point is,
wanna
if you
send me
never
something.
hear of a competing theory, you never get corrected. That's the point.
Sure. Well, if you have a competing theory, feel free to present it.
Who's Stephen Jay Gould? And
I think that's tactically genius. It's just fundamentally dishonest to do that.
I'll agree
No,
with
if
that.
someone presents a competing theory, then it is up to the scientific community that leans in favor of the old theory to prove them
Punctuated
wrong.
equilibrium is an example.
Sorry, what? I didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Something
You've
equilibrium.
never heard of it.
No, I
That's,
just
now
heard
that's my
something
point.
equilibrium.
You've never heard of it.
All I heard was equilibrium. What did you say? What did you say before that?
Punctuate Stephen Jay Gould. I said Stephen Jay Gould and punctuated equilibrium. I'm sorry if you didn't catch one of the words.
Are you aware of any counter arguments that have been presented against it?
Yes, of course. It would be just intellectually dishonest to not look at both sides of any argument.
No, I agree, and I'm going to look it up. I'm just okay. Are you able to say that like those arguments against it are wrong?
It's not the point.
It kind of is.
No, it's not. I mean, it's interesting. It'd be an entirely different conversation. It'd be a good conversation, I think. But it's not the point. The point is that when children hear things and it never has a competing theory, their mind will assume it's the only option. They'll never buck against it.
I agree. That's why we need to teach critical thinking in schools.
Well, we should get back to that.
That'll never happen because the government doesn't want critical thinkers. You know, the government doesn't want critical thinking people that actually question authority and question the narrative. They don't want that. They want you to be obedient and just good little workers. That's what they want. They're not going to teach that.
Thanks for the interaction.
You know? That's why they don't teach really like good economics on how to actually create generational wealth.
Is that what
teachers
want? Is that what teachers want?
Technology are two things the population is left ignorant about on purpose.
Okay, is
the Rockefeller doctrine.
Are you saying that every teacher wants to? Sorry, I'll let you go.
John 1 coming in with $1.99. Darwin was theist that hated Mendel. Funny.
Yeah. Anarchy. Do you
Darwin
think
was a
all
theist
teachers-
until his
all
10-year-old
teachers
daughter
want
died.
to turn children into slaves.
Ouch.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Do you think all the teachers that are teaching these kids want to turn children into slaves?
Disingenuous question.
No, it is because if you're saying that's all
Well,
we
that's
can do.
presuming intentions, right?
Well, he said that like all they do in school is make slaves out of kids.
Do you
but the
think
people
that-
doing the teaching are the teachers? So I'm
So
wondering.
the program, do you know what the Prussian education model is?
Well, I'm just a little confused. I'm here in North America. I'm pretty sure you are, right?
Yeah. We use the Prussian education system. It was developed in Prussia in the mid 1800s. What happened is Prussia was in war, and they had a situation where the troops ignored the commanding officers and fled from battle instead of fighting. And so the Prussian army, the Prussian government didn't want to have that happen again. So they did a lot of research and figured out what the best method of training up obedient, non-independent thinking soldiers would be.
But wouldn't
And
that be
was
like the
Prussian
disciplinary model in
education
schools?
system, and it puts students for 8 hours a day in desks, listening to teachers teach them boring, trivial information that they have to memorize. They
Sound familiar?
Sure, but here's the thing, like
it bores them into a lobotomy state, basically. That's the model that we need in the whole
It goes back a lot further than that. But I mean, also it also goes back like, okay, I'll give you an example.
Centralizing it though, because if
I'll give you an example also. When it comes down to like for instance, have you ever read the Willie Lynch letters? Do you know who Willie Lynch was?
Let me close the point before everybody else starts making the thing is that
what I'm saying is when it comes down to what he was saying.
I don't care what you're saying. I don't care.
By the way, my
what I'm saying
pronouns
is that
are
we
she,
use
her.
the Prussian education system. That's what we use in all of our schools. The teachers don't need to know. The teachers don't have any idea that that's how the system they use.
we
was
have
developed.
recesses and gym and stuff. Like it seems like it's broken up a lot.
You're retarded.
Thank you, Rezzy.
Most schools are set up like prisons too, the way they're built. You know, it's all. Plus, you got the bell goes you from one place to another. There's no real thinking.
It's obedience training. It's not about.
So I think it's a bad point. Why would we not want the education system to make mostly worker bees? We expect most people to be worker bees. We don't expect most people to be entrepreneurs where they are a bit like boss.
Well, what confuses me is
the slave mentality.
Let me finish. I'm talking for a while. We don't expect most people to like be their own boss. Like, why would you train most people to do that? We expect most people to be workers, so we're going to train them to be workers.
So you're cool with the government lying?
It's a slave mentality.
It's
not lying.
absolutely slave mentality. Absolutely.
Is that lying?
Because it doesn't train people to actually create businesses. It trains them to just to be workers.
Parents are being told that they have to send their kids to school where we will educate them and make them intelligent, critical thinkers. That's what's being sold.
Isn't lying usually a verbal or written act?
I'm not.
How are they lying to kids?
Nobody's lying to kids. I'm saying that
there are written syllabus in class that teach children inane things that they're never going to use in real life as an adult.
Okay, that's not a lie either.
It is written.
That's not a lie.
Like for all this, I self-taught myself. School didn't teach me any of this. I learned how to build it and do it myself. So that didn't everything I learned through school hasn't really helped me. Even in college. Like I
mean,
learned more
the math I
outside
learned is
of it
helping me.
than in it. Well, good for you, but you're probably in I don't know, like a small or I don't know. I'm
a coder. There are a lot of coders out there.
it goes toward the direction of despotism. All right, like for instance, you're in school, you're reading in this textbook or whatever, and then you happen to see something in this textbook that you know that is wrong, and you start questioning what's in this textbook, and the teacher says, "No, don't question what is in the textbook. It's in the textbook, so that's what you need to know, and that's it." And then if that kid decides, well, okay, well, that's in the textbook, so it must be right, and then he teaches that from there on. Is that it's in the textbook, it's got to be right. Don't question the textbook because the teacher told me so. You know what I'm saying? It leads toward despotism.
Genuine question: is this how your education system was? Because me, it was just a little different. Where, for example, in science class, we brought up global warming. They brought up the greenhouse effect, but they're like, it's the best theory we have for it right now, but this might not be 100% right. We might learn something that would make us think this is not what's happening. But we always went to the mindset this is the best. This is the best thing we have right now, based on the evidence we have right now. But we're open to something different if that evidence comes up. That's how.
I'll give you another example. When I was going through school, they didn't teach me about the Constitution. They just told me it existed. That's all. They didn't go into depth and how all this stuff. They didn't do nothing. I had to learn that on my own. All right. School didn't want to teach me all that kind of shit. They just told me it existed. They didn't teach me anything about the Constitution, what our amendments are, what the Declaration of Independence meant or even said. They didn't do any of that. If you get higher up into other types of classes that actually focus on that, maybe you'll learn it. But going through high school, I didn't learn none of that shit. I had to learn it on my own. They don't want you to know this stuff because honestly, if you knew this stuff, you would know how to. You would know what your rights are that are supposed to be protected and ensured by the Constitution, and then you would actually exercise these rights. Well, you got cops nowadays that don't even know the Constitution, and they took an oath to protect them. All right, and they don't even know what they are. They've never even read it. All right. So, you got authoritarians and you got tyranny that are actually forcing this. It's a communist mentality, really. And they continue to perpetuate this, keep us in line, domesticated animals. All right, it's the same thing like I was saying about the Willie Lynch thing. Willie Lynch was used to teach slave masters how to actually keep their slaves in line for hundreds of years into the future. All right, and right now we're just living in that same type of mentality, just in a larger scale. We're all living in basically a plantation. All right, we have to get off that plantation.
I agree with you.
This is not critical thinking right now, what you're doing. Do we all agree?
Let me ask you something. I agree with you that actually, sometimes education is lacking and could be better. However, sometimes this is a logistic issue where you're trying to teach so many things. You can only teach so much civics, for example. And if you think that has to change, if you think maybe less English classes are better so we can do more civics, then I might actually agree with you because I think I didn't need 4 years of English personally. There are other teaching. What I disagree with you is none of this is fixed. There are other schools you can go to. In the U.S., there are private schools, but I think public schools should have more options that are better funded because oftentimes when we see lacking education, it's a funding issue more than anything.
We've increased
but
funding.
that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Honestly.
I agree. No, because a lot of these different school models, you're not sitting at a desk all the time. You do different things throughout the day. You work with different things. You often have better lab spaces and computer labs to work with as well, which might sound scary, but I think it breaks it up at least. And also on top of that, you might have more one-on-one time with a teacher who can actually develop an individualized curriculum plan. If we put as much money into the education as the military, this would be easy.
We keep getting worse results every year and putting more money in every
Exactly. You can't just keep pumping money into it.
Putting more money in. Don Juan opened his wallet one more time, adding the $1.99. Conspiracy or not, I'll keep cashing in. Just saying.
State of New Mexico right now is spending $120,000 per year per child. Yet it's the third worst in the nation.
That's massive.
How much money do we spend per year per bomb?
That's a whataboutism. It
Sorry, I should pass it to Francis.
Address the issue that was just stated.
I should pass. I think Francis wanted to speak. Or feel like
Cosmic Fox, you opened with I like critical thinking.
We're doing that with you.
Okay, and that's what I'm
do.
saying though. It's if our values
other
are
than
how
Mike,
much
though.
money we spend per child.
Yeah, if somebody is Scott, I'm gonna mute you whenever you're done moving around your bed or whatever. You can go ahead and unmute.
But I think the problem is we look critical thinking. There's a lot of people on this panel that think they're doing critical thinking, but they're not really doing that. They're like actually coming in here very close-minded with like a thought in mind, and they're doing everything else to like get to that thought.
What critical
Almost like they're working backwards from their
What's the
conclusion.
thought process that it's not being engaged with that you're trying to engage?
Well, I know what I'm trying to engage with, and that's Don Juan coming in with the $1.99. Stop complaining. Abolish public education already. I love Don.
I kind of agree with that.
I gotta learn how to flirt with Don
Juan.
Juan.
No. But see, Don Juan keeps me entertained. Like, see, this topic for you guys is incredibly exciting, but for me, it's kind of like I have no idea what we're talking about. You know, I'm ready to go to bed already. But Don Juan is like truly, the chat is winning. But Don Juan has my heart tonight, keeping me entertained. Thank you, Don Juan. Back to you guys.
No, I agree with what that comment actually also. I mean, because it keep pumping money into this thing, and this country is really bad when it comes down to the education system. When it comes down to public school system, it's really bad. Comparatively to the rest of the world. Hell, you got Chinese kids, that are smarter than a lot of kids here in the U.S. But they spend way more time in that curriculum and learning basic things like math, reading, science. And I mean,
You're right. They're even more programmed to be worker bees than us. They take that to like the 10th degree. Are you saying we should do that?
I honestly think that we need to focus on the basics. We start getting into all this other shit. That's like you get all this critical race theory bullshit.
Do you think we should implement a system like theirs? Wait, I'm asking one question. Do you think we should implement a system like theirs?
No, because I mean honestly, because I don't like a communist type of scenario. I bring it up simply because that we are lower than them and they are a communist type of society. We should actually be better than that.
For communism, I agree with your point. You're making it terribly.
Well, he's just not a nationalist, right?
Like, it's aggravating as fuck. It's like he's so right, and he's really fucking us in the ass by talking.
I think he's being consistent as an anarchist because he's not being nationalistic and thinking with the lens of American exceptionalism.
Francis, you don't really believe there's
American exceptionalism
smarter than others, do you?
Yeah, anarchy. When people think that like America is just great at everything, basically, and they don't actually like critically think about it.
Repeat that. I'm sorry, I didn't even understand what you just said.
I was trying to say that you were right for saying that China is better than us in some ways, even though I think Francis's argument is still better. But just it is like China can be. Because there are certain things that they just simply do better, and the only reason you wouldn't believe that is if you didn't critically think and you only saw things through the lens.
I've literally never
American
met anyone in my life who believes that America is the best at everything. That's not a person. That's a fucking paper.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I know that for a fact that we're not. And we've gotten worse over the years.
But with the education system, I think America has the best capacity of any nation, and I'm saying capacity here, to put that funding to good use. If you want to talk about do we need federal mandates that overcome state legislation and say Republican interference, so that way we can actually push these progressive agendas, then wait
a minute. We pump a lot of money. A lot of our wealth gets stolen from us in the form of taxes. Hell, I'll give you an example. Like for instance, just recently we had a damn hurricane. We had a damn hurricane and shit, and all this money was going to damn Ukraine and Israel, but yet we don't have any money here for the people that were here.
That's the military. Let's stop spending on the military, put into public education.
Hey, hamster, you just displayed your bias.
Hamster.
you just said these Republican policies. You have an emotional, biased perspective on all issues we're going to talk about.
I mean, if you want to talk about a private,
that was funny.
If you want to talk about a private option too, that's just a different discussion. Yes,
I don't want to talk about any partisan topic. What I want to say is that I'm pointing out that your approach is fundamentally, it's rooted in political bias. You're not interested in your tribal thing.
It's also rooted in theft.
Well, I think Don Juan's comments are rooted in my best interest. So thank you, Don Juan, for the $1.99. In Hong Kong, you can open a business in one day. Let's fucking go.
You can here too. You just don't register the motherfucker. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, I agree.
Sarah. Just by the way, but yeah, I'm a leftist, so the prescriptions I make aren't necessarily a bias. Did you change my fucking name?
See, that's the thing. See, that's the thing. It's like,
not fair. I'm calling.
you know, when you start talking about, government, putting more money into it, that's actually your government has nothing to offer anyone that it doesn't take from others. All right. It steals our wealth to actually, distribute it out to all these other things, not even in this country. All right.
Are you libertarian?
All of your points. Hold on,
Are you libertarian?
Anarchy. Everything that you're saying is from an emotional, whiny ass bitching point. Stop bitching.
Fuck off,
Diplo.
You're not
Figure out how
responding to what we're
to be
saying.
effective. You're useless.
You're not actually responding to anything.
No, I have my own answers for myself. I'm not going to tell you how to do it. Like I said, I think you're lazy, Flo. You want somebody else to do all the work for you. You don't want to do the work. You want somebody else to do all the work, do all the research for you, and tell you how to think. That's what you want.
I'm literally telling you to stop engaging until you figure out how to make an argument that contains information instead of just this is fucking wrong.
No, I'm telling. Okay. So I'm saying with the problem, trying to fix the problem is the problem. We need to eliminate what's causing the problem in the first place. You have to eliminate the problem, what caused the problem in the first place. The first thing is that the problem is caused by government most of the time. Government is always the aggressor and the problem.
Well,
Which
really,
is
the
we
Go
the
ahead.
people. We the people.
It's the people. There
We the
you go.
people, in order to form a more perfect union. You're saying in order to fix the problem, we have to eliminate, or to solve make the solution, we have to eliminate the problem. What you're telling me is we have to eliminate people. And
No. Okay. Hey, GS. Let me throw this in there. All right. Look, I'll just give you another little example. Like for instance, on a recent, rubber meets the road scenario, this hurricane scenario, the people got together and started helping each other. All right, and without government, and in some aspects, and despite of government. All right, and there are times when government gets in the way and actually it threatens to arrest people if they try to help people. So that right there, when people get together and actually start helping each other and actually start doing things for each other and helping, that is actually a form of anarchy. That is not subservient or to government. Government only wants us to be working for it and dependent on it.
You've already said that. Look, are you refusing to pay taxes? Did you open a simple savings account so you can gain on what eventually is going to be collected by the government in taxation? Used the excess that you gained in interest to benefit your direct community. Did you do something like that?
I've done that for myself. I can't say I don't have enough to give to others. I got to fix my own house first.
God.
Daniel.
Hey, Daniel. Good evening, Daniel. We'll be over. Yeah, we'll be over on Kick watching and reviewing cat lickers. You can keep with their life denying situation. Government don't give two flying fucks about them, and vice versa. But they can keep with the political cope. Nothing's going to change in their lives, unfortunately. Not you or any of you on cat. Especially not you retard up there, Flow State. You're such a fucking dunce and a retard. You actually believe that the moon landing was fake. Have you ever heard of Cape Canaveral? Have you ever read?
You're a boomer. You're from the generation.
Did you ever read?
Did you ever read?
You're a moron. You're a moron, and you're a fucking
So did you see? Did you hear my? You heard my original challenge. Then
you're a redact. Any man that doesn't believe that space or the space program.
Calm down, your little estrogen self.
You're a retard. I hope. Listen, your dollars are going to wind up on OnlyFans, and that's where they should be. I'm going to.
Shit.
Yeah,
wow. People say that you're a
morons.
pedo.
Yeah, I know.
Let me ask you the question.
Let me ask you the question. There's no question for morons like you. All you
remember how offended you were when Sarah was like, "Who would let a kid around this dude?" This is why.
Well, now that we have a pause, Don Juan coming with the $1.99. Karuma the hamster. Anime watchers left the chat. Thank you, Don
I disavowed that man.
I love Don Juan. Don Juan?
Oh no, not Don Juan. The Maxer.
Oh. Yeah. Well, It is what it is. He's officially going by Tomato General for the next 10 minutes until he realizes he needs to change it.
I still don't know how to change this. But
I think
this
Power Ranger guy is hilarious. That's great. Because Power Ranger
I'm just gonna rock it. I don't care.
At the bottom of StreamYards, you see your picture. You click on the little 3 dots in the white square in the upper right-hand corner of your picture.
Oh my God, okay,
One of
thank
the
you.
options is going to be changed. Okay.
Why'd you have to tell her? You don't tell them how to change
Because
it
there was an
until they're about to
inquiry
leave.
about facts.
No. No.
So I mean, when it comes down to the conspiracy, because honestly, I believe the conspiracy is a conspiracy, in my opinion. All right, the thing is like I said, the whole term conspiracy theory was invented and propagated by the CIA. It's a derogatory type term. It's to try and push everybody in a box to saying, well, you're going against our narrative, so therefore we're going to label you as this. All right, and then that becomes a derogatory term. That's why I think that the whole scenario, that the conspiracy theorist thing, people have called me that for years. They've called me a tinfoil hat thing or crazy or whatever. But until all my shit ends up coming true and they start realizing it and it gets put on CNN, then they're like, oh, shit, Wingnut, you were right. Well, I was no fucking shit. I was right. You know what I mean? But, just because it came on CNN, therefore there it becomes credible. You know what I'm saying?
So I think the word the word can be used derogatorily, but it also has a lot of utility, right? Because we want to be able to describe people who generally spread misinformation.
That's putting a label on people. You're trying to lump them all into a box.
I want to address this information live because I've heard this mentioned before. But actually, the term conspiracy theorist actually was used way before the CIA's founding. It was used in print in the year 1870 and further on. The CIA wasn't invented until much later on, so that's just complete BS. I think that the CIA.
Would you agree that it was popularized by the CIA in the United States? Would you agree with that?
That's not the original claim. That's moving the goalposts.
Okay, it was an inaccurate claim, and your point stands. But would you agree that the CIA popularized it in the United States?
I'd be open to it. I'd look more into it, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Right. So the America was formed by a conspiracy against the crown, and I think not all conspiracies are necessarily bad. Some are very beneficial. Furthermore, the Hegelian dialectic is actually being perpetrated against us in all different directions: problem, reaction, solution. And guess what? With respect, I understand what you're saying there, anarchist. But you're providing the reaction that the government's looking for so that they can implement their already pre-planned solution. Is if you react out of pocket, then you're ungovernable. They create martial law. They take all your precious guns away from you, and then you're properly effed, and now you're a communist. Congratulations.
Well, in some respects, Jess, I kind of agree with you because I'm an individual. But, they didn't get their power as individuals. They got their power by indoctrinating. It's kind of like back in the day when there was kings and queens with a castle and a moat, and they had knights protecting them, and all the peasants actually believed in this God-ordained fucking power that the kings have. They all believed in it, all right? Well, it took them a while to get to that point, and we're just on a more massive scale. Well, me as an individual, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I mean, hell, I can't protect myself from a whole, crowd of like 1,000 some odd people or more. You know what I'm saying? No, but that's the thing. It's like we have to change that mentality of that, in a sense, and to grow into a more of a, a more unified, singing the same song scenario, in a sense.
Right.
Because we're all, there's so many people singing that song of slavery right now. Go ahead.
He's talking about you, motherfucker. Listen to what he's saying and know that it's about you, not society.
Right. So my
let
thing
me
is,
intervene for just a moment. Don Juan coming in with the $1.99. John Deadman, LOL. I have a buddy named Roberto. And just for the record, Flow State, we're not going to let Hormaxer get away with the shots fired at your daughter. Well, he said daughters, but that's not allowed on panel. I know I very clearly made that rule, especially the other day. Very well known. So just so you know, we're not going to let
and
that
I'm
one.
sure, I have no doubt that he's been doxxed by now. And if anybody knows where to find his docs.
Oh, he says his last name on screen all the time.
Oh, does he?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, GS. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
My apologies.
So the reason, I don't like the whole,
okay,
you know, you're not going to be able to fight against the government thing is just because like, generally you tend to, or sorry, maybe I'm mistaking you for someone else, but aren't you pro-gun? Like,
Guns are amazing. I'm super pro gun.
Like pro 2A, but like for you, generally.
Yeah. So I don't understand the. Yeah.
What's the point of 2A?
It's well, I mean, it depends on how you want to interpret where a comma is.
Okay, so you don't think that like part of sorry, I guess like I'm ascribing to you what I've heard.
Are you asking me a question, or you're asking?
Yeah,
me
I guess
I'm
I'm about to ascribe to you what I've heard from most people, but the whole point that Americans are telling me of having guns and stuff is that you're going to be able to like, if the corrupt government comes knocking at your door, or a foreign corrupt government even, then you can fight them off. But I guess it sounds like maybe you're not.
Well, it's for a whole plethora of things. It's necessary, right? That a well-trained, well-regulated. Regulated means trained. It doesn't mean regulated as in regulations. A lot of people don't understand that concept. So
you said it's interpretable, right?
Well, no, I didn't say it was interpretable. I said some people like to play games with commas, and you know whether something's a preamble or I'm not.
Why
really
would we mean
interested
that
in-
well-regulated means regulations first?
Well, for me, I'm not interested in having a debate about whether or not I'm going to have a gun. I'd be more interested in seeing if you could pry it from my cold, dead fucking hand someday. That would be what I'd be more interested to see if you were able to do that, regardless of rhetoric.
Well, I don't
Whether
know
you're
if
the government or a hamster or whatever else, at the end of the day.
I don't know if you have kids, but here's my issue with that is that if you do, then they're just inherently in more danger, as well as your community, your wife or significant other, and yourself. This is statistically true, and a lot of firearms researchers agree with it, because right now, gun death is the leading cause of death among youth in America.
Bullshit.
How many lives? How many lives? Hold on.
No, it's not.
Bullshit.
How many lives are saved every year from someone even just having a gun on their person, or
Very few,
brandishing
actually.
a gun, or
People are
using
not
a
safe
gun?
in
Not
Michigan.
count.
Very
There's
few.
no way to
They're
measure
not
things
safer in
that
Michigan.
didn't
without a shot being fired.
Probably
There's
very
more
few.
people killed by cars every day than fucking guns. Should we outlaw
Hammers.
Well, I
cars?
just want to respond to
Hammers.
generally,
Hammers.
because the problem is that
wait,
guns
let
are
me-
used way
let me
more
back
for
up.
intimidation than protection.
Let me back you up because I'm just looking at
That
stats.
can be protection.
Since 2020, firearms have surpassed motor vehicle accidents as the primary cause for death of teens and children.
And remember Greece? Remember when like they were all getting into
Bullshit.
accidents and stuff?
They're
It's- it's-
putting a
it's
microscope on it. That's why you're hearing more of it.
Yeah, why that is, but
Can you
It
put,
may,
can you
may
also
have
just post
surpassed.
that
Is
link
it
in
number
chat?
one? Because the claim was it's number one. Is that true?
Yeah, it
Since you're
surpassed it,
looking
and
up
it is the leading
statistics.
cause of death.
Okay, it leads over.
How
car
many of those are
accidents, According to
suicides?
that survey,
Yeah,
that doesn't
that's-
make it number one.
Well, it
They
wouldn't be
never
a
leave
survey,
that.
it's
They never
just-
put that in.
I don't know if it's number one yet.
Okay.
I just know it did surpass motor vehicle accidents.
I thought
that's
you were
for
on that particularly.
How many of those are
So would you
suicides?
prefer that people get stabbed than shot?
Is this going to change the fact that guns are the leading cause? And this
Right.
is from
So if
No,
instead of-
guns don't kill
instead of killing
people.
each other
People
with
kill
guns,
people.
start killing each other with knives. Is that better for you?
Probably actually, because then you can't kill them from a distance.
Holy shit.
So,
Well, that way it's-
murder is better if it's closer.
Yeah,
If it's
also,
close and
it's hard to
personal
headshot
and
someone
it's,
with a knife.
Nobody's making an argument that it'd be harder to murder more people with.
Yes.
You know, in the UK, they have a higher percentage of home invasions with the homeowner's home than we do here in the U.S.
I wonder
Do
if
you
they're
know
more
that?
lethal. I wonder if they're more lethal. I don't know these statistics, but if they, I'd be shocked.
Well, I'm
if
just
they-
saying, you know, UK doesn't have guns, but yet they have more home invasions than they do with the homeowner's home than we do here in the U.S.
So I posted
You know,
it
when you
first
start talking
inside
about,
that.
you know, when it comes down to guns and all that stuff, you know, majority of those statistics that you're pointing out are suicides. They're not actually
Well,
like,
let's
you know,
use our words wisely. Don Juan coming in with the $4.99. Sarah, you're messed up. LOL. Stop insulting my friends. Santa Claus is early this year. Ha. GS does love to spurg as much as he loves the foreign workers. Is that right,
So
GS?
as of 2022, gun deaths have become the leading cause, according to John Hopkins in the report that
Is
they're
that?
citing.
But is that violent or self-inflicted?
Both. That's why
you can
gun
say that, but I was trying to
that's
make a
why gun-
difference without using certain words, and I wish you'd answer to the
Yeah, I
spirit
know.
of the
That's why
question.
gun ownership. No, I'm saying both is why gun ownership makes the household more in danger, because people who use guns as a means of doing that,
But I thought your objection originally was
they're more
people using
more likely
firearms
to
to
succeed.
overpower other people, in which case self-inflicted wounds wouldn't be something you could quote.
The hamster is obviously biased. Like I pointed out, this is a biased, politically partisan perspective on
This isn't
everything.
just my opinion. The majority
You
of
don't want to
firearms
understand
researchers-
your opinion. It's
too
not your opinion.
complicated.
It's your allegiance.
It's
not
the majority of
complicated
people.
to say-
Can I answer Ponce because he's talking to me? The majority of people who study firearms, these are people who are the most knowledgeable in this category, agree with me.
Okay, let me ask you, Hamster. When it comes down to it, if firearms are so dangerous, and government takes away all our firearms and stuff like that, who should control all the firearms?
I'm not saying I have a prescription for that, but let's look at prescriptions we can do within our current existing framework. Gun buyback programs have been shown in places like Australia to be.
Well, how
very
can the
effective.
government buy back a gun that they never owned in the first place?
That was
and on top of that, the money is actually stolen from us in the form of taxes.
Fine.
Government doesn't buy anything without stealing our money first.
Settle the fuck down. Jesus Christ.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Fine, if you want to.
This message is sponsored in part by...
If you want to
All
call
right.
it tax
Hold on just a second. Those were for Don Juan for his wonderful contributions this evening. Rude Mud Crab comes in with the $5. The argument is that you can't delete 20 people in under a minute with a blade.
You can't. Yeah, you can. Like
a lot
read,
harder.
read,
Let's
read
go
news
over
in
that.
Europe. They have mass stabbings all the time.
A lot
Ooh,
of
and-
bad
Find me
ones
one where
lately.
20 people died, please. I dare you.
Don Juan says that the girl on the horse will be in Vegas on the 18th. That's exciting. Don't tell Hormaxer.
I'm not retrieving information for somebody whose view won't change because it's group oriented.
What about that guy that stabbed all those people in the shopping mall?
And Harvard.
What about Harvard? Harvard agrees with you. Is that what you just said?
The information of firearm researcher surveys that I'm about to provide is from Harvard, and they
No.
have an entire
I'm not
research
interested
focus
in
group
arguing with
about
somebody
this.
who has a religious belief. Your belief is not grounded in
You're not
data
addressing
or
my arguments
reality.
at all.
Your belief is based on your allegiance to the Democrats,
That's
judging
just
by
an
your
ad
earlier
hom, so you don't actually have to address anything I'm saying.
No,
Can
it's not an ad
anyone
hom.
actually
You
address what I'm
slipped up.
saying?
You slipped up and exposed your worldview when you slipped in that the Republicans were doing X, right? You
Yeah,
showed
they're
your
generally
bias. You
bad
didn't mean
for
to. You
social
tipped your
programs.
card.
Republicans are generally bad. If you don't know that, you're politically inept.
What?
No, I'm not political. I'm not a Republican nor a Democrat.
social programs
I'm talking
work?
about
How do social
addressing
programs
reality
work?
and how we suss out what's
How do
true from
social
what's false.
programs work? Can you show me, demonstrate some, that you understand
No,
politics? How do social
I'm not going to
programs
try to
work?
demonstrate somebody who's determined not to change their mind. Why the fuck would I do
Social
that?
programs work through public or through government funding, and guess who doesn't like government spending the most?
And
Republicans.
guess
Wow. thank you,
how
Catholic.
does government get that money?
Oh my God.
There's actually other things too, like government can subsidize businesses and receive returns on
Government doesn't have anything to offer that it doesn't steal from others.
So
The
I would
hamster.
like
The
to-
hamster. Go ahead, Jess.
I would like to say that Hamster does seem like, well, I kind of get what about to rage quit. So you got a new title there, Flo.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, it's about
Who
to
paid
rage.
to change that, or is Sarah just entertaining herself?
I changed all of yours a little bit ago. So we have about to rage quit for flow state. We have, ew, did you change? That's gross.
What are you talking about?
I wrote it's Spurg or
Uh-huh.
something, and then you changed it. That's gross. And then
How was that gross?
now
Just
you're
you accused me of Spurgin.
Move away from it. Take the L and move on. I'm helping you out. He's trying to splooge on you.
Then we have Don Juan
Spurk.
Besky Forever. I see you adjusted it. And then we have Angry at the World. Then we have Mike Noisemaker for Scott. Then we have Princess for Princess. We have Hamster Furby now. And then we have Power Ranger guy. And now we have Cocksquatch.
Yeah, I felt
he's
like
got his
calling me a
tinfoil
Am I
hat
properly
worker
dressed?
was like you're kind of underselling my brand a bit, so I had to make sure people knew. I was
This
whatever.
you actually this panel is gonna need you're gonna need your regular helmet and your short bus because this is.
Do I need to
I
put a
love
cork
everything
in
you
my
got
foot so
going
I
on.
don't poke it in the eye?
Everything you got going on is magical. Thank you.
Strong arm.
Sasquatch, you might
And
need
while we're
another
in a
layer.
moment, $1.99 coming in from Don Juan. Reading Aquinas would avert all of these tragedies. Just saying.
Some of us want to see the world burn though, and we'll never read Aquinas just because we're assholes.
I can respect nihilism.
Sasquatch, your uniform is not complete until you have aluminum earplugs.
Well, I need to be able to hear y'all in order to hate.
No, we got people on here that are not listening at all. Trust me.
You just bring in your pre-existing hate and then just let it loose, right?
There you go.
You might need a couple more layers of tinfoil. We're getting in pretty deep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find like a car wheel or something to bring as a hat. Just getting.
I always wanted a tricorn hat, like a captain's hat, in tinfoil.
Just buy one and wrap it in tinfoil. Yeah, you could do that.
So I just wanted to refer back to those firearm researcher surveys. They asked, "Does a gun?"
You are so dumb. Nobody's engaged in this conversation with you. I know
You're
you want
very
to
afraid of what I have to say.
Your rhetoric, but I've already told you I don't want to
Hey,
have a
you're gonna let me
conversation with
speak,
you
blah, blah, blah.
because
Just
you're.
finish up.
No, I'm shitting on
So-
your conversation on purpose. My
Okay,
point
cool.
is not to communicate to you, but to stop you from communicating at this point.
Yeah, you're a bit of a coward, aren't you?
No, I'm just.
The conspiracy is government is trying to disarm all of us. That's one of them, right there.
Can I try to build a bridge? Do y'all not agree that at least statistically, if you own a gun, if you own one of those, you're more likely to have something bad related to that? Do you not agree with that?
I've got 3 guns sitting right next to me, and none of them's killed anybody.
Right past my entire point, which is that Hamster is determined to not change its mind, whatever the fuck it is.
I want to know what the hell the word.
So why would I
means.
argue your point that it is religiously set on not changing?
Why would I believe you over firearms researcher?
So Power Ranger guy is heading out, so we want to go ahead and give him a moment to closing thoughts.
Sarah, thank you for having me. This was fun. Thanks for humoring me with the Power Ranger clip too, and that's fun. So, but if you guys want to subscribe to me, subscribe to Romano Productions. I think the link should below, or I could put it in the chat again if you want. But either way, thank you for having me. This was fun, and I'll see you guys around.
Awesome.
Later.
Thanks.
Hamster, does your firearms research actually include how many cops, how many people have died by the cops' hands, or how many people have died by military hands?
I don't think
Huh?
cops should have guns here either. It's way better in the UK where they often don't.
Yeah, they just get stabbed instead.
Wouldn't it be ironic if
They're
that
actually pretty good at
happened
self
to the
defense there. I
hamster?
don't
Like,
think they get stabbed that often.
I hope your last state warned me about this.
Shout
Yeah.
out to Edward for that chat. That's hilarious. And thank you, Milk Cow, for the $4.99 sticker. We love stickers. Thank you.
So
You're more
firearms
likely to get killed by a cop than you
64%
are a terrorist.
64% of firearms researchers believe that that guns make.
Shut the fuck up.
Who actually know
That's
more
because they're
about all
communists
of
and they
that.
want to disarm everybody.
You are a zealot. You're not a good faith discusser. You're a zealot.
Provide
You
evidence
have
of the contrary.
points. You're
instead
not
of
going to
just
back
asking
down from them. All you will do is sit here and spray exactly the same silly rhetoric driven from the same statistically insignificant sources, and that's all you're going to do.
How's it?
I'm not listening.
Am I the only one that noticed the percentage there was something
One at a time. Guys, you know the rule here. One at a time. Don't make me
I
like
don't know who's
yell
gonna
at you
go
and
next.
shit.
Let me back you up because if you guys don't agree with the stat, like refute the stat. You guys are not
No.
doing that. You guys are saying, no, I'm not going to listen to you.
Francis,
What you
address
said.
my prerequisite issue. Why the
Well,
fuck
she's-
would we have a conversation with somebody about a topic when they're not interested in the?
She's bringing a fact. You can debate the fact.
She's not open. This is not an open conversation. That's what I'm telling you. Why would I come willing to accept new information to a discussion with somebody who's not willing to do the same?
No, I am. I'm waiting for you to provide
ask me a question. If I'm debating a flat earther and they're not open to my globe theory,
Why
I'm still
would
going to
you waste
debate
your
on
time?
whether or not they're wrong.
Why would you waste your time
Process.
arguing with somebody?
You just
Go ahead.
can't tell me why I'm wrong.
Francis, would you really quote something that was only 64%? Would you really?
Yeah,
I heard
64%
80% of all stats
The
were made
majority.
up on
What's your critique of the stat? I'm honestly curious.
Let's say it is 64%. That's just over half. I don't even know where the statistic comes from.
Yeah, I'm not, and I'm actually trying to shit on the chat engagement at all because this is a bad faith discussion on one side. Just because you agree with it, Princess, doesn't mean that it's a valid discussion.
Hey, Princess, if I went to firearms researchers,
it's not
and 2 out of 3 of them said
2 out of 3 gerbils died in the asshole of the person they were inserted into. Do you want to be the third?
It's weird that you know
No,
that.
let me ask you a question.
I can vouch for that down in Key West.
Yeah,
that happens a lot.
Why did you choose your little image
Personal
there?
experience, angry.
Wait, let me keep on track. Mel, I don't think you are being bad faith. Am I wrong that if you saw a stat that showed otherwise, you would change your mind? Or are you so dogmatic that you would not?
What would a bad faith person say to that question?
I would change my mind.
Well, I did put something in the chat. I don't know if y'all saw it, that there was an estimate from the government that about 1.5 million per year are saved with the use of a weapon. That doesn't mean that it's actually being used. It just means that it's either being brandished, it's on the side of their, like it's holstered, or it's visible, open carried, or actually used and and discharged. That's way more than the lives that are being taken. Why do you not care? Can I finish my state? If we're going to grant that you're going to say that the leading cause of death is X, and I can demonstrate to you that there's estimates that 1.5 million lives are saved that would have been not saved had there not been a gun in the situation, doesn't that really just outdo the greater evil?
And now watch me be proven right with the response. Go ahead.
I mean, if I'm granting your statement to be true, and you're in good faith granting that I'm not trying to deceive you, and we're saying that conservative.
I've posted mine.
I printed it.
Can you put it in side chat as a link that way?
I'm curious.
That's a valid request. I'm interested to see the assessment afterward.
1 second. Yeah, I'll bring it back up.
I'm angry at the world. You should learn how to be effective from that right there. That was a fantastic demonstration of not being a whiny little bitch.
Oh, fuck off.
You're interested in Kirby just confirming your assessment.
Huh?
You're only interested in Furby confirming your assessment.
Yeah, yeah. My interest in this point right here is purely to prove that Furby's a piece of shit.
Okay, you can try to reiterate your point, but you'll have to explain.
I'm not trying to reiterate any point. Everybody gets it except for you. Why would I need to reiterate it?
Can I make a point?
Well, then I don't have anything to like.
You already have one on top of your head in tinfoil.
Just in case y'all get really deep. Yes, sir, I do. The point is, Second Amendment shall not be infringed.
Yep.
Those words by themselves.
Amended, right?
All your other arguments are immaterial until we can actually get a group at the head of our nation that believes some trash like you do. Try to. That is the hill I'm willing to die on. By the way, you remember you asked me what hill am I willing to die on? That's the one.
Tinfoil Windsor, can we not amend the Second Amendment?
You can amend many things, but it won't change what actually happens in America.
See, the thing is like the first 10 amendments of the Constitution are rights that are actually enumerated by God themselves or the Creator, whichever you want to call it. All right, it is given to us by the Creator, not by government. All right, those things were not given to us by government.
But back to the actual topic.
Thanks for making things worse, anarchist.
Mel brought up gun buyback programs, which I think would be a way where you can kind of address the gun issue without necessarily taking people's guns away. So I don't think she's necessarily for doing.
It worked in Australia because it was mandatory.
You're going to trade me a PS4 for a broken firearm? Is that what
when
you're
we
saying?
try buybacks here in the States, people end up giving them like trash, broken guns, and like all sorts of junk. It doesn't work unless
I wasn't going to say that because it does make people upset, but you just made the argument for me that it should be.
I'm not talking to you at all. I'm waiting for your response to what Generally Specific said, so I can demonstrate that you're a religious zealot.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and take over for a moment. I do have somebody in the backstage. I'm going to let them up in a second, but I will have to voice confirm unless they came up in the back first. But Rude Mud Crab comes in with the $5. 247 deaths by blade in the UK so far this year. 482 mass shootings in the US this year. These things aren't even comparable. Thank you, Rude
I would
Mud
like
Crab.
to readdress that because your number of 482 is way low if you include drug involved or gang involved activities.
Which they're
That
not even
is
counting for
fair.
the most part.
They don't even count that.
Can everybody hold for a second? King Steven, can you voice confirm for me?
Hello, it's me. It's me.
I recognize that closeted voice anywhere. That's him.
Can I get like maybe
Rotate the
3
game.
minutes to read this article real quick and get
Oh,
the panel?
God.
I have a question first. I just have a
probably
quick
wouldn't
question.
even take 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I already have some
That's
pushback.
what
'cause I
she
think
said.
You might walk it back, but I think previously I think you kind of misconstrued what this research is saying. But I want to hear you address it first.
So I'm just going to read what, I mean, this is Forbes. I think it would be considered a somewhat reputable, not a rag. I don't think it's left or right necessarily. I don't know a lot about Forbes.
It's a rag.
Okay, so maybe it's a rag. But it says, in particular, a 2013 study ordered that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, it's a governmental organization, which probably has every reason to steer you whatever way it wants to. So let's take all this with a bit of a grain of salt. And conducted by the National Academies Institute of Medicine and National Research Council reported that, so that sounds all pretty official, reported that defensive use of guns by crime victims is a common occurrence. But then it goes on to say almost all national survey estimates, now these are estimates, indicates that defensive gun uses by victims are at least as common as offensive uses by criminals, with estimates of annual uses ranging from about 500,000 to more than 3 million in the context of about 300,000 violent crimes involving firearms in 2008. So what this is saying is if every time a gun is used, someone would lose their lives, we'd be looking at 500,000 to 3 million people a year dying.
At all. No, you're misconstruing it. Actually, the authors actually go to the original. The authors actually say in addressing that in particular. The authors
Slow down, so I can understand.
Take a breath. The authors and researchers agreed this number does not represent lives saved. It's just the amount of times defensive guns were used. It does not represent. You can't take this and say.
Now I want you to think about
it.
If the hamster, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, ma'am. I apologize. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No, the hamster's fine.
Melanie, that's right, Melanie. Okay. So if what Melanie is saying is the use of firearms makes neighborhoods more dangerous, if you're saying victims using firearms in order to what? If they're being a victim of a crime and they're using a firearm, they've stopped themselves from being murdered or robbed or have their property damaged or stolen or road rage. Now hold on. Now hold on. See, you're not. See, and I'm starting to think Flo is 100%.
I'm going to say
right.
the same thing he said. So why don't you just address Process?
Okay, so. But I am trying to address him. He's like interrupting me, and every time I get to the
Just
point,
let me know when I can get my fucking W over here.
Literally, the point the authors say that's not how it should be used.
What? Okay.
The authors of the study literally saying no.
So you're not. So I get to grant. I get to grant that whatever government organization he's quoting is true. But when I quote a government organization such as the CDC and the National Academies and the Institute of Medicine and National Research Council, you're telling me it's fucking flawed.
No, the study's good. You're taking.
Oh, the study's good.
Yeah,
then let me finish my fucking point before you interrupt me.
Stop being triggered because you're doing it right now.
I'm not being triggered. You're being fucking insufferable.
You're using the study in an incorrect manner. That's
What's
what I'm
incorrect?
addressing.
You keep interrupting me before I finish my point. How do you know my conclusion's correct or incorrect?
Just let him do the straw man.
There's an entailment, princess.
Here, let's just get the straw man out of the way. It's gonna be
There's an entailment here, buddy, that you're missing. That you keep interrupting me right before I get ready to put the
I'll get
exclamation
to it.
mark.
Let's see. I'll see.
Okay, so if It says right here, almost all national surveys estimate. I got to read it again. I really don't want to have to read this for a fourth fucking time, though.
I'll read it for you. I don't mind.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So the quote you were saying before is almost all national surveys estimates indicate that defensive gun uses by victims are at least as common as.
Okay, stop. What's a victim? What's the definition of a victim? How would you define a victim?
I would have to look. I had to look it up. I don't know offhand.
You can't tell me what a victim would be considered.
I'm gonna guess it means someone like an altercation. But
So somebody's perpetrating a potential crime on someone that's being victimized. Okay, so let's keep reading.
Can I get the W?
I'm going to take the W and say, Don Juan coming in with $1.99. The South Park episode on guns. Just saying. LOL. And then Jay dropping by with the 2. Can Princess say, Silly Sally sells sizzling socks? Go ahead, Princess.
Okay, so gun uses by victims. Go ahead.
And by the way, we're over on the Raging Tomato. The Raging Tomato.
It's tagged in the if that's mine. Yeah, I think it is mine. It's tagged in the title.
And Toddler being more reactive than Princess. LOL. Oh my, that's a shocker.
Okay, can you continue to read, please?
Yes, back to the quote. It was after guns used by victims, at least as common as offensive use by criminals, with estimates of annual uses ranging from about 500,000 to 3 million, in the context of about 300,000 violent crimes involving firearms in 2008.
Okay, so how come there weren't 300,000 people killed by firearms?
Cynthia's a mod over there, by the way. Blue Wrench.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You can't use that cited to say.
Okay,
say,
no.
Therefore, if they did not have a gun, they got killed. That's what you can't say.
That's not what he's saying.
As if Melanie's argument is that guns are super, super dangerous and they take lives, and I can demonstrate that victims, with the mere fact that they either possessed, brandished, or owned or utilized a firearm, had violent crimes. 300,000 in a year is the average estimate. Far outsurpasses any of the deaths. So, what is your response to that? And I'll rest my case and let Flo take over from here.
Oh no, I'm done. You'll rest my case too.
So I think you were asking. Go ahead, Mel. Go ahead.
So would you understand why the researchers are saying that we have to look at like how many gun deaths are prevented, right?
Yeah, you're moving the goalpost. Your assertion is that guns. Your assertion is guns make the community far more in the household far more dangerous of an environment. And I'm showing you with the data right here from all those fancy 3-letter alphabet.
Shown one piece of data. There's an article that links to that gives more data.
5 different medicine groups.
Yeah, there's an article that links to
this is more a correlation of data.
I'm going to read something, and I just want you to,
from the nation.
I'm going to read something. I want you to give me what you think about this. For every criminal killed in self-defense, 34 innocent people will die. However, this comparison can be misleading. An armed civilian does not have to kill a criminal in order to save an innocent life. And then it goes on to say the exact number of defensive gun usages is not precisely known. There are reasons to think.
Why are we listening to this bullshit? You just got
let me fucking finish, you fucking coward.
This is called moving the goalpost.
This is way moving the goalpost.
This is a key sentence.
I know. That's why it's so good that I got in there.
Sentence. You're not responding to my actual point.
I don't care about your actual point because you're not engaging in a discussion. You're preaching a dogma.
You leave the panel if you can't handle what I have to say. The exact number.
I'm enjoying this the most.
Is not precisely.
Oh my god,
there
it
are
hurts.
reasons to think the actual number
nobody
may
can
be
hear
higher
me.
Or lower than the
Hey,
figure.
for me to get kicked off, Furby.
Yeah.
Well, if somebody comes into your home and wants to rob you and take your life in the first place, how do you suppose you're going to defend yourself?
I'm sorry. Please don't grate me.
Weapons in this world.
That's what this hamster's gonna be saying.
I thought you guys are all scared of knives.
I am afraid of knives, but I'm not afraid of Don Juan because he comes in with $1.99. All this gun talk, about to listen to early 2000s rap.
And I want to ask, how does the gang violence thing you brought up?
Why are you asking questions instead of addressing the one that was asked to you?
I did.
No, you didn't. You
Listen,
went right
didn't
around
listen.
it.
You spoke over me.
You did exactly what I said you would do.
Yeah, you're
Really?
trying to.
You're not worth. You're not worth anybody
flawed.
talking to.
Did that include you speaking over me like a man-child?
That's what I'm doing. Yeah. If you
No,
don't
you're
like
throwing
it,
a
maybe
tantrum.
you can
You're throwing a little
you can time
tantrum.
me
You're
out,
having
Furby.
Republican tears.
I'm not Republican. I don't vote at all.
Could have fooled me.
You can
I got
super chat
Republican
to
tears in
time
my mouth.
people
I don't
out.
even own guns.
I got little
I
Republican
like guns
tears in my
and
mouth
knives.
right now. So
I like
Not
guns.
by choice,
No
no guns. He's got no guns.
I do have no guns. That is correct.
Firing
I got
blanks.
no gun.
He's firing blanks.
So the conspiracy theory is that the government's trying to disarm all of us.
Hey, let me respond here. Because I know this channel does not seem like stats, but I'm just curious if anyone wants to go off this. Maybe also disagree. Do you guys agree or disagree that, at least statistically, if you own a gun and have a home invasion, you actually are not likely to be any safer? The
I feel
stats
like
do
this
not
is a
show
proxy.
that.
No, I disagree.
I really want to squash this conversation.
I
up
think
front.
if you own a
You're
gun
good-
and you're a pussy liberal, yeah, your chances don't fucking increase whatsoever because you're probably going to be scared of it because it's big and black and scary, and you're going to be like, "Oh my god!" You're probably going to aim it. You're probably going to aim it the wrong
We're gonna
direction.
struggle this hard. Do you want-
Probably
and-
likely.
do you want-
You're probably
You
likely
clearly
just
have
like the
statistics.
gangs to shoot some little girl on a tricycle and
Look,
not hit your target.
You have already rejected statistics, and now you're asking about hypotheticals.
citing
I guess
no,
you want
I read-
anecdotal
I read
because I
something
can tell
from
you
his
my
own
life
source.
3 times.
I read something from his
I've
own
used
source.
it defensively, successfully.
something from his
0
own
times has anybody died. 0 times has shit gotten worse.
I responded
I'm
to him
not
with
going to
something
let you
from his own
make points,
source.
Kirby. Look, Animal, I'm not going to let you make
Furby,
your point out. I'm not going to do it.
Furby, you got a 2-minute timeout. I'm putting you backstage for 2
You
minutes.
little bitch.
Yeah, learn to answer when men are asking you questions. Assume the position.
And when you come back up in 2 minutes, I'm not going to let you make your point. I promise. You're going to have to pay to kick me off.
You're a
So
bully.
there's 2 ways I could be rude. I could leave without saying thank you all for the experience, or I could say peace and respect to you all. Have a great night.
Thanks for joining
See you,
tonight.
Richard.
You're always
Bye.
welcome. Have a good night.
I wish he talked over people more. He's pretty smart.
Because honestly, I'm open-minded here, but like at least again, I know stats don't paint the perfect picture, but I think they're an interesting lens to look through. But like at least just on a number basis, it like, seems like having a handgun like does not really make you safer, and in fact, it can actually make things worse. Where like actually might escalate the level of violence if the perpetrator also has something.
I'll
Well,
address you real
well,
quick.
when somebody comes into your
No, not
house
you.
to take
I'm
with
only
your
addressing
stuff
this
and
before I
willing to
start.
kill you, and the same problem, you just bend over and
Haven't
say,
you
"Yeah, I'll
talked
take it."
everything enough
You
already
know?
tonight?
And Don Juan comes in with $1.99. 21 Savage featuring Metro booming Glock in my lap.
So,
What
Francis,
up? And Izzy asks GS, have you ever shot a gun?
yeah,
Yeah.
or not, fucking Francis.
No, they're big, black, and scary.
Yes.
So the hypothetical situation about whether you're at more risk or not.
Guns give me the ick.
If you feel like that puts you at more risk, then you should not own a gun. If somebody else feels like it puts them at less risk, how is that harmful? Why would you be opposed to somebody having that to defend themselves?
And to be clarified, I actually am not anti-gun. I'm totally cool people owning guns, but I do want to kind of back up Mel a little bit.
Well,
I'm not pro
why?
guns as
See,
something.
you're a proxy arguer. If you're backing up Mel, I'm going to shit on your talking points too.
So
Oh, that's fine.
I am that petty. I am that fucking petty.
So if we were to
All right,
do
there.
Yes, he is.
if we were
He
to
is.
do ad populum or
GS, you're backstage for 20 minutes, and then you're welcome to pop back on if you want to wait.
have a good one.
Damn it, we're just about to talk. See you later.
20 minutes. That's only 20 minutes. And Furby, you're coming back up.
Hi, Furby.
Why are you talking to me?
Is Furby the nemesis of State? Is that what it is?
Furby's a bad faith actor, and I've decided that my purpose for the rest of the stream is not to let Furby make its stupid fucking point. I'm perfect. I was perfectly happy. Yeah.
That bad faith. I feel like she's
It
gonna
is.
bring up
It is
stats.
bad faith. It is bad faith.
Are you not worried that your parents are going to see you on here and then like
Not
you're
at
going to
all.
embarrass them with this behavior that they did not teach you to do?
He does this in church.
No parent would teach
You don't
that.
know my parents.
No self-respecting
Did your
parent would
parents?
ever do
Is
that.
that why you're hiding behind the Furby avatar?
I'm sure they taught you better.
Okay, you can believe that if you want. Like, what's the point? Do you think my parents would want me to respect a Furby that's arguing in bad faith? You're a religious belief. I'm not interested in religious belief.
Cool. Get better at debating instead of acting like this, because you lost.
I did fantastic at debating. I did a fantastic demonstration.
You jerked yourself
of
off
exactly
the entire time. That's
my
not debating.
point. That you are a bad faith discussion, a panelist, has been perfectly demonstrated.
If you're an example of good faith, then you're inept. Like, your definitions are inept. Like, we shouldn't use any of your definitions for.
Why would somebody engage with a bad faith opponent in good
I've
faith?
literally never been as petty as you, so I'll never be as bad faith as you are.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Oh, damn.
I'll accept that. I'll be petty.
Right. And so, if anything, I'm way more good faith than you, and you're just.
Well, I only got petty once you demonstrated that you were, in fact, not engaging in this as a good faith argument. What you were doing is you were going to propagandize and preach with your dogma. You don't care about the information. You're not interested in receiving anything. The premise that you're here for a good faith argument is itself a lie.
I received information, then found my own statistics that said something else.
You received information. You didn't refute it. You just went past it anyways.
When someone says one thing and then I provide statistics that say the other, that's refuting it. That's
You didn't refute it, though. You didn't refute it.
Okay, that's your opinion, man. You're just wrong.
Right. Well, the point stands that like I said, my purpose here for the rest of this stream is to not let you get your point out on this topic.
Be a little bitch.
You can talk about other topics.
You're being a little bitch.
If you want to get your point out, you're going to have to pay for me. Otherwise,
being a little bitch.
Otherwise, I got you.
What's the definition of being a little bitch?
Not being able to say your point because you're too broke to pay to get me off, and you're too weak to talk over me.
Oh, okay. See, again, your definitions are just inept. There's no point in talking to you.
Right. We agree. There is no point in us talking.
Great. I'm glad we could settle that.
Yeah. So, is there anything else you want to talk about, though? I'm not as rigidly opposed to points on other topics, but this one you're not getting out. Why do you come up as a Furby? Out of curiosity.
The exact number of defensive gun usages is not precisely.
I'm not having this discussion with you. You're not going to get it out. You're not going to.
Like,
you're going to
a lot fucking louder than you.
Around.
Mike dominant.
It's not going to get through.
The exact number of defensive gun usages.
The exact
not
number of
known.
Part of gerbils that you can fit into your asshole.
Maybe higher or lower than
Nobody can hear the point you're making. Nobody can track the information that you're saying.
Okay. Keep praying.
Why don't you figure out a new solution to the problem of you not being able to speak? You don't think I can just keep making noise over you?
Just like.
Why? Because I like.
Do you're this bad at debate that you can't
think I'm?
Said that's fine. You're actually demonstrating.
That's fine. That's fine. It can be whatever it is for whatever reason you want. It's because I'm retarded and bad faith and evil and I'm a Republican and I'm crying. All those things can be true, but your problem is still here.
Yeah, you're proving me.
None of that shit solves your
You're
problem.
the one who can't respond to my arguments.
I'm not engaging in your argument. That's exactly the point.
Letting me finish.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm telling you, bro.
You're afraid of me addressing people's arguments. You're the one. You're a self-fulfilling prophecy.
That's fine. Whatever you want to say about me is fine. It can all be true. What are you going to do about the situation you're in? The loud ass silence there. You don't have a plan, do you?
Well, I want to talk to other people now.
I know, but I'm not going to let you do that.
That's like
you need a new course of action.
Like how does this help you succeed in proving that you can actually win a debate?
Why do you think that's what I'm trying to succeed at? That's not what I'm trying to do at all. What I'm trying to do is frustrate you. What I want.
Oh, if you want to frustrate me, you haven't. I'm just waiting for this to end.
Yeah. Well, then I want to waste your time.
Okay. You're good at that. You're good at wasting people's time, aren't you?
Yeah.
Are you ever good at like helping people or
nope?
Debates?
Terrible at it. I'm the worst at helping people.
Are you good at winning debates ever?
Because I hate people. Nope, I'm stupid at debates.
And why are you here?
Because I'm malicious and sadistic and I just want to hurt you.
Cool. And so again, like, aren't you worried your parents are going to see this?
Nope.
Why not?
It just doesn't concern me at all.
So the way that your parents reflect on, like,
They wouldn't. They would. Part of my behavior that would be most concerning to them is the amount of time I'm spending wasting on a stupid fucking gerbil like you. It wouldn't be how I'm treating you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I was trying to utilize the time to make a sandwich.
That is kind of breaking a rule, but like,
Mustard.
Like I just don't understand how he has no shame.
It doesn't matter. You don't need to understand it. You just need to figure out how you're going to overcome it. Put that critical thinking to work. Solve this problem.
Okay.
Make me a sandwich, Flow State.
Conspiracy. It's not a real sandwich.
What kind of sandwich is it?
Ham, cheese, and mustard.
Are we gonna keep?
If the problem you're overcoming is me winning the,
That's the only condiment you use?
Well, when I'm in a hurry, yeah.
Stop criticizing.
All right,
the host. No, but like, no. Let me.
Let's have the energy down. Let's all.
The only problem that you can overcome is me winning.
We ask you a question.
No, princess. If
Francis is trying to push this forward, but Francis just said you
let him escape again. You let him run away like a little bitch. If the only problem you can overcome is me winning the debate, then why are you here? Just leave.
I already told you to be an asshole to you. That is the whole point of me right now.
Yeah, you're
My
taking
entire
you're acting
purpose
like a
is
loser.
just to make your experience worse.
Make your debate loser if you tried.
I don't care. Yes, I'm a loser. I'm evil. I'm stupid.
Oh.
And everything, my entire point is to make your experience worse right now.
Getting dominated by Furby. I love it. I love it.
The conspiracy theory is that government wants to disarm all of us because it wants to have control over the guns. It wants to have that full monopoly over violence. All right. That's where it's at right there. That's the conspiracy theory. If we want to get back to the topic of conspiracy theory,
You believe that that's true, right? You think that that's reality. That's not fake.
no, I know that is the reality. That
Then
is
why
the
fuck
reality.
would you say it's a conspiracy theory? See,
No, I'm
man,
just saying. I'm just trying to throw that back into the topic of conspiracy theory.
Okay,
You know
well,
what I mean?
I do appreciate that sentiment or that attempt,
It matters
whatever.
the plausibility of the conspiracy theory. I'd be more likely to believe that's even plausible if, for example, the military ran the government. Right now, the military doesn't actually. We have public servants in office.
The government is not supposed to be the servants of the military.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be more plausible if like.
How about this? What's a conspiracy theory we all believe in?
We all do or don't.
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus is a good one.
Watergate.
Again,
Watergate was not a
do or
Watergate
don't
for
believe
Melanie.
in.
Watergate was a conspiracy theory. It's a,
Yes or no, Prontus? We do believe it or we don't.
Yo, we do. Yeah, you do believe in conspiracy. You
That-
do
you-
believe
everyone
that's
does?
valid. Melanie said. Well, I just meant like you personally because I just want to see where all coming from.
I mean,
I know
everyone can-
some people have the more ridiculous
The
ones,
Boston
like
Tea
the
Party.
2008 crisis.
Boston Tea Party.
Are those conspiracy theories by definition? I guess so. I never really thought about that.
Well, I got I guess you would call it conspiracy theory. I guess because I
Well,
can't prove it.
Conspiracy.
But you know,
Flag.
I mean, like for instance, like you know, I think
Your audio's cutting out a little bit. It's just me?
that my audio. But no, I mean, you know, I guess you could classify it as a conspiracy theory. I guess because I can't prove it. But just you know, I think that
It's not a theory. I mean, like,
the government that is in place right now. I think the government that we have, or the thing that's calling itself a government, or the thing that's posing as a government, it's actually a corporation, wants to disarm us and also wants to kill off 90% of the population. You know, because it wants to do that. You know, I mean, you know.
There's no way that's real.
Okay, Scott.
people do fall asleep on.
Oh, what? What was that?
This message is sponsored in part by
That should wake you up. And Don
Oh,
Juan
my
coming in with
ass.
$1.99. Santa Claus is real. He was here earlier. LOL. Yes. The question is, are you on the naughty list or not?
I'm on the naughty list.
I live on the
See, the
naughty
whole Santa
list.
Claus thing actually goes along with that programming of the children, giving them in belief in a lie. And even then, and when they realize that Santa Claus is not a real thing, and when they get older, they still propagate that same lie to their children down the line. It's still it's on that same level of programming the children through cartoons.
Really,
that's how I see.
Solid way of making the point.
What's your favorite Looney Tunes character?
Again, you don't believe it into adulthood.
Fall on later on.
People later on in life, right? It only affects them as children.
What's your favorite Looney Tunes
he's saying-
character of cartoons?
Hey Furby, remember that time that I didn't let you get your point out and you couldn't afford to kick me off the panel?
Yeah, I just don't want to waste my money. You're not worth it.
I know. It's in short supply. I gotta.
Sorry, Sarah, but
She wants to.
okay.
She wants
So,
to back
I
in,
like
in
both
the
of
marketplace
you.
of ideas.
Am I wrong in my theory
well, yeah,
on the disarming the public and trying to kill us off?
yeah, because
I'm pretty
civil
sure.
servants, when they enter office, they'd have to enter office with that intention,
So-
right?
No,
They'd
there's
love to do that.
Genuine question. Why would the government, or whoever wants this conspiracy, why would they want to reduce the population by 90%?
It's easier to control.
Okay, can I? So, Aaron, why? Okay, if you're talking to somebody who you know holds a different belief than you, why would you try to convince them by smashing them in the head with the most extreme statement of what you believe possible? Why wouldn't you walk them in through an easier to accept angle?
Why?
Because you want to be effective in convincing the person that you're talking to.
Stop
I
pretending.
don't want to have to. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything.
Then you're a douchebag.
No, I'm trying to engage thought. I'm trying to engage thinking, a critical thinking. Okay,
Oh my
you
God.
look at what's going on right now. You look at it. Okay, you take this thing, this beer bug in the arm, as what I call the cupcakes. All right, this cupcake thing that they try to force onto people, and then the corporations that are actually creating this cupcake, they actually lobby to get laws passed where you can't even get any kind of, you can't even sue these companies for damages. All right, that should send a red flag right there. You actually had Bill Gates actually saying stuff like, "Well, if we were successful in this program, we would actually eliminate more people because we want to eliminate more people." Then you got the Georgia Guidestones and all this other stuff.
Debate coach.
Do you want people to care about the points?
Stop pretending to be a debate coach, Flo State. You literally couldn't let me finish before.
No, I'm choosing not to because I'm
Stop
petty.
pretending to be a debate coach. You're not good
I'm
at
going to back
this.
up. I'm going to back up a little bit. 'Cause
Are
I
you
haven't
saying
even- wait,
Sasquatch
let me-
killed
let me-
JFK?
One
Is
at a
that what
time.
you're saying?
One second, y'all. I think I have a new conspiracy theory. I forget, who's the guy below me with the eyeball? What's your name again?
That's autistic
Wingnut.
radio.
Wingnut.
Wingnut. I think I have
Rain
a new
Man.
conspiracy theory. I'm guessing you're like a Fed or something that is really here just to make conspiracy theorists look bad because you're saying are so ridiculous. I feel like
What would I benefit if I? Let me ask you this: if I was a Fed, how would I benefit in actually trying to put these thoughts in? How would I benefit?
You're making them look
How-
stupid. You're not putting them in. You're discrediting the fuck out of them.
Speaking of discrediting, how dare anybody discredit Santa Claus? There's a guy in the North Pole who dresses up. Just saying. Thank you, Don Juan.
I bet it gets exhausting
Do you
continuing to
think
go with new
that
little like
Sasquatch might have
one-liners.
killed JFK?
intros
Is
to
that
bring in
possible?
compliments.
Sasquatch might have killed JFK. That's a conspiracy. Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, he had every reason to, right? JFK was onto him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I told no man.
They'd probably still be alive if we could figure out about our gun violence problem, but we can't.
Someone turned down the Furby's volume way down. It's so low.
Oh yeah, I was shouting into my mic. I don't blame Sarah for doing that.
Oh, I'm probably down
Oh,
too.
okay. I didn't know what happened.
Oh, I'm
Can I
not.
back up, Sarah? To
I
normal?
love how Sarah's eating chips over there, just like watching
coming
us
closer to my mic.
freak out.
What's the statistic on like if a burglar wants to go into a neighborhood and majority of them are armed and another neighborhood down the street is unarmed? What's the statistic of that robber going into what neighborhood?
It depends on the race, though. If the neighborhood's black or white, that matters.
And I just want to point out, like, these are not usually the focus of research. If you want to do a research group and do that, that's fine. But like, a lot of like they're still focusing on like defensive gun usage.
I'm doing a research group on how not to let you talk about that.
Yeah, I know, and you're very.
And I'm good at it, aren't I?
No,
Are you against Negroes owning guns?
Huh?
I'll tell you this, and you know, you think about when it comes down to these so-called mass, you know, unalive scenarios. They all happen in gun-free zones.
Not all of them.
Yeah, majority of them do. Majority of them do.
Wait,
No,
show me that.
Not all.
Some
of them.
I really
Some
talked
of
about
them
this
happen.
it's kind of ignored, but
no retard
I'm here.
zones
But
anymore.
based on-
Because you know, if people are actually wanting to do harm to others, they're wanting the least amount of resistance because they don't want to die. So they're going to go into a place where they know they're not going to have any resistance.
Well, that's
All
why
right?
we
And
make
if
our-
everybody's willing to use a firearm in defense of themselves, of their family, or their property, they'll be less likely to actually have any kind of a problem. And honestly, man, if more people did that, there would be less people out there trying to do harm to others because they'd be dead. You know?
What makes you think they don't want to die?
Yes, okay,
America's
honest
not a
question.
safe
Honest
space.
question. Wingdot. How do you tell from outside a house whether they have a gun or not?
Do they have a truck in the driveway?
Well, I tell you this.
There you go.
It's somewhere.
I mean, that actually.
That's a good question.
You can go into a neighborhood and you can tell what neighborhood would be more likely to not have weapons. You can tell.
Vehicles,
Dude,
right?
Negroes have guns these days.
Listen, the neighborhoods are full of guns. That's literally why they're trying to take guns away from people because they don't know where all the fucking guns are.
Exactly.
So haven't
and then that comes down to the Second Amendment scenario also, because honestly, the whole reason, the whole purpose of the Second Amendment is when a government goes tyrannical, we have the lawful right to defend ourselves from that tyrannical government. That was the whole reason why it was put on paper in the first place.
Oh, so why have burglaries been going up?
Because you can't talk while I'm here, bitch.
Wow.
Wait, why is it that there's also been an increase in gun ownership, yet also an increase in burglaries? You would not expect that if what you're saying is true.
But you look at where those places are, those burglaries are happening, and they're less likely to have a well-armed populace. All right.
You show me
You don't see that in certain areas, in certain towns. Like here in Florida, in different places in Florida, you don't see burglaries and robberies and stuff like home invasions because every single person carries a gun.
You guys are
But
missing.
no, you go into some areas of towns. Go ahead.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
so I think it was not so Eurodite that used the analogy of crime increases when the ice cream truck comes around or something like that. And you could come up with this concept that every time the ice cream truck comes around, like all of the crime and murder and whatever increases in the neighborhood. But, you know, it's relatable to the idea that the ice cream truck only comes around in the summertime and the heat naturally makes people do stupid things and yada, 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 yada. So it's not necessarily correlated, right? So even with the guns, like, yeah, maybe more people are purchasing and owning guns, but it doesn't necessarily correlate with the concept that more people are committing crimes, because that can be dubbed back to the economy, society, things going on, yada, 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 whatever. And the question also is the neighborhoods and, you know, correlation doesn't mean
Can we reduce this to the ridiculous? Because I mean, cameras on your house, security cameras, they don't stop crime. They just tend to take the burglar and move them down to the neighbor's house who doesn't have cameras. In turn, guns don't stop crime, nor are they actually the crime itself. But they just gun zone would tend to move criminals to a gun-free zone to commit their crimes.
But you're
Exactly.
Still not like,
Are you
I just
saying that
brought up,
Negroes
how do
rob
people
the
know
ice
that these
cream man
houses
in
have
the
guns?
ghetto?
Oh, you're both talking.
Yeah, how do people know that these houses have guns?
They have to expect.
I didn't make up trucks in the driveway. I know car thieves.
You can look at people and view them for a few days and kind of discover their mannerisms and what type of person you think they are.
Wait, not. I even tried to search for a source of what you were saying, and I couldn't find it. Could you please provide me a source?
No,
I'm not going to provide source. I'm on a cell phone also. I'm not going to provide any sources of anything. All right, I don't have a means of actually looking up type of statistics and shit.
Can you tell me where you got the information from?
From right underneath my nutsack, but before my asshole.
I was asking Anarchy, Wingnut.
Taint that a shame.
Yeah, Wingnut, tell Furby where my taint is.
So no answer. Got it.
No, I'm not going to provide any statistics or anything like that because that's not relevant in the conversation.
Where did you hear
that? What do you mean? Where did I hear what?
All right, stop with the fart noises. That's immature.
I
and
didn't know those were
stupid.
coming through. Sorry.
It's still more mature than flow state.
Earlier. I was going to ask though, does the ice cream man get robbed in the ghetto with the Negroes? Is it because it's hot and they want ice cream? Is that what you were getting at earlier with the ice cream?
You're
truck?
retarded if you put that together that way.
That's retarded.
Yeah.
Your show's retarded. What are you talking about?
Okay. Bye.
Oops.
Damn, got him.
I don't give a fuck. What am I losing?
Also, I'm doing some live research, and actually, I am surprised by this. But at least just on the stats level, again, this not the only ones to look through, but at least based on the stats, having like a house does not make you like something safer from burglary.
Having what?
Well, then don't have a gun in your house. If you don't have a gun in your house, then Francis, you won't have to worry about that increased risk.
Again, I'm not anti-gun. I'm just saying if you look at stats,
I have not heard you make anything but anti-gun points all night.
But that's because everyone else and I'm
this is what anti-gun people always say. Nobody's trying to take your gun. We just want to make it so you can't have this and this and this, right?
It's just saying the facts of the matter.
I mean, even just recently that there's
you're not saying anything. That's what's happening with you.
Even just recently that there's people in government right now that are actually trying to pass bills to outlaw and criminalize forming militias here in America. All right. Well, they've been steadily passing little laws all over the country in different state by state.
When I say that you make your points worse off all the time,
and you're not a debate coach. You've been taking L's all night.
These are void laws, though. This bullshit that they're doing. Once the Clearfield doctrine, what am I saying? Clearfield, the Chevron doctrine starts moving through the system.
That's a valid question, honestly.
Also, Flo,
honestly, Jade, it is incredibly convincing because these are usually most male panels, and yes, it's gotten to that point where I'm almost like, why? But I like dick too much, so no.
Lauren, I'm still up here because of spite.
My bad.
How'd you know my name was Dick?
Anything is possible with enough hatred, Lauren.
Well, Flo's got hate down there. Flo hate.
Love. Do. All right.
All you need is love.
Also, Flo,
Hey,
since you keep running away from Melanie, if I don't do the anti-gun stance, there will be no one giving that stance. So I'm just trying to, give the other side of the argument.
Yeah, he's actually good at debating.
That was a good response. I don't know if I believe it, but that was a good response there.
If the government takes our guns away or outlaws it to the point where we can't have it, who has control over the guns? It will be the government and criminals that don't follow the law in the first place. So everyone else that are supposedly quote unquote law abiding will not be able to defend themselves. So that's what you're actually, when it comes down to defending this anti-gun scenario. You're actually you're defending the ability of making more victims in the country.
Is it the government's purpose to control the population?
If you give up your guns, you're in essence just plan on giving up or submitting to your own captivity. You're fucked. You're dumb.
So it's
you're creating yourself a victim. You're making yourself a victim.
It's not the government's purpose to control the population, and so what I don't
the government's
bullshit.
Population. The government's coming to have sex with you if you don't be careful, Furby.
Furby, do you have something to say?
Yeah.
Hey, well, Scott, have you not been here? I'm not letting Furby talk.
That's why I asked.
Start controlling people like that.
Scott is letting Furby talk. So
yeah, when did the government start controlling people like that, because the purpose of government is to regulate the functions of society, right? That's what we learn.
No, it's not the purpose of the government.
Furby, do you see traffic lights telling you when to go and when to stop? Do you see people in different areas like, I can't go out across the barrier islands because the storm's calling? What's that?
Being regulated is traffic safety, right? That's a function of society.
Wait. You say it's regulating traffic safety to pull me out of a car at gunpoint because I ran a fucking stop sign?
Oh, okay. So I'm against authoritarianism, and I agree that's too.
No, the fuck you're not.
Okay.
Are you kidding?
Okay.
It doesn't seem that way.
Well, you're wrong, and I'm telling you right now. Yeah, I think they take it too far. But the purpose of government in regulating traffic safety is to
The purpose of what's happened is completely different. What's going on right now is full-on authoritarianism, and we have literally the cops are the fucking stormtroopers on the Death Star today.
It's not full on. I'd agree. There's components like shooting people if they don't comply, but like the regulation itself is not authoritarian.
Do you pay income tax?
Not as I'm on disability, so no.
Okay, well, if you worked, would you pay income tax?
Yes.
For a wage, when income is if you make a profit on something.
I
But
don't
see,
know
the
if
mass.
doing it, Scott. You guys are gonna kill me.
It's not a good line to go down.
It's not.
Well, let's go back to guns and let me ask you: does it take a gun to kill somebody?
Not necessarily, but it's the most effective.
So
way.
what's okay? So it's the most effective way. So
I think
would you give up your best way or your best option to keep somebody with a gun from killing you because you have equal and opposite force?
Well, if I was family oriented and like family values, especially, is what drove me. Then learning that households that own guns are just more prone to gun violence. I might just second guess that.
Did you
Are
just
you crazy?
invoke family
I've got
values?
3
Did you just
guns
burn
sitting right here
your
next to me, and none of them has killed a person. None of them.
I'm not saying
they don't jump out of the damn box that they're in and go kill people.
When I got raided, they seized 32 of them from my house. Not one of them ever shot somebody.
Yeah.
I've got 3 right here. They've never shot anybody. Go to the next fucking room. A couple. There's
to be involved in gun violence. There has to be a gun around, right?
Wayne, I know you're not an idiot. If I say like, hey, if this thing makes you more statistically to have a car accident, doesn't mean like every person's gonna get a car accident. It means a small percentage is gonna be more likely to get in a car accident. You know how stats work, right?
Well, that was what I was trying to say when it comes down to cars. All right, there are so many people that die from car accidents. Should we just outlaw cars and start taking them away from people now?
Well,
I mean, it's on the same lines of guns.
Wait,
the government enforced seatbelts. It actually did.
Seatbelts don't save lives.
It's interesting that you brought that because earlier we talked about how certain gun deaths are surpassing vehicular deaths now. So maybe we should consider something different.
What about cigarettes? Cigarettes kill people all the fucking time.
That's what the government wants you to think. See, this is a real conspiracy. These health tubes are the key to surviving 5G.
So Princess, you're into like the 15-minute cities and eliminate cars altogether. You're into that.
I didn't say that.
Well, I mean that's what you're advocating in a sense.
I don't know, you're not fucking listening. I don't know how you would get that from what I said.
Yeah, that's just a straw person.
Well, no, that's exactly what it is. Like, okay, well, I mean, it seems like, there's a massive amount of children that die every year just because of swimming pools. Should we outlaw swimming pools now?
Yes.
I mean, honestly, there's so many people that get fat because of forks. Should we outlaw forks? You know what I mean?
There's been laws to put fences.
Forks make people fat now. I mean, come on now.
Let yourself on the rim of an aluminum can. That shit fucking stings too.
Yes, there have been laws that, make you put up fences around swimming pools to protect.
So.
That is what we do.
So now we use the government's force at the point of a gun to force people into behaving a certain way. That's what government does. They use the point of a gun at the point of a gun.
That authoritarian component, but that doesn't make everything else authoritarian.
It's the same thing for everything when it comes down to traffic stuff. They do that at the they eliminate your Fourth Amendment right is gone on a traffic stop.
Honest question. Go ahead.
Don
go
Juan
ahead,
comes in with $1.99. What about cigarettes? Shout out to Andrew Wilson's doctor. LOL.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, seriously, you know what I mean? You know, there's too much money in, you know, in these things. You know, it comes down to money. It's the same thing with the hurricane scenario. That's the reason why the whole damn the FEMA and all that stuff. It's all about money. That's why they were trying to imprison. They were trying to threaten prison or jail time for people that.
This message is sponsored in part by.
This message is officially sponsored by Sporks because we can't live without them and we all gain weight because of them. Thank you, Don Juan.
wait. Genuine question. Like, do you believe in law and order? I'm gonna assume yes, right?
Dun.
Do you believe like in having
We don't
laws?
live under law and order. We live under whoever's got the biggest stick and willing to kill you with it. That's what we live under. There's no such thing as law and order.
Wing, just don't run away from the question. Just answer the question. Simple yes or no. Do you believe in laws? Yes or no?
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Define law.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're gonna have to be more specific.
Do you think we should have laws in our society, or do you think we should not? It's not. It's
We're not under law right now. We're under law merchant, which is fucking legalese and shit.
You think we should have laws in general? Would a lawless society be bad?
Not the way they're being. Not today's laws. No.
This country was founded under common law, and we're not under common law right now.
Answer the fucking question. Yes or no? It's not. If you don't answer this, you're just being bad faith. So yes or no? Should we have law?
No, you're gonna have to be more specific because there's common law, there's admiralty law, there's statutory law. What law are you talking about?
Would a lawless society be bad?
Should we have any of those or none of those?
The way I see it when it comes down to me, I lean toward more an anarchist type of society. Now, anarchy doesn't mean that there's no rules.
Right.
All right. It means that there's no rulers and no masters. The rules are common natural law. All right. That's what I think. You know what I mean? That's what I know as to be the right thing to go.
Thinking is a pretty prestigious word for what you're doing.
One more follow-up question. Who would enforce those rules in your society?
Jesus?
We, the people.
The sheriff.
I mean, because quite honestly, we have the lawful right to actually create our own courts, create our own money, create our own stuff. But no, we've given that up or acquiesce that stuff and being programmed into saying, well, no, we got to give it up to this government over here.
You're just creating another form of government, though. You're really just breaking down.
It's not another form. No.
You're literally describing a format.
Do you know what a crime is? Do you know what a crime is?
I don't know your definition. I'm gonna guess it's not the same as mine.
A crime is when you do damage to life, liberty, or property. All right.
That's very libertarian.
Now we have many statutory laws, quote unquote, on the books that makes everything, that makes it a victimless crime. Crime leaves a victim. If there's no victim, there's no crime. The same thing with, like, for instance, okay, you get pulled over on the side of the street going 2 miles over the speed limit. Who's the victim in that? There's no crime being committed.
I'm a victim because you won't shut the fuck up and you talk a lot, and I think you need to take a breath. Don Juan coming in with $1.99. Money and Hurricane have the letter E. What the fuck? Thank you, Don Juan.
That's a conspiracy. I agree. Let's go.
Hey, Sarah, can we take a moment to pray for me and all the people that I would call neighbors right now? Because we're right in the path of Milton, and I ain't going nowhere.
Up with that. Whatever that was.
Florida strong.
Shut up! Why don't you go ahead and lead us in prayer then?
Flo should do this.
Flo's not religious. Why the fuck would you have me lead him?
Where's your
I'll go. Put your Pope hat on there, dipshit.
The virtue signal he wanted. He just wanted to look like
Grace, hey, let's just do it this way. Sarah, Grace.
Hey, Hamster, do you like the picture was actually my
Flo State, can you shut the fuck up for 3 words, maybe 4? Grace, peace, love, amen. For all the victims that have come from the last storm, and hopefully there's not many on this one.
God just texted me. He said he hates you.
Yeah, well,
blasphemy.
Flow State, coming from you, that's expected.
Blasphemy's expected from me, probably.
This panel is
Hey.
a competition of who can be a bigger bully. He definitely won.
Yeah, that's true. And thank you for conceding that.
Hey, do you think I should sing to Sarah someday?
Competition, though.
Yes, you should say, Sarah, you're in.
Not tonight. Nothing.
Scott has tried twice to riz Mrs. Flo by singing songs that he wrote to her.
You're
And,
saying try. She calls me every once in a while now.
I mean, I really took a risk by letting you sing to her, but I think mostly just because of the geographical distance. Like, we're in Kansas City, you're in Florida, like it just wouldn't work. But if you were closer, if you were in, like, say, Tennessee or something, you know, I bet she'd be gone.
Well,
So you're saying chuck in the chance.
serenade me, please.
Oh, I don't know. Another time. What about? No, I don't know. I think I have one that I would probably pick for you. Let's think. I'm not going to serenade you because I'm not a great singer.
Ready for it when he mentioned it.
Say again? No, shut up. Never mind. Sarah. I think this will be pretty good. It's called "Don't You Think It's Silly."
What about the one that just a tip or whatever that one was? I like that one.
Just a tip.
What was that one? The first one you yeah.
What's it, Kate?
You or whatever.
Oh, missing you. I'm back.
Stay awake.
What kind of music do you like, Sarah? Let's ask her this. What do you like?
I don't discriminate music.
You like rock and roll?
Getting late. I got to run. It's been a fun panel. Definitely happy to come back. So I might be in timeout for trying to pull late. Sorry, I was, get my beauty rest. Obviously I look great now, but I'm gonna get go offline now. But thanks for having me, Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely, Princess. So glad you could make it, and we'll catch you on the next one, I'm sure.
Thanks. Later, Sarah. Later, Furby. Later, Flo. Nice to meet the rest of y'all, and goodbye, chat. Peace.
Bye.
I'm actually offended at this point that he didn't call me hamster.
Aw. Well, Don Juan comes in with $1.99 to let Flow State know. Slow. Rita Aquinas didn't know you has furry pals.
Yeah, I think that was actually his love language, but I wasn't reciprocating.
Did Flo drop? Is he, oh, he went live? Or no? That's confusing. He's still live. I don't know where he went. Oh well. Anybody?
So yeah, I just I want to talk to you a bit, Anarchy, and if you're on Discord, I'll put my Discord in the side chat so you can add me. But and by the way, sorry Sarah for not exactly using it for logistics, but
oh, that's during hot seat.
Oh, okay.
Because during hot seat we want it only for logistics because I'm trying to get people's attention, like people that are sitting in the backstage, and if we're using that for everything else, then it gets mixed in and people aren't reading it and yada yada yada. And then I also don't want to distract from the panel as well. I don't want them seeing all the little red dots, popping up for the private chat and then feeling the need to, I want them to stay focused. So I try to keep the back chat during hot seat time for just the logistics only. But during open panel, I don't give a fuck.
Hey, talks a lot. By the way, I'm saying this in chat.
I just noticed that, Sarah. I'm sorry.
I also change my name before someone calls me that, so just gonna. But yeah, I was gonna ask, since we're kind of on the same team with the whole anarchy thing. I'm a social ecologist from the Bookchinian variety. More I'm still into his earlier stuff more than his later stuff. Maybe that'll change with age. I don't know. But he's kind of like a confederalist. So we believe that there would kind of be some organizations of people, but it would make a confederation. Does that make sense to you?
I'm listening.
But you would agree it would have to be self-regulating, whatever structure it is, if there is no government to regulate it, right? There's not really much else.
Self-governing, yes, yeah.
And like, would you rely on natural law for that?
Yes, natural law is the common law, natural law. Yes, because that's where honestly, I don't want to get into the religious part of it because I don't believe in any religions and all that stuff. But I know there is a creator, and I know the creator is already, is what creates law. If you actually take the word law, LAW, land, air, water.
Okay,
exactly, and only the creator creates law. All right. And when it comes down to a crime, like I said, a crime leaves a victim. That is damage to life, liberty, or property. All right. And if there's no victim, there's no crime.
What is the law? The three letters you said: law, land, air, water. What does that represent?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm not sure.
It represents the three jurisdictions of law.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And who has the jurisdiction of the air?
Like I said, the creator. I mean.
Right, and he's given the law of the land, and the law of the sea. The law of the sea has usurped the land.
Well, see, that's the problem right now. Is the land of the water has actually flooded the land. We're not under the land. They call it the supreme law of the land. Well, that doesn't exist. That was what was originally. When it comes down to the Constitution and the supreme law of the land, that was under common law. All right, but that doesn't exist anymore. That's not in the court systems anymore. It's all under admiralty law, which is maritime law, and that's actually considered international law.
It's under maritime law, and once you walk into a courtroom and you go across that little short wall there with the little gate, then that's the bar. Yes. It's admiralty. You're in admiralty law right there because you're now on what is a vessel, so to speak, and that vessel has a ship's captain.
Can I just because you couldn't go to
just a heads up, we're gonna go for about 10 more minutes, then I'm gonna shut this down.
Totally.
We're probably driving you crazy with this stuff.
I don't really care.
You can go walk into a courtroom and whatever they're charging someone with, they might not say every charge, but they'll say some, and you can hear what they're charging from. And then even those people will have the paperwork. So it's really if they were citing that law, it would be a totally different crime they're being charged with, right? And so why would they? How could they do this if the actual proceedings in courts are publicly visible and they don't cite those things?
That's not about law. They're not bringing you there for law.
No,
that's where the law happens, is the judicial branch of the government.
You think that you're walking into courtrooms in the judicial branch when you walk into administrative courts? That's not judicial. That comes out of the legislature. That's what the problem is with it.
Well, no, the legislature that's a different branch, and they tell the courts what to enforce.
The legislature is supposed to make laws. The judicial branch is supposed to judge the law, all right, based on what has been written. But you have the legislature or Congress has created what's called an administrative state, okay? And that has fucked everything up.
Just for clarification, what's the main difference?
Ever since the Civil War.
What's the main difference between maritime law and common law?
What's the difference?
Maritime law is international law.
What's the difference between a super sticker and a super chat? Well, one says a funny picture and the other one says words. Thank you, Milk Cow, for the $1.99. And thank you, Don Juan, as well. Talks a lot. That's you, Sir Anarchy. Talks a lot. It's time to read Aquinas. Get the books out and go read Aquinas, please. Thank you.
And Don Juan, since you are well read, I'm just going to make my recommendation now. Murray Bookchin, he's a legend. Social ecology, really, I think it explains what anarchy is alluding to, but in much more grounded terms. In anarchy, we didn't really get a chance to answer, but the reason I'm asking this is, it seems the courts enforce whatever is the legislator, which wouldn't be maritime law. Admiral law is authoritarian. It's kind of it's dictated by the military, right?
No, it's dictated by international law, which is maritime admiralty law. All right, it's actually being influenced by other things. You got the WEF, you got the WOF. You WHO, the WHO, and all that. These are influences and stuff into this nation. But it's also it started a long time ago. I mean, this is like 200 some odd years. And
I'm trying to walk you through something. So when I go to court, though, right, they'll say that these laws are what I'm being charged with, and I look up where those laws come from, and it comes from the Canadian government, not from an international body. So where does the international body start enforcing any of their laws on me as a civilian?
They shouldn't be, because basically those.
I'm telling you that you can visibly see they don't, because 99% of the proceedings in court happen in front of your eyes, aside from like jury duty, jury selection, and stuff like that, because for obvious reasons.
I don't know
do
what
you know
you're saying.
I don't know exactly what you're saying either, but do you know where all these things originate from?
Well, sure, because especially like in the profession of law, there have been times that countries lose their, like they become lawless, and then international law can be what the courts can use.
We're basically under the Admiralty law. The military is running this, and we have for all intents and what's that?
That confirms what I said earlier when I asked you if the military is the one dictating the laws, and you said no.
No, the military has sat back and they've kind of installed a government. The government's running based on a loosely interpreted version of the Constitution. And there's actually a couple of constitutions, if you understand what's going on. There's a constitution that's for we the people, which we wouldn't be we the people as people call us we the people. No, we're the posterity that we the people who were all gone because they died 200 years ago. But we are the posterity.
If I go to court, if I go to court and there are laws that are derived from a constitutional amendment, most likely, then my question is like, where can they use a different constitution? Like it's already through the legislative.
When you go to court, you're already in a different constitution because there's a corporate constitution. All right.
Right through the laws posted by the legislative
statutory.
There we go.
Through the laws posted.
All right. Mercy. All right, you guys are killing me. Don one.
Let me ask you.
Hold up. Don one coming up with $1.99 without Aquinas. You don't have Rothbard. Just saying. All right.
Don Juan, you need to read Emma Watson.
Don Juan does perfectly fine. It is 1:40. I am pooped out, and I still have to get up in a few hours and go.
Thanks for having me.
So I could pay my taxes and follow up with all of these other conspiracy theories and terrible things in the world. Let's go around the board. Might be sleeping. That's you. You want to go ahead and start with your closing thoughts? He doesn't see his name, does he?
Who are you talking to?
It's you, Scott.
What am I now? Might be sleeping?
That's yeah, because you were quiet for a while.
Oh, there you go. Nothing. I'll have to share a song another time. Flo wanted to hear something that Miss Flo had heard.
Flo left, so he'll have to
he'll have to live, but you'll live too. Thanks for having me. It was an interesting discussion. I don't think it's theories anymore. A lot of these conspiracy theories have turned into full-on conspiracies, especially when government's concerned. Our overlords, if you will, don't really give a shit about us anymore.
That's fair. All right. Say goodnight to everybody.
Sweet dreams. Good night.
All right. And talks a lot. Your final thoughts?
Well, me personally, like I said, I lean toward the anarchist type of living. And I think that people need to stop believing in this religion called government, because government is a religion, and start vibrating and modulating the frequency of freedom instead of this slavery mentality, and getting away from government and stop being dependent on it and start being self-regulating, self-government, self-governing, self-responsible, and then you gain more self-respect that way also. And then, when it comes down to it, like I said, I'm not the most articulate person out there. I admit that right off the bat, and I don't have all these statistics that people can pull up on their computer right there in front of them. I don't have that option. So I can't sit there and do all that stuff. But you know, and I appreciate you, Sarah, for letting me up. And I didn't mean to offend you in any way. If I did, but you know, sometimes I do get a little bit passionate about how I talk, and you know, that's just the way it is. And I'll say this for Don Juan, you know, he also needs to read a few other books. Also, look into what is it, Emma Watson. You also need to look into what was the other one I was sitting there thinking about? I can't remember offhand, but I'll come into it later on at another time. But good night, all y'all, and have a good one. See you on the flip side. I'm all over YouTube.
Awesome. Thanks, Anarchy. All right, Melanie.
Hello, hello.
It's just the two of us again.
Yeah, second night in a row. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Final thoughts.
Wow, what a ride tonight. This is like, normally I felt like these panels have not lived up to like that intro line you have. What is it again? All those who enter.
Oh, all ye who enter. What is it? Hold on. Like beware or something. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Neo came up with that.
I will concede to Flo say this much. Maybe that was the competition at the end to make me abandon hope, but he didn't. I have been here collecting W's.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
I love it.
And I really had fun. You know, it's always like someone asked me like, how can you stand trying to like talk over people all the time? I think it's, you know, it forces you to rethink your arguments a bit, gives you more time to research. Sometimes you're like, oh, okay, he's going to make a better point than me. And the redirection kind of keeps you on your toes rather than relying on like pre-constructed arguments. You know, save like the prep for like 1v1 debates or 2v2s and stuff like that. This is supposed to be a shit show.
Absolutely. And I depend on it. Literally.
I am happy to be your heel. Just, you know, well, that's the funny thing is like, so I wasn't going to like talk about this ever, but it came up, I guess, that like I said to Princess, you know, everyone kind of hates me. So if I can find a way to like kind of overcome adversity and turn myself into a baby face, maybe that'll work. Oh, right. No, I'm thinking of babyface. I got it backwards. Sorry, wrestling fans. So now I'm your babyface because I had to overcome Flow State the heel. And, you know, that's what I'm doing. I'm overcoming adversity on your panel now. And I'm winning. So let's keep it going. Let's keep it. You're an awesome mod. I really mean it. So, you know, at first I was like, what is Sarah doing? Why is she letting him do this? But then I thought about it. I was like, it's perfect. It's what I asked Princess to do. But he's not like when he tries to talk over me. I can't let him. He's not strong enough with it, and so, and I can't let Flow State either.
Yeah,
but I love him for his other qualities because, like, his ability to work on his toes there really showed. Because he was like, I'm actually pro gun, but Melanie's points are defensible at least, so I'm going to. And I appreciate the hell out of people like that. And it's all thanks to you for hosting the right people at the right time. You know, your choices make all the difference.
Michelle and I definitely know what we're doing when we put the panels together.
Oh, okay,
sometimes it's on a whim, you know, like we didn't get the people that we want for it. And, you know, it's like finding out who stands where. But, you know, we have an overall idea of who's grouped in which groups and how we put these groups together of people and which groups we pull from, you know, to piece the panel together. So it's very structured. It's very organized. Like we have a plan. There's definitely a method behind the madness. And this is what you see here every Monday for a good reason. Like we do it on purpose, you know, so.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and you know, I'm just gonna stop glazing you now and say good night because, like, I don't know. I have asked so many people to kind of moderate things the way you do. By the way, I know my reputation might follow me. Some people might complain about me in the background for existing here, but
I like you, Mel. You keep the panel rocking in ways that I don't think you recognize.
I think I do, but you know, I do it maybe differently than people see. is probably how it's done.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
there.
I think I'm doing something else, possibly, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely there in a way that you're not going to recognize. I recognize it, and that's why I reach out to you quite often. So
Well, when some big wig tries to buy up your show and put it on like streaming TV or something, because I know it's going to happen. You're way too professional for it not to happen. Take me with you.
everybody that comes here and hangs here with us, and they're not douchebags on panel like that one. What was it King's? Whoever told me to shut up or whatever, that I just booted out. Like people like that don't belong. But everybody that comes on panel and our chat and all, like these are the people that they're staying with us. You are all locked in. You've been grandfathered in.
I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why we have a running list of our panelists and people we like, people that are on our naughty list, and and we like it that way. We like putting these people. You guys earn your spots for good reasons.
Oh shit! Did being late put me on the naughty list?
You weren't late. The hot seat.
Oh, right.
You're late to the not hot seat. Like you don't even have to show up for the hot seat. You could say, "Hey, I might be there, I might not, or whatever." It doesn't matter. Like if
I keep forgetting. It's just I'm so used to like it either being like you're late or you're not. So
yeah. Now, if I platform you with the panelists, the 4 panelists, if you're late for that, then you'll be on the naughty list, and it is a big naughty list.
Okay. Then I'll just make sure I don't work that night, because that's what happened tonight, and I just don't have my phone on me, so I didn't have like an easy way to tell you until I got home that I was going to be late. And my boss is like, "Oh yeah, no, this will only take 2 hours." He was lying.
Lies. Nah, it's good. Yeah, no hot seat. You never have to worry about hot seat. We send out those links in advance for people who are definitely like, I'm interested in this. I want to be on the panel.
See, I thought I was your star. I thought I was like your golden fox.
I reached out to you before Princess and Jake, but you got back to me last.
Which is crazy. They must have gotten back to you so fast, because I think it was like hours that it took me to get back to you. Like not many, a few.
I think it was like the next morning I woke up and I had it. Yeah.
I'm fact checking you on this if that's okay. I know you're tired, but just real quick.
Yeah. It might have been like overnight, because I remember I got theirs and I was like, I locked it all in.
Nope. Same night. 3 hours.
Well, that's still 3 hours. I probably didn't see it till the morning, though.
Good for you for getting guests so quickly. That's like one of the hardest things. And so long as you can do that easily, or like you can keep it like streaming in, like you've got a good thing going. Anyways.
Oh yeah, it was 9:40 at night, and then I responded first like 6 in the morning to you.
Yeah, and
So
I don't mind. Honestly, because of my work being tonight, it worked out better. So
Oh well, good. Yeah, because see, then you would have been late, and then you would have been on my naughty list.
but not next time. So just if I'm gonna make sure I don't work that night. That's all.
Yeah,
I've learned my
definitely.
lesson without having to suffer the consequences. Yes.
Yeah, but that's the great thing about hot seat is for people who are in that situation where it's like, oh, I have something going on, so I
Definitely.
can't make the 9 p.m. time or whatever to be on panel, but I can jump on when I get home and hit the hot seat.
Definitely. Well, have a good night.
Mhm.
I really can't keep you any longer, and I can't wait for the next one.
Fair enough. I'll see you next round, Melanie.
And give this lady money. Bye.
Bye. Oh man, I'm ready to slow it down. How about you guys? Shall we do that? Let's take a little quiet time. Let's do that. Anybody else getting sleepy out there? I know I am. It's almost 2:00 in the morning. I'm definitely ready to go snuggle up in my little pillow. I will absolutely 110% pass out once I get upstairs. Yeah, I'm going to lay my little head down because I got my belly full now. I had a little piece of chocolate, had some chips. It's been a long day. Oh, Jade's on the other side of the world, so she's still wide awake right now. Still wide awake. But in a few hours, it'll be about time for you to, you know. Yeah, I think it's all time for everybody to settle down. We're just gonna close out nice and easy, because this was a pretty intense panel, right? And it was consistently intense. And by way of that, I mean like I actually had to kind of wait for certain times before I could even go to the ladies' room or to go make my sandwich. Like I had to be very specific on the timing because the panel was so unhinged in terms of like constantly, yelling at each other and going off. But yeah. So we're just going to take a few moments to let that adrenaline settle. Then I'll talk you back down. I think it's time for everybody to just nobody got cucked. Yeah, we all got cucked yesterday. Every single one of us. The chat, the panelists, the host, everybody got cucked. On all three channels too. On my channel, on Andrew Wilson's channel, and on Undead Chronic's channel. We all got cucked. Oh, rotten tomato. You know it. Good thing I missed it. Yeah, Don Juan. It was in one way it was kind of a dud in terms of like the optics of a fun, crazy stream, but at the same time, optically, it was really good because they were able to have a good conversation and come to a conclusion and shake hands and walk away. I was waiting for them to crack open a beer and I was just gonna leave, like let them be on screen together. I'll go grab a sandwich. You guys need to have a beer or something. This is dude talk. You guys can sit and talk. I'll walk away. Yeah, we had all of our mods on full alert yesterday, just because I didn't want it to get crazy and I wanted my chat to stay clean. Yeah, it was definitely a good conversation that they had. Anyways, well, gentlemen, ladies, see, there you go. That easy listening voice is making me sleepy. Anybody else getting a little tired now? I think you're all getting tired. Well, except for Jade, because Jade is like 5 o'clock in the afternoon right now. She's probably ready to have dinner or something to that degree. But I think everybody else, most people over here are around the same time frame. It's either like 11:55 for you, 12:55 for you, or 1:55 for you. Uncle Fatty? I'll reply with no replies after this. There you go. Yeah, it's sleepy time. Everybody put your little chat fingers down. Put your little chat fingers down. It's time to take a little nappy nap. I'm sure you guys all have something productive to go and do tomorrow. But until then, we're all going to just kind of wind down, take a little break. Sleepy, sleepy. Sleep is probably one of the most important things you could ever do, and yet I get none of it. I work too much between work, stream, kids, all that stuff. I don't know what sleep is anymore, guys. Yes, Anarchy's got me here. Thank you guys for coming in. We appreciate you. 10:55 on the left coast. All right, gentlemen. And ladies, because I know there's like, I don't know, 4% of you are ladies in my chat. Not very many of them, but you are out there. I think it's time to wind down. I hope we were able to put on a good show for you. I hope everybody had a good night. It was fun. It was entertaining. Don't forget to tune back in Thursday. Thursday Throwdown. We've got something a little interesting coming. And I think it's going to get crazy. I think it's going to be fun. Joe Cool, who are you calling a pimp? You love my pimp powers. Gayest shit, 70s shit I've ever heard. That's okay. Oh, anyways. But tune back in Thursday night. Throwdown Thursday. Moderator Monday's ugly sister. It's going to get stupid. Anyways. I hope you all had a wonderful evening. Thank you again to all of our wonderful panelists for coming on. Thank you for the hot seaters and our open panel people as well. You guys make the show, not me. I just sit here and eat sandwiches. Genius business strategy, I swear it. Anyways, come back Thursday night, Throwdown Thursday, Moderator Monday's ugly sister. Outside of that, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced, and with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.